same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake.
Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. We are heading into day 2 of our North American Invitational. Day 1 was full of excitement, and that does not stop as we make our way onto the second day. So many teams right now looking forward towards that major just over the horizon. Welcome, welcome. I'm Leaf, and I am contractually obliged to say hello to the people beside me. So I will say, Gibbs, Achieves, and Subi are here to join me on this next 30 minutes of Gibbs. It's been a while. I have not been on camera with you in a bit.
It's been a long time, and there's multiple reasons for that, but we will get through the show. All right, we will get through
perhaps the minimum being that
free.
he's contractually obligated to address you now.
Exactly. Yeah.
I have no contract. So, Chiefs, how are you today, man?
I'm great, thanks.
Oh, good.
Wonderful. Well, let's talk about that, because I just mentioned this is a road right now to the major. Of course, this is what we're all looking forward to, all the teams, all the players, and this is where we stand right now. We're on that invitational in the winter split. Gibbs, I've said this to other people we've talked. It's crazy how fast it feels like it's going, that we're already past that halfway mark.
Yeah, it really is. March 5th is tomorrow. That's the end of winter split, basically. Correct. Outside of the major, which is what everyone is fighting for here today. But one more split with a lot more points on the line. And then, of course, that World Championship last time around. It was so much fun seeing 24 teams battle it out. We'll get to see it again in August.
Let's talk about that big blue text right there, though, that major, because again, it's on its way. All these teams, everything we talk about for the next bit here is going to be in anticipation of that. So you can join us there. ! tickets in chat. There should be some links popping up. Click them. And again, I like to do the hard work too. You do too. Just type it in if you want. rl.gg/winter major tickets live. Join us. It's always exciting to see Rocket League in person live and feeling the energy of everyone cheering around you and watching those players on the big screen. So please join us in San Diego. We do have to talk, though. There are some people, unfortunately, made the mistake of not watching yesterday, right? So we have to catch them up.
Rookie.
I can't condone the choices of not watching yesterday, but we'll help you out anyways. Let's start getting down to some highlights. Let's start talking about what happened yesterday and get people caught up here with some highlights. Achieves, if you want to start us off.
Well, it was the start of a tragedy, unfortunately. Space Station and Furia, it was sad. If you're a big Furia fan, you're not very happy about how yesterday.
Sorry, Jorby.
To say the least, Jorby is upset somewhere in the chat. World. And unfortunately, it went all the way down to the wire, but Fury against Space Station didn't quite have it in them to make it work.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the running thing where we had all these teams coming into this invitational. There was like 5 teams battling for one spot. And at the end of it all, only one of those teams is alive in this top 8. There's still other teams that have like a very hard shot to make it to those spots, but Dignitas, out of all those teams, is the only team left alive. Like out of those like 5 teams that were really fighting for that spot. So very, very interesting how this has played out. North America, we talk about depth. We're seeing it in this winter split, or maybe inconsistency, however you want to put it.
If you're from Europe, it's depth. It's North America.
Exactly.
You can't have both.
Yeah. It's been a wild ride.
Yep, but there's a few highlights from the series we were just talking about. Started off pretty good for Fury. You were pretty happy that they were out there getting them playing offense, but all things considered, you couldn't stop Daniel, LJ, and Arsenal. They got out there. They did what they do best. They were physical. They shot the ball well. And ultimately, all things considered, the roster swap for Furia, unfortunately, here, at least in the winter split, not enough to get the job done for them. But you were happy to see Space Station if you've been a fan of them for a while and you wanted to see Daniel's success. You got to see him move on.
And then we saw Energy versus Complexity. And Energy has done this before. They go up 2 games, they put them in the ground, but they forget the dirt. Complexity comes back with the reverse sweep yet again, the 3rd time throughout the season. And Energy, they fall out of the top 8, while Complexity goes on to win the Group 3-0. Raisable, phenomenal performance from him. 1 goal per game, shooting 35%. Complexity battles back to win the entire group, and they're still here. And Energy not going to the major.
And then we got to see Space Station Gaming fight for their lives, and they opened up the series well. You see Daniel gets the first go-ahead goal, and you think, oh my, Space Station might just make this happen. But when Atomic is on the field, it is just a different monster, and he took over and led the sweep over Space Station Gaming. The first game was close, but then second game just got completely out of hand, and after that, it just seemed like it was all mental behind Space Station's loss. They got in their own heads, and they could not get G2 down.
And we talked a little bit about changing of the guard on yesterday's show. This was new school versus old school, but experience won the day here. Version 1 against M80. Fairly, I would say, comfortable throughout the entirety of it. Yes, M80 had a great show in the previous regional, even taking it to Gen G, making them work for it, but ultimately fell from grace, couldn't get the job done against the veterans of GOM Beast Mode and Torment. So well done to version 1, and they make it to today.
I just need to get a quick vibe check on everyone. Everyone's hype on M80. It's not just me, right?
No, M80's great. I like M80.
Okay. You're the only one that answered, so now I'm concerned.
Well, I didn't want to talk over Achieves. Come on now.
But we got to talk about Group B. Yeah, surely. We have M80, but Optic came in out of nowhere. 13th place finishes. Then they win 3-0 this group. They take down FaZe. That is absolutely huge for them to stay alive to make the major. And AJ, he popped off throughout the day. And these groups, they got a little wild at times. Like even Ghost over Furia at the very last moment. Ghost beats Furia to knock Furia from 1st to 4th. In that Group C. So that group was very, very tight as well.
It's just frustrating if you're an Optic Gaming fan to see, the potential is there. And they showed it. Yeah. And then just, they still have a chance. It's going to be crazy though.
Yeah, they do have a chance. We'll have to talk about in the bit here, but I'll just give you a quick glance early on of the bracket. We did play that first round yesterday as well, so you did miss out. Look at all the Rocket League you're missing if you're not here for day ones. But we will start day 2 into the quarterfinals, and then the rest of that semis and on will be tomorrow. But coming into today, even making this top 8 now, Gibbs, is quite an achievement for, given, I guess, the depth North America's displaying.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And we got to look at that Dignitas Space Station series because that was a battle for a top 5 spot, like as of now. And Dignitas, they won it in game 5. It was absolutely huge. It was overtime after they gave up, I believe it was a 2-goal lead. So Dignitas roaring back. Space Station, they are out. We see on the bottom there too. Look at all those teams: Furia, Energy, M80, Space Station. They were all fighting for a major spot. None of them are playing today. They are all out at this point, and that leads into points really quick. Top 4 are clinched. They are all in. They're still playing for seeds, so they're still going to hope for that, and of course a lot of prize money. But G2, FaZe, Complexity, and Gen G have clinched, and Dignitas controls their fate in that number 5 spot right now.
We're going to talk about all these scenarios in a bit. We're giving your brain a little bit more time to warm up. To
an appetizer.
What's the coming a few moments here? A couple segments down, but first, let's stick with like the easy digestible, the brainless stuff, the sick plays. Let's get into the cool stuff that we saw our top 3, of course, and Gibbs is going to be bringing it to you.
Here we go. We're going to start off with Complexity and Razeable, who I talked about earlier. This was game 4 versus version 1. Both teams 2-0 in the group, and Razeable going for the little aerial dribble pass, turns it into a bump. And not only do they win this game, this was overtime game 4. This wins them the entire group. And it also clinched their spot at the major. An absolutely huge performance by Razeable and Complexity. Congrats to them. Moving on. Number 2, apparently Jack, 0 on the clock versus SR. Normally, you would see someone go for a flip reset here or a ceiling reset. No, we see apparently Jack, 0 on the clock. He goes for the doink off the ground and hits it far side. Absolutely nutty goal. No one saw this goal at all coming. But number 1, because I make top plays, we got to talk about AJ, my son, from spud to stud in the potato car with the angle. They're all using weird cars here because the game was rather meaningless in the grand scheme of things. But the potato car coming out with this redirect, that's the number 1 play every single week. AJ, what a performance from him.
It looks like a russet potato. That's hilarious.
That's
meat to that
one. It's phenomenal. But hey, those are sick. But those weren't the hypest moments yesterday. There's one more we gotta bring up on the screen here. The hypest moment yesterday, Dignitas's winning goal and a commentary call worthy of a "This is Rocket League" kind of status. Let's take a look.
Daniel cannot win a challenge right now.
It's it!
We're going, baby! Space station grounded! Put him in the gurn! I can't speak English!
Put him in the gurn! Moving on. Put him in the gurn! Put him in the gurn!
That's got to be a call today.
I think the gurn, you go like this, and you're putting them in the gurn, baby.
It kind of worked, gurney. I guess it was.
Yeah, they were so close to it. Actually,
we're so close. Those are phenomenal.
And that's why
Those-
Wei Punk's not here, because he was
Yeah.
there. So now
His true Texan was coming out there. The Gurn, baby.
it's
good.
fun, and this is what you're missing if you're not watching the team streams. By the way, that was a Dignitas team stream, and a lot of these casters get to have fun, dive into that biased casting. It's really fun. So show up on these Fridays and go around and watch all those team streams. It is phenomenally fun. But I warned you guys, the easy digestible stuff is out. We got to use our brains now. We're going 400 IQ, and the only way to do that is to talk to
Me.
Chiefs, because I have no idea what's going on half the time.
Well, thank you very much, Leaf. If you guys are wondering how FaZe Clan was able to take down Gen G in the previous grand finals, obviously they were talking a lot about how they were inspired by Gen G's playstyle, and there's a little bit that goes into that, but the big determining factor for me when I went back and looked at the tape, Sypical. Dude was absolutely on fire in terms of decision making and execution. So let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of clips, starting here with the first one. 1:26 on the clock, game number 1. They're already up fairly comfortably, but that's not the point. You got to look at how this all breaks down. Gen G, they're all on the same side of the field here. So obviously you're not too concerned about a dangerous counterattack starting because, first killer's going to be rotating out here. He can adjust and Sypical will have time. Now, Sypical doesn't have a lot of boost, but that's okay. They know that they have the time to adjust to wherever Miss Challenge goes. So they're all just going to rotate out here, say, hey, you know what? Let's grab some midfield boost real quick and then assess the situation. Now, starting in this position, you kind of have to think, okay, we saw apparently Jack rotating forward. He's going to be going for this challenge. There's a couple different options you can go with. Now, the first thing you have to consider in this situation, as typical, you cannot lose this challenge. You cannot lose this challenge because Mist is stuck here. First killer is going to be rotating forward. So if you lose this challenge, this ball gets pumped over your shoulder, off the sidewall, down into the middle, and first killer has to play defense on probably a 2-on-1 with a ball over his shoulder. So priority number 1, do not lose the challenge. There's a couple ways to go about that. 1, you drive forward, you try and just play the challenge right here, maybe get the ball to kick out to the right as first killer is rotating forward. Maybe he can score. A little bit dicey, not sure if that's going to work. Obviously, there's going to be 2 defenders rotating back into the net. And you can also lose the challenge, and then we have the situation where we just discussed. First killer gets put with the ball over his shoulder. Second option, you can drive straight at the ball, try and take it onto an air dribble and go towards the backboard. Again, pretty much the same problem. There's no guarantee you get through the 2 defenders behind apparently Jack, and you can still lose the challenge and have first killer being a 1-on-2 in the backboard. So option number 3, watch how Sypical manages this challenge. Pump that ball straight towards the side wall, go up the corner, and here's where they took a little inspiration. In our previous clip, breakdown back in the previous regional, we saw Gen G go for some big fakes out of the corner, freezes defenders on the backboard. There's first killer to score it. Took a little page out of the Gen G book if you saw that clip breakdown, and you'll see how quickly that play develops as we're going to go and look at Nolly's perspective and see how quickly this play develops and how difficult it can be to save. Here's that challenge from Sypical at full speed. Man, I got to defend Sypical. Oh, wait, it's actually first killer, and you can't have the time to backflip and make the shot, even if it's pretty much right at you. There's just no time to make it happen. That misdirection that they took from Gen G's playbook, very powerful, trying to involve more players into the offense at all times. Clip number 2. Now we have to look at the decision making on defense for Sypical. In this situation, obviously there's a lot of things to consider. As you can see, Mist rotating up. He's got control of this ball here. Apparently Jack is going to rotate forward. Okay, Sypical's got no boost. Those are our 3 big things to consider. Chronic and Nolly going to be rotating back, but that's not super important. Obviously, your first goal, okay, well, if Mist has control of this air dribble, maybe we can get a bump and he can score. But ultimately, you realize Mist doesn't have control of this ball. So let's go ahead, try and steal a little boost in the corner. Okay, let's go. And now we have to assess the situation. So apparently Jack has collected that boost in the corner, or went to go collect that boost and it wasn't there, but he can see apparently Jack, if he had boost, obviously he'd be boosting up towards this ball to try and take it up to the backboard. So not actually going to work. You still notice Sypical has no boost, but that's no reason to be scared. You can realize Nolly and Chronic, they're both deep back. All of this space in the middle of the pitch is completely open, and apparently Jack doesn't have boost. Because if he did, we already said he'd be boosting up to this ball. He's completely uncontested. Of course, he's going to go try and score a double tap off the backboard. So Sypical, big brain plays here. He says, you know what? Let's actually rotate forward. Let's make this challenge and just try and dish this ball off to first killer because, first killer's a good offensive player and maybe he can score something. And that's that decision making when you're in a defensive spot where you say, you know what? I don't need boost. I don't have to be scared here. Let's go ahead and try and make a play. All right. So the play passes a little bit too hot. That's okay. Sometimes that happens. You can't adjust to that clear from Nolly. It's over your head. Now you have a second situation here on defense. Mist rotating back. Obviously, he's in a 2-on-1 versus Nolly. Sypical, still no boost. No problem. What do? You do not allow apparently Jack and Nolly to convert this 2-on-1 against Mist, no matter what. It doesn't matter. You have to cut rotation here again. You have to get in their face. You have to try and intercept this play as it develops. You have to give Mist a chance to make the easiest read on the play possible. Because if you just rotate out here to grab boost somewhere over there in that corner, Mist is going to get bumped. He's going to get harassed. He's going to get misdirected. There's just too many things. You have to get into the rotation and force them to show their hand. And that's exactly what Sypical does here. Mist gives a little bit of ground. He rotates deep back, lets Sypical rotate into the play, force them to challenge high, which also is what you're supposed to do. Do not allow them to fake under you. Force them to go high towards the top of the net. That's the easiest place to defend for Mist in that situation. Sypical cuts rotation for a second time in the right spot on defense to allow First Killer to come back, find the clear, and they get out of a jam in game 2. Excellent decision-making process on defense for Sypical. And that is not all, because still we go into game 3. FaZe is up 2-0 in the series, and again, another 2-on-1 situation here for apparently Jack. You can notice here for the astute among you, he is moving at top speed. He has full velocity by his car trail right there. So what's the first thing you do? Again, cut rotation. Try and get in the way of whatever this play is developing. Try and lead this ball out to the corner. You have to buy time for First Killer to rotate back on defense. So intercept this play as you're headed back. Focus on control for your team first. Get it out of Gen G's hands. Here comes Sypical full speed ahead. Actually, I'm not going to let you try and convert this 2-on-1 however you want. We're going to dish this back into the corner. There's First Killer to collect the boost. Now we have to reassess the situation. Here's Nolly and apparently Jack. Apparently Jack thinking about a challenge. He's probably going to go steal that boost. First Killer's going to rotate around into the net. Chronic's going to go out here to the left. So as this play develops, you have to be aware of a few things. Again, Chronic's going to be rotating left to follow however Mist touches this ball wherever it happens to go. Chronic is going to leave all this space open. And it also helps that if you play this clip with audio, you'll be able to hear a very important thing. First Killer, he actually hears First Killer jump before Chronic, so that also helps inform Sypical's decision-making process. Ball goes floating up to the sidewall. Conveniently, you get the demo on apparently Jack and the boost, also very helpful. And here's that key moment. You already know First Killer's already set, so you know he's going to beat Chronic on defense, so you can make the aggressive decision to turn forward and try and support First Killer here and not be worried about this challenge from Chronic, because First Killer's so good, he's already got the control. And then you talk about the execution. Go ahead and bury this double tap if you're Sypical. Tight angle, 2 defenders, 1 in his face, and he absolutely nails it. Sypical was on a whole other playing field when it came to how he's impacting that FaZe offense. They said they wanted to get more people involved. They absolutely did. Heading into this grand final, Sypical's goal participation rate across the winter split, 58.62%. Not a whole lot, but still contributing. And even better, he had coming in 19.78%. Not the best in the world. In this grand final, goal participation up to 66.67% and 34.62% shooting percentage. Dude was on fire when it came to putting balls in the back of the net. The entire RLCS league average across all regions is 25.51% shooting percentage. Dude went above and beyond, had a big day against Gen G, and if they want to advance over them again today, I think they're going to have to continue to look to involve Sypical in ways on the offensive side of the ball.
We need to change this from Ask a Cheese, because I didn't ask anything, to academics with a cheese, because I feel like I've walked away at least a couple brain cells smarter. It's hard for me to absorb stuff. But
that's what we're looking for.
Hey, Cheese, do you have to walk around with a neck brace on to carry that big brain of yours?
Sometimes, it
Jeez
gets really heavy.
Louise.
It's a little wobbly. The brace helps a lot.
Well done, my friend. That was awesome. I love seeing those breakdowns. That's so fun to see.
Achieved. Okay, well, let's keep the smart stuff going. Now that your brains are all warmed up and ready to go, we have to talk about what these teams are fighting for, because looking forward again, it's all about that major on the line. And with the 5th spot still open here in North America, 4 teams are vying for that spot. So let's run through how these teams could accomplish that prized position. Gibbs, you want to start us off with Optic?
Let's start with the Green Wall. They went 3-0 in their group, so that helps their case. But those 2 13th place finishes did not help them in the first 2 regionals. So they need to win this regional, and they still need some help. They need complexity to take down Dignitas. We talked about Dignitas a lot. They have that 5th spot right now. They control their destiny. So everyone else wants to see them lose. So that's what Optic needs to do. And we will visualize it in a bracket as well. So it's a little easier because words are hard. So it's a little easier when there's pictures for Leaf, especially. So we see it here.
We all
Here's
need visual aid.
Yeah, here's what you need if you are an Optic Gaming fan. You need to win this regional, and you just need Dignitas to lose in the quarters. Every other match does not matter. You could play whoever in the grand finals. It will not matter. That's what Optic needs here. So that's what they want to do to make it to the major and just barely squeak in.
Dubs across the board. No problem, right?
You know, Shopify Rebellion, pretty similar situation in this as well. There's going to be a lot of complexity fans out there today, especially for a few of the teams still left in this bracket. They need Dignitas to lose. So complexity's got to get the win, and Shopify Rebellion got to find themselves all the way in the grand finals, and they have to win it if they want to make the major. So I don't have crayons and a kin menu. Sorry, Leaf. We're going to pull up a bracket again for you.
Why? Am I thinking?
So it's pretty simple. Shopify Rebellion have to win out. Dignitas has to lose, but huge opportunity here for Shopify Rebellion.
I know I made fun of myself. I didn't expect you guys to join in, but
I only get to do it once per season now, so I need to capitalize.
That's true. He's like, this one moment. Let's talk about version 1 then. Is their journey any easier?
It's marginally easier. They are the team in the most likely spot to take it outside of Dignitas. Now, you will notice their path is a little easier, mostly because they have 2 ways to get there. If Dignitas is knocked out by complexity, all they have to do is make the grand finals.
Okay.
But if Dignitas defeats complexity, as we'll see here on a graphic that we pull up, V1 must win this regional, and Dignitas is not allowed to make the grand finals. So if they beat complexity, they must be eliminated by either Genji or FaZe if version 1 want to have a chance.
Okay, so that's a little more reasonable for them, I suppose. How about that team that everyone wants to lose right now? Gibbs, what does Dignitas have to do?
I believe they have to win at some point, at least maybe a little bit. But if they do lose, they can still make it if none of those other things happen with V1, OG, or SR. So there is a way to make it that way. But to control their own fate, all they have to do is make it to the grand finals. That'll knock out version 1 at the very end. So that's the bracket we will show. They don't need any other results to happen at all. They just need to win 2 series. If they win those 2 series and make it to the grand finals, they will make it to the major.
Okay, Dig looks like if they got their heads in the game, the most reasonable opportunity.
Other than Genji and FaZe being in that tough bracket.
It is a tough part of the bracket.
Hands, though. Sure. That's for sure.
Right,
but yeah, let's. Before we get to our first matchup here and start talking about that, I do want to point out, if you guys haven't been on Twitter today, you may have missed a sick little teaser that was going on. And instead of making you run over to Twitter right now, I'm just going to show it here. Let's take a quick look. Okay, now I want you to go over to Twitter and speculate what that might be about. We don't have time here to do it, but I want you guys, or do it in the chat. Go for it. But get on over to Twitter. Let us know what you might think that what's going on there. What's happening here? But let's move on. Let's talk about what these players are looking for. Let's get back to today. Let's look at the prize pool. What are these players fighting for? A lot of money? Yeah, I think it's a lot lot of money. That's what we focus on.
For most of the people, yeah, it's money.
Couple dollars.
For some of these people, there's a shot at San Diego. Mostly, it's seating and money.
Well, as I say, we look at that column. They're looking at the blue one there.
Yeah, true.
Because, those points are, again, really what matter in the long run for these teams. They'll collect some dollar bills along the way. But for us, or for them, sorry, it's that end game. That, of course, the World Championships, the more points you can collect along the way through the regionals, through the majors, up to that Worlds. That's the column they're looking at there. But let's take a look at the schedule. What teams are playing in what order today? We got 4 matches for you, all best of 7s across the board, Gibbs. Starting off with that version 1, G2, and ending with Genji and FaZe.
Yeah, so we're going to have a big one with Dignitas later. I think that's the one everyone will be watching. Optic and SR are playing as well. So that match, one of those teams is going home, And then V1 has to beat G2 to kind of stay alive as well. But Dignitas could clinch today if they win in version 1, if they lose. So like Dignitas might not have to worry about that top 4 grand finals. So we'll see how this all plays out. But we end the day with Gen G and FaZe. The grand finals rematch. That's the one, like if you want to watch high quality Rocket League, we'll probably get the most out of that series.
Best of 7s. Let's start talking about that first one, of course. It's going to be G2 Esports facing off against version 1. We just talked about version 1's chances. G2, of course, already clinched to that major. They're one of the 4 that have already secured their spot. They can relax a little bit, but of course, they're still going to want to get dubs. Version 1 achieves. This is, they're really thinking about this match and probably trying not to stress about it too much, but knowing what's on the line, there has to be a little bit of anxiousness coming into this.
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, again, pretty much they have to win out essentially if you want to guarantee things. Obviously, you can't just afford to make the semifinals. You still have to continue. You have to make the grand finals, and G2 is no small feat to get over at the first sign of trouble. You know what I mean? Because just like I talked about yesterday, G2 is a team that more often than not, when the chips are down, tends to show up pretty big. And version 1, while they are all excellent players, G2 is never one you're allowed to take lightly, and even on their off day, they can beat you. So version 1, you have to play a heck of a game today if you want to take down a team like G2.
Get your predictions in the chat. You're already doing it. You know what? You guys know the system. Hashtag G2 or hashtag V1. Who's taking it? Do you guys believe in the run for V1, or is G2 just going to be too strong for them? Or is there just going to be a lot of G2 army out there that's just spamming G2 no matter what they think about the match? Probably the latter. Keep them going. But
if you're smart in chat, you want to vote for hashtag V1 because every single major event I've gone to, they've handed out so much merch. So you really want V1 there.
If you want free merch, vote for him.
well, we see where our cheese loyalty lies. It's whoever's got the t-shirts. But Subi, for G2 in this, obviously there's not going to be as much on the line, but you still have to maintain focus coming into this, right? You know this team still wants to win.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't want to lose. There is still money on the line. There are still points on the line for seeding as well. And for G2, in my opinion, it's been kind of a quiet regional for JNAPS. What we've seen in the past, he just hasn't performed as well as, let's say, last year in winter. So they need him to step up big time. But when you look at all 3 players, you really just have to hone in on Atomic for G2 Esports. He has been the backbone of this offense. And it's an insane stat. There's so many insane stats around him, but he's more likely to make the grand finals in a regional than over 150 players are to make the top 8. That's how good this guy is. So for any fans out there, if you want to build a team, I mean, having Atomic on it is not a bad option.
I think you're absolutely correct. I mean, you got the numbers to back it up too. That's insane. Let's see what you guys think about this then. Let's get our prediction on the board.
No. Oops, sorry, G2.
Now we've done it.
G2.
Well, but that's okay. That's okay. If you're version 1, it's not all doom and gloom. I think a lot of us, we ended up going G2 here because, we saw that final match that they played against Space Station yesterday. And we all rate Space Station pretty highly, and it kind of just walked right over him. So you got to give a lot of credit, I think, to how G2 looked yesterday. And I think we may be leaning probably 60-40 here. It's not like a 95-5 type deal.
It's more of the history for me. It's been over 365 days since V1 has beaten G2. So for me, it's just, that's got to be in the back of V1's mind, just knowing, what do we got to do to beat this team? Wow.
Nice.
The Chiefs, the big brain. Put the neck brace on, brother.
He's going to fall out of his chair.
We got to get out of here because my brain's hurting just being close to him in proximity. The match is ready. Let's head over there to the skybox. We got Mr. Stackhouse and Dazzy Boy waiting to cast the match with G2 already clinched. All eyes on version 1's performance in this first matchup as they need a few dubs under their belt to clinch their spot at the San Diego Major.
Lots of nervous bystanders watching these first couple of series. Dignitas in particular wondering who else is going to contend for the throne. And in this series, Optic and Shopify Rebellion wondering who will stand in their way as they try to continue this miracle run towards San Diego. And G2, they just get to sit back and go, all right, bring the fight to us, because that's what V1 has to do if they want a spot in the major.
Absolutely. All eyes on this match, and you know some people got the heart rate monitors out as well. Can version 1 step up to the task and face a G2 squad that has had their number in multiple events here? That is going to be the kind of true test of question. If we already had things start off on kind of a hot note here in game 1.
G2 going up against what has been one of the stingier defenses here in the Winter Invitational. Version 1 only allowing 1.4 goals per game. Barely even allowing 6.5 shots, just a little bit less actually for the opposition. Not that they've necessarily gone against offensive juggernauts here in this event, but they've scored plenty on their own, and Com's got the first here.
Look at this great read from Beast Mode there, right? Gets the flip, he uses it to just have that threat. Gets it over to Com, great pass, great shot. V1 off to the first goal in game 1.
Version 1 trying to end a 5-match losing skid against G2. Off to a good start. Beast Mode blocked by Atomic, as Com will line this up on his own backboard, and the second touch will play that out to the side where Chicago's waiting. On comes JNaps, he's floated it high. Atomic to finish it, Torment right there in his way.
G2 pressure has definitely been very solid here, at least in that first offensive play that we saw from them. Still haven't gotten a shot on yet this game, but the speed is definitely there. V1 have been just able to kind of play to that G2 speed. They've been able to work around it really well. Torment almost got that one past JNaps, but JNaps recovered in time.
It does feel in a lot of ways as that one's set away by Com that we're kind of seeing shades of the old V1 that was kind of absent in the early stage of this split, and maybe they've come back at just the right time, needing to, at the very least, get to the grand finals, and maybe might have to win the grand finals to secure their spot in the major. But they've got G2 in the way, and a laser from JNaps equalizes game 1.
Yeah, a laser is right. Look at this from JNaps. Great read, great shooting as always. Anytime you see JNaps in a playoff bracket, you always have the threat of him being able to place shots perfectly with a lot of power. He does it there to equalize this game.
One thing that is noticeably absent from version 1 statistically, as Atomic tries to get around Beast Mode, easier said than done. That's a great touch out of Com. The demolitions from Com have not been there. Not just this event, but the entire split. He has not been the demo demon that he's had the reputation of, as Beast Mode couldn't get that around Atomic. And JNaps has this all day from the back line, and decent control to get around 1. And he can be downfield for Chicago now. Atomic, shot just a little high. Second touch as well off the mark, and a missed opportunity for G2.
Yeah, that was a great play from Atomic. You talk about Com, though, and V1, it feels like things have definitely shifted for this version 1 team in terms of their overall play style. Though, I mean, even going into today, Fireburner was on V1's Twitter just kind of talking about how their overall mentality has kind of shifted as well, just being more calm, not putting too much pressure on one player or another. And that teamwork, which we've seen a lot of teams start to adjust and adapt, as well as take on their own play style. Look at Gen G and FaZe. That could be something that pushes version 1 to the next level. They're gonna need everybody here today and tomorrow too if they take this series, but we're still just getting things started. Right now, it's been so close between V1 and G2. That's a little awkward for Com. Could be a chance for JNaps, but Beast Mode, a great recovery on the goal line.
Boy, he can bail you out so many times. Having Beast Mode on defense is almost like a get-out-of-jail-free card. Version 1 just used theirs. Beast Mode back the other way, and Atomic there to swap this out. But Torment collects. Now he's going indirect for himself, and JNaps got a hand up to slow him down. Com tried to steal the corner boost and get the ball. Very ambitious, and here it comes the other way. But without Atomic, and that hinders G2's attack.
The G2 is starting to gain more ground, more control. They went from not having much to any shots at the opening of this game to now sitting at 8. V1 on the other side of things is sitting at 5. G2, once JNaps got going, they said, okay, let's try to keep this offensive pressure up. V1 has been doing a good job, though, of moving around it and stopping things on the goal line. But 30 seconds remaining in regulation. One of them is going to have to break down defensively. It's just a matter of who.
Who blinks here in the final 20 seconds, if anybody? JNAPS got this through too. Calm and Beast Mode both up. Beast Mode more of a contingency plan there, and he eats a demolition for his efforts. Good 50 by Calm to send this downfield, but it's JNAPS. Full tank of boost. All the time and space in the world. The only problem is he doesn't have Atomic. Take it off the field again. Chicago with no time on the clock. Atomic tried to bring it to ground. Maybe. No. They were feeling maybe a little antsy and could not get one more touch. We go to overtime in game one. But again, Daz, missed opportunities here for G2.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting to look at this series as well from just a kind of panic standpoint. Chicago doesn't panic, though, when the ball's dropped in front of him. He'll take game one after this great assist from Atomic.
Didn't miss that one, did they? My goodness. Sometimes you look at a shot and you go, all right, how do you defend that? I mean, you get up there and Chicago just happens to be there. And boy, has he had a fantastic winter split. Another clutch goal for G2, who has not been the best team by any stretch throughout this split, and they've had their struggles, but boy, have they come up with some highlight reel and clutch moments as we look back at the Mobile One high performance replay. It started with Calm, then JNAPS with that missile to the top right, but it's Chicago, as he often does. Another clutch goal, a game winner, and G2 out to the early lead here against version 1. And boy, for V1 fans now, it's got to be sweat time, right, Daz? Because they're just, at times it feels like they've been a team waiting for something to go wrong, and something just did.
Yeah, especially in this series, V1 fans can get as wacky or as, stressed out as they want to. But the players on the field with all the eyes on them need to stay locked in, because once G2 smells blood in the water, they are going to strike. Version 1 has to keep this as close as possible and not show any weakness on the side of G2. It was a close game one there, which means that you expect adjustments coming in for Ben Temple.
And you've got two of the better guys in charge of these squads to make those adjustments. Staffy over on the G2 side. Fireburner with version 1. Torment can't slow down. JNAP's charging through the corner. Calm can catch this, though. Beast Mode can't get to the pass. JNAP's, redirect was on. Beast Mode scrambled back in time. Calm in a race with JNAP's. Wisely off to the corner. And nobody across the way. Here comes Beast Mode, though. Catch, release, and saved by Atomic. Follow-up is sent away as well.
I mean, that's a great pre-jump from Atomic. He knew exactly where Beast Mode was going with that one and guessed it perfectly as Beast Mode was trying to take his time on the execution. Calm brings it all the way around, had a chance to slot that one home, but it goes off the post.
And Torment peeled off that play. I think he was going headhunting. Not available for a rebound. Why would you expect there to be one? Calm surely slots that. And back on the other side, at least makes up for it with a ridiculous save.
I mean, he just guessed. He just jumped and guessed. He knew the shot was coming and just put a hand up. And unfortunately for him, the shot goes right to him. V1 still scrambling on the defensive end. They finally get this to midfield. But look at this control from Atomic. Going off the ceiling. He's not done yet, trying to set up more. Chicago with the shot, and Chicago with the goal. G2 in the lead.
As soon as this gets up to the ceiling, it is trouble. Calm is never going to be able to adjust to this. And then Atomic, kind of a threat for Torment to contend with as well. And another goal for G2. 3 unanswered after that opening goal from Calm in game 1. Now Reed will bring this all the way across to Atomic. JNAP's on his way back as he watches Beast Mode play that off his back line. 3v1, Beast Mode to Calm, and the pass never got there. Oh, when you've got 3v1 Daz, surely you've got to score.
This is looking rough for version 1. They've had a couple of chances. After I was even 3 here this game where they just have not been able to execute, where normally you would think, okay, this is almost a guaranteed goal. It's a very good looking opportunity. And it may come back to bite them. There's still plenty of time left on the game. 2:40 on the clock. We're hitting that halfway mark. and version 1 with the ball. Beast Mode trying to set something up, looking past Chicago, but things are starting to kind of calm down as G2 getting set in the defensive end.
I was perilously close towards the net. Calm dealt with one, and oh my goodness, he almost put one in his own net.
What is happening?
I mean, hey, at least he's an equal opportunity post hitter right now. Beast Mode. Got that corner boost. Torment avoids contact. Version 1 can try and break out here, but JNaps through the traffic again, just hindering Version 1, keeping them stuck in their own zone. Calm can't catch up to this. Beast Mode has all day. Roll one forward, and that's just going to be JNap's ball all the way as he dances around Calm. And right now, G2 look like they're almost playing with their food.
I mean, that last play, you saw Beast Mode just into the corner. Calm was in that corner. Seemed like a missed Calm. Maybe a chance here, though, for Torment. He puts a shot in, but Atomic, another great goal line save. Not letting anything through. Calm trying to find Beast Mode. He's playing it close, but Calm can do it all himself. He forces the equalizer.
So he hit the right post on the open net, but this one, hand in his face, and he plows right through Chicago. And he is trying to make up for that error earlier. Made a great goal line save on the other side, and then this to equalize game 2. But Atomic off the ensuing kickoff, blocked by Calm. Demolitions have been prevalent now in game 2. JNaps has taken a couple. I mean, he's had his head on a swivel, being chased by virtually everybody from version 1. It's kind of a miracle they've caught him a couple times. Beast Mode on, and Chicago with the save. Follow-up from Torment denied by Atomic. Here comes G2.
I mean, going back to that first goal that Calm scored, I kind of like the idea, right? G2 is expecting Beast Mode to be on the ball here, but for Calm, being able to mix things up, throwing them off target, has been something that may work to version 1's advantage, as Beast Mode has had a lot of shot opportunities this game. He's been sitting at 4, but every one of them has been blocked by G2. They have a good read on him, so V1 mixing it up, I think it's been working out well so far, but this is danger here. Chicago on the ball, Calm in a tough spot, but it still makes the save.
Oh, Beast Mode and Calm both went for that corner boost. Beast Mode took it, Torment with the save. A savior medal for him. What else is new? As Beast Mode will play to the corner. Doesn't have a whole lot of support with him, though. Calm a little too far behind the play. Now he'll come up, and Atomic will just power one out towards midfield, where JNaps is there to play it further over Beast Mode. Torment's got this, sure-handed at the back as always. Now Beast Mode underneath. Torment calling his own number to the backboard. Chicago the clear. Down to 5 seconds now in game 2. Headed for maybe another overtime unless Beast Mode has other plans.
Double.
Torment coming on. Can he finish? No. And Atomic's got that clear that should send us towards OT, and it does.
Calm tried to see if he can make a last-second play. Could not necessarily get too much control over the ball, so OT we go. But kickoff in favor of G2 as JNaps starts it off with a strong carry, getting both Beast Mode and now Torment, but that's a strong, I mean, that's really good for Torment. Pushing all the way downfield, bump on the play, demo as well. Torment couldn't get it to midfield, and now G2 with a chance for a counterattack.
And it's only Torment at the back off the respawn, and he just got there, but there's Chicago. Denied by Calm. It was maybe headed wide anyways, as Beast Mode's got to play that out, needs a second touch, doesn't have it. And this whistles wide from JNaps. Threatening to have another short overtime, but now Torment gonna go to work. Try to push it through Atomic. And now Beast Mode into the play. Corner boost available, he's stolen it away. Calm gonna take his time. Boy, they're giving him a lot of it. Calm trying to go to work, and Chicago denied him. JNaps avoids Torment's contact, but Beast Mode quickly to the wall. Calm had pre-jumped, and now it's JNaps back the other way. That was a very bold play out of V1. Now here's Calm again, and he missed high.
Oh, everything's working though for V1. They got G2 scrambling here on defense, trying to figure things out, but G2 able to set up a counterattack. Great shot from Chicago. Beast Mode with the save. Atomic playing the backboard. Who's up for it? Calm will leave it for Torment. Still no consistent pressure here from G2, but they are trying to turn things around. Really like the drive that we saw from version 1. The amount of plays and everybody getting involved there on the offensive front. You didn't know who could have been able to make a goal that could have potentially won the game. They still have more work to do, but they definitely increased their pace of play.
Oh, Torment trying to put the mechanics on display, but the shot's going to go wide off the double. Now Atomic back the other way. Only one to beat, but that one is Beast Mode. He let it go by, and Calm is there to bail him out. Now Beast Mode. Oh, a redirect might have been able to beat JNaps. Instead, no contact. Dunk is off the mark as well. And Atomic narrowly avoids Calm, so Calm's got to settle for the ball. And he does clear it out to the corner with the help of Torment.
Beast Mode, that ball's going to get away from him, so JNaps will have a touch out. Trying to get a little bit of control moving upfield. It's been a big mess in the last minute or so of overtime, where one team is really just trying to set up consistent offensive pressure. But you see G2 starting to show signs of life once again. They have been lighting up the scoring in the shooting department. JNaps with 8 in this game has been more than Atomic and Chicago combined, but they're one shot away, both of them at 7. Pressure has been there, but V1 has also been able to match it on their side too.
29 shots between these two teams and only 1 goal each. This is why shooting percentage is not the be-all and end-all stat, kids, because it is tanking in this game. Here goes Chicago. JNaps waiting. Pass doesn't get there, so Atomic's got to go to work. JNaps circling around in behind. Beast Mode with the save there. And we continue on now into the 4th minute of overtime. Sudden death here in game 2 with version 1 almost certainly calling a timeout if they concede a goal here. And G2 just wondering what might have been if they allow version 1 to tie up this series. Again, it's a long series with the best of 7 now here in the quarterfinals. Torment, after a couple defensive miscues, and Atomic kept him out. JNaps bails out G2 again. And my gosh, version 1 just can't buy a break.
I need an Atomic highlight package. Just saves only, though, because he's been making so many clutch saves in this game alone. He's got 6, and at least 3 of them have been phenomenal. Obviously, V1's been doing that on the other side as well. It's why we're still sitting here tied up 1-1 apiece. But Torment, no, a missed back read. He's going to be needed here. He can't get it, but Atomic shot is off as well. JNaps to win? No, Calm able to block that in the midfield.
Professional Rocket League players put the ball in the net challenge. Literally impossible. We continue on. JNaps up high. Atomic can't get there in time as Beast Mode clears. And this goes way down. Good dunk there to get by Chicago. So Atomic has to just hit it where they ain't. Indirect pass intended maybe for Calm, but he's too far back again, and he had to be. G2 was all over that. And Calm missed that one coming out of the corner. Torment in a spot of trouble. Only Beast Mode to stop as Calm eats a demolition on the respawn. And if that isn't karma for past sins, what is?
Ooh, touch out. JNaps trying to follow that as well. I mean, it feels like version 1 are trying to battle their way through, but the defense from G2 is that of a sentinel, not letting anything through. 5 minutes overtime. Can JNaps end it here? He gets the dunk on Torment, and Chicago will get the follow-up. G2 have version 1 with their head in their hands after that win.
Man, oh man. 18 saves out of version 1, and they still could not crack the G2 defense. And almost certainly a timeout on the way. Yes, it is for version 1. And
look at this stat.
What do you say if you're Fireburner after the, look at those numbers? What do you tell your team after that?
That's why he's the coach and I'm not. Okay, we got a timeout here as version 1 have to talk it over. Listen, I said what I said at that goal call for a reason. You looked at that camera, Beast Mode literally head in his hands down. This is not a good situation for version 1. This is actually the perfect time for them to call a timeout, because you have to be able to, for Fireburner, he's got to get them back into the game. These are 2 very close games. You got to think about how long that overtime was. It was only game 2. Version 1 are still very much in this series, but if they mentally check out, G2 will take full advantage of that. You're playing for a major spot. This is where all the lights are on. This is where you have to perform. You cannot afford to check out now. This is where all that experience comes into play. They got to be able to bring Beast Mode and the rest of the team back into it.
JNaps had 11 shots in that game. Those are just the ones that registered on target, and still only has 1 goal in the series to show for it. That 1 goal was, of course, that hot shot from the left side in game 1 that tied up that game after Calm's opening goal. But it's still G2 on top, thanks to that man, Chicago, who's added a couple. Calm at least made it close. But then in the end, just post after post, crossbar after crossbar, and then they made the save, didn't have anybody to follow it up. And it's G2 halfway to the semifinals, halfway to Championship Sunday, and dashing the hopes of version 1.
Man, 2 one-goal games, and it was just a lot of Rocket League played in that overtime. Defensive prowess, everybody has stepped up. You talked about, we were at one point 29 shots, definitely over 30 by the time the game was over. And for everyone to be able to have as many stops as they did and to play as close as they did, you can truly tell that, at least on the side of version 1, they're leaving everything out there, but they have to be able to come up with victories. They have to bring themselves back in it. They drop the timeout now. Big time game 3 here for V1. Let's see what they can give us.
After 40 shots in game 2, the players still are not ready to go for game 3. So we'll just kind of sit back here and we'll make sure everybody is ready to go for our 3rd game here on DFH Stadium. Want to make sure, of course, with the stakes being as high as they are, that everybody is on a level playing field. And man, 40 shots, 23 out of G2. And the 30 saves between the 2 squads. Here's the thing, though, for version 1, right, Daz? They've held G2 to a pretty low bar here. I mean, they come in averaging, almost 2.5 goals, talking about G2. Yeah. They've kept them down to 2 goals in 2 overtimes, 1 very short OT, 1 very long overtime. They just haven't been able to finish on their own here. And, this is not a version 1 team that's, just getting by on their defense. They've had to win a couple of shootouts. They've had to run up the score a little bit, and they've been able to in clutch situations. I mean, you go back to when they were down in the series with NRG in the group stage. They've faced adversity in this invitational, but they haven't done it here in the quarterfinals when it's easily their most important match of the split so far, maybe of the season.
Exactly. Especially, there's so many outside factors and so many other kind of theories that everyone's trying to kind of figure out about this version 1 squad. But I think right now their eyes are just locked into this particular event, making the major, moving through that. They get this. Basically, they get what is like an extra timeout here, considering the fact that, just so you guys are at home are aware, G2 called a pause. Tom's having connection issues. We'll get that figured out, get the games back on the screen soon. But this is extra time here now for version 1 to be able to really kind of discuss things and talk things over from that. The question, it comes in after this pause, will they be able to really kind of compete? I think they can. I mean, this has been as close of a series as you could ask for. Yeah. They just end up dropping that game 2, and now it's just time to reset for them.
Right. And let's say the next 2 games almost go exactly like the first 2. And let's say this turns into a sweep. Not all sweeps are created equal, right? I mean, I think people get kind of hung up on the series score and go, okay, well, I mean, G2 won the first 2 games. Clearly they're dominating, right? No, these are close games. And I think this happens a lot when a team plays very close, neck and neck with their opponent, but they don't find that crucial touch, that clutch goal that they need to ultimately take a game in a series. I mean, version 1 is not being outclassed. They were near the start of game 2. But they turned that game around. They looked like they were going to start to turn the series around. And then, unfortunate save goes off the crossbar. Nobody there to back up the play. Chicago on the doorstep again. He's got both overtime winners, 2 out of his 3 goals here in this series.
It feels like time has stopped for a lot of people watching this. Not just version 1 fans.
This doesn't help Dignitas, does it?
It doesn't help Dignitas. It doesn't help the Optic match afterwards. This is just, everything is kind of frozen right now while we wait for Atomic to get back in.
So hey, if you're just joining us, first of all, where have you been? You're late, but we forgive you. We're here in the quarterfinals, first match of the day. Must be a full moon somewhere in the world. Atomic's having just a little bit of an issue, and there is a timer running on him. So right now the players are just kind of testing things out in the lobby behind the scenes, waiting for Atomic to get back in. And G2 with this 2-0 series lead after a couple of overtimes, one over in about 12 seconds and the other went over 5. Both ended by Chicago. This is a series, of course, that version 1 has to win, and they have to do a little bit more work as well. They come in on 18 points. A win here bumps them up to 22. If they can get to the finals, they'll go to 26, which would put them past where Dignitas is right now. And then, of course, they'll wait to see what Dignitas does later today against Complexity. But version 1, at the very least, needs to reach the grand finals here this weekend, or their hopes for the San Diego Major are dashed. And of course, the winner here will get the winner of our next series between Shopify Rebellion and a red-hot Optic Gaming squad with AJ averaging 1.6 goals per game. Good luck slowing that down the way he's going.
Yeah, that'll be something that will a lot of people. I mean, I think just the matchups today that we have in terms of our quarterfinals have been kind of the most stagnant. Maybe it's just because of the scenarios that are going into it, but there doesn't seem like to be any real weakness here in the schedule, considering that teams are either fighting for major spots or it's just a really solid matchup. In terms of the V1 G2, you're getting both right now. Major implications as well as just good Rocket League. And we do have Atomic back, so we are going to be able to get this game set up real soon here.
Yeah, about 5 minutes went by, it looked like, from when they started going into the old test lobby and waiting for Atomic to get back. He is back and ready to go, so in just a moment here, we will get everybody back on the pitch on DFH Stadium and ready to go with version 1, trailing 2-0. They've just called their timeout, and so that timeout goes from being just a little extension to a big-time break. It's almost like a media timeout in basketball. So here we go. Game 3 now. Certainly just mentally a must-win for version 1 to give themselves something to build on here in this series and a chance to claw their way back against G2. But Atomic back in the lobby, and his first shot denied. Follow-up from Chicago never gets central, and we're off and running on DFH.
Atomic back in the lobby and back on the ball. And Atomic has been very good at creating chances here for G2. Maybe not necessarily in the scoring department, but if he can make things easy for JNABs and Chicago, I mean, I think they'll take that every day. The mechanics are there. The speed is there from Atomic. V1 are going to have to try to make him very uncomfortable as this goes on, because he's also been showing up defensively as well, especially in that game 2.
I mean, if your expectation is that Atomic fills up the net, you're doing it wrong. Beast Mode's double tap off the mark, and JNAPS gets a hand up to stop Calm. Chicago's in the air as well, and Atomic there to just power this away past Calm. Atomic's got 3 assists in this series. That is his role. It has been since his days on Team Envy. And boy, has he fulfilled it better than almost anybody. Torment, full tank of boost, going up after JNAPS. It goes back towards the V1 half. Chicago's there. That's probably the worst case for version 1, seeing Chicago anywhere near the ball. He's been a menace for them so far. And now Atomic has that pinball around, and Beast Mode has to sit on the ground, just collecting pennies right now, watching Chicago and Atomic get to play Rocket League.
Yeah, defense here from V1. A bit of a double commit there between Torment and Calm, but Calm able to get that down in the midfield. And you see Beast Mode on the ball, just beat out by JNAPS. When will Beast Mode awaken? Calm, though, neither here. Pre-jumps to touch. JNAPS have full control. Torment and Beast Mode just got back. So now they're going to be able to at least make some defensive stops. But for how long? Atomic putting in a lot of work to get that ball centered.
Calm's got both goals so far for version 1, and he feels like he should have 2 or 3 more. Chicago and Torment. 51 by Torment. Here goes Calm. Drop down to Beast Mode. His shot's going to be wide and controlled well by Atomic.
Tom left that ball looking for a bump on Chicago. Chicago sitting high on the back wall, but everyone's beat. Beast Mode's racing back. JNAP steals boots, going for a bump. Atomic tried to put that one on target, but couldn't. It was a great play set up there by G2, but they just missed the mark.
G2 circling around here, but still cannot get through the V1 defense, hanging on by a thread at times. JNAP's now given free rein to the back wall. Chicago back out to Atomic. They called on Atomic to score, but he's stopped by Calm. Second touch to center, and JNAPS gets back in time. G2 looked like they could have been caught out there on another day, but not this day, where everything seems to be going their way for the most part. Beast Mode tried to take it himself. Got a double lined up, and he'll score. There goes Beast Mode, his first of the series.
There he is. Beast Mode stepping up, Calm with the threat of the demo, forcing JNAPS up early. Gave Beast Mode the space to play around him. Double tap hits. V1 on the board. 2 minutes to go.
Can they hold this lead? JNAP center to Atomic. We may find the answer out real quick. Beast Mode gets launched into the air by JNAPS. Chicago double on the mark, and JNAPS will hammer it home.
It all starts when JNAPS takes Beast Mode out with the bump. Calm in trouble, he's flailing around. Chicago doesn't need to score it. He just needs to put it middle, and JNAPS, who starts to play, finishes it as well. They strike back in 10 seconds.
Well then, Atomic gonna chase this down, give Torment something to think about. V1 has a lot to think about right now, and they don't have any time to think about it, as Beast Mode's playing this to his own corner. Calm's got to be sure-handed here with Atomic bearing down on him. And Beast Mode right at Chicago. Here comes Torment. V1 starting to push forward again. With Beast Mode way at the back, he can launch downfield again, but nobody's down there. Tough ball in the corner for Atomic, made it look easy. Now Torment for Beast Mode, couldn't get in Chicago's way. G2 looking to, again, break version 1's precious little hearts. JNAPS on target save. Follow-up is floating on target, and Torment saved it.
Final minute. That's not the best touch. JNAPS almost had that one lined up. Good on Beast Mode to get there in time. Torment has to chase that one down. Does get there, but right now G2, everything working in their favor. Chicago tries to take out Beast Mode, but it sails across. Can version 1 do something with this ball in midfield? The answer is no. JNAPS immediately takes it up and pushes it into their own back end, and now we may see version 1 have to survive another onslaught of offense from G2. They finally get some space though, as Beast Mode sets it up for Torment. Torment puts it on, and it's in! Version 1 with the lead!
Torment without a goal or assist in this series until this little touch past JNAPS, and the lead for version 1. First time they've scored more than 1 goal in any game in this series. Is it finally their time? Beast Mode looking for more, would surely put it away. Chicago the initial save, Atomic to come help out as well. Down to 20 seconds. G2 have had an answer every time so far, but nah, not this time, as Atomic and JNAPS couldn't quite get on the same page. And V1 trying to milk the clock for all it's worth. Big clear downfield, Torment sends it right back. Atomic's got to go the distance with G2, and Beast Mode says, no thank you. We go to game 4 with version 1 finally on the board.
It feels like it's been about 4 games of Rocket League at this point. Version 1 taking this one. Great assist from Beast Mode to Torment. Beast Mode kind of taking this game into his own hands, but definitely had help there. Even Calm doesn't get an assist on that first goal Beast Mode scored, but when you look back at it, G2 striking back 10 seconds after definitely would cause for concern, but version 1 did not let that shake their resolve. And Torment with the lightest touch over JNAPS as well. You go to see it right here, right at that 30-second mark over his head top. Now, version 1 are in the conversation. Can they claw their way back into a series where they've been playing so much Rocket League? You start to wonder if maybe if we get a couple more overtimes, will fatigue start to set in here? And G2 still with a tactical timeout here. Game 4 getting started. Who's going to come out on top?
Utopia, the backdrop for the V1 comeback effort now, trying to tie up this series. And they're on the right foot early on here. But again, it's a marathon, certainly not a sprint. Torment waiting for Chicago to try and play past him. Now JNaps, nothing doing there. Atomic center. There's a decent one, but Beast Mode got a hand on it. Now Calm will take over from the midfield. Calm's got Torment to his right. Can't utilize him as JNaps will get the clear, and here comes G2.
Here comes G2 as well. We see Atomic in the air. You got to be a little careful. They respect, but they also challenge him on the blue side. He's slowing down, though. G2 taking this one off the side while you see Chicago. Good 50 against Torment. But Torment picks this one up. Torment also, mechanically, has been doing a good job of getting the ball down the field. Lots of great air dribbles. He's been able to get it past a couple of G2 defenders almost multiple times. And, of course, he was able to score a big-time goal in the game. This time he gets caught out, though, and Calm has to race back.
Well, Calm had to respect Atomic, who just opted for the boost steal. Now JNaps, hard out of the corner. Nobody there to receive. Instead, it's Torment. Only as far as Chicago. Double commit between Torment and Calm. That puts Beast Mode in an awkward spot, but he's up early to challenge Atomic. And that's well done by V1. Great recovery that prevents G2 from pouring the pressure on initially. JNaps still going to have a go. Chicago there as well, but Calm there first. And Chicago's look into the V1 end is short-lived.
Oh, flip reset from Atomic. JNaps with the shot. Oh, great goal line save from Torment. Counterattack from G2 can be sharp as a knife. But we're going the other way. Torment leaves it for Beast Mode. Beast Mode! He gets the second touch, and it goes in.
After this touch goes to the backboard, I figured that Atomic had it all the way, but he misses it. And a very rare misread out of Atomic. And Beast Mode made that look a little more interesting than it had to be, but they will take it. A 1-0 lead. V1 scored first 3 out of the first 4 games of this series. As Atomic continues on. Torment wrapping around, that's high off the backboard. Calm can't put it home. Torment on target, still denied by Chicago.
Oh, Calm, good control. JNaps, great first touch to pick this up. Pinches it off the ceiling, gets it past. Oh, Beast Mode got bumped by Atomic, but still was able to get a piece of that. Cannot count G2 out of this game just yet. Sure, they've been down a couple in a row, but you can see the threat. JNaps almost in. Chicago tried to pick it up as well, but it goes off to the side. G2 have been so close. They've been able to get past V1's defense, but when it comes to the final shot, they've been missing the mark.
Torment and Chicago with another 50. Been a treat to watch those two go head-to-head in this series. You got one of the better strikers in the league in Chicago, one of the better defenders that we've ever seen in Torment. And every game so far in this series, 2 overtimes and 1 in regulation, 2-1 scoreline. There goes Beast Mode around JNaps. Calm streaking down the middle. Chicago's got to play it off to the side. Atomic is tracking, and he will play this right back around Calm. That's well done again by Atomic, and the G2 defense not panicking.
And good on version 1 as well. Torment was last back there and was able to slow down Atomic as well, so Beast Mode could come in and make that stop. Version 1 trying not to give too much ground here. You have to be careful because Chicago, you see him put that shot on. Beast Mode in position, but he's just a few too far forward. That it's an equalized scoreline. Version 1 have to play strong defense against a team with strong offense for 1 minute.
Version 1 has their hands full, stopping G2 from centering the ball. They don't need their own teammates doing it, and V1 have done that a couple of times, playing that ball right out into the center, and Chicago can't pop this back on target. Another missed opportunity for G2. Here goes Calm with Torment to his right. He's up the wall for this, just around Atomic, waterfall down, and well handled by JNap. It's been a tough backboard defense from G2. They've kind of missed a couple, but have only been punished once. Now Calm. Try to waste some time here, but he played it right at JNap. Chicago coming on. Has he done it again? No, Beast Mode with yet another critical save.
Man, version 1 becoming a defensive wall at this point, and you know everyone with eyes on the clock. 15 seconds left, and G2 still have a chance to tie this game up.
We've got another 1-goal differential brewing here. If V1 can hang on, Calm trying to bring it to ground. JNAPS able to stay in the air, but he couldn't get under this ball, so it's just deflected away by Torment, and V1's got the first shutout of the series.
And they're back in it. You saw Calm screaming. Momentum is starting to go into their favor. What are G2 gonna do after this performance? I'll tell you what they're gonna do. They're gonna take a timeout here to try to settle things down. They've lost 2 straight now, and now they have to talk it over.
And this is just the way we like it, right? 2-all the timeouts are burned. Something big is going to happen in game 5, and neither of these teams are going to have a timeout to recover from it. We're going to see how either side addresses adversity, especially on the version 1 side, because look, they still have all the pressure. G2 is already qualified for the major. At best, they're looking for seeding, if that. They've got money and overall points to play for. So for V1, this timeout just as valuable for them, because for all the great defense we've seen, and we have seen great defense, you go back to 18 saves in that long overtime, only having to make 4 in the next game, and to make 7 this last time out. They're still giving G2 maybe a few more opportunities than they'd like, and I wonder if Fireburner is able to kind of get them calmed down after what has been a very tense couple of games.
I mean, you talk about G2 playing for seeding, but I mean, that's what is a big deal here. Also, you got to think, going into the major, teams want to be in the best group possible. We've been talking about it, the kind of groups, how the groups lead into the bracket. Some groups are stronger than others. You can look for yourself.
Yeah.
So the seeding conversation is still something that all the teams still in this tournament, GG, FaZe, G2, all are playing for that. Teams are playing into the major. Teams are trying to play for the best possible group they can get. So it's one of the reasons why I wouldn't expect anyone to think G2 would be a slouch here, because the major, I mean, we played these regional events to qualify for it, but it's about getting there and doing the best you possibly can. And you want to be able to go into it in a good group to be able to get that start going into bracket play, making things as comfortable as you can. So, I mean, G2, as they get out of this timeout, they're going to try to figure out what they can do as well. A lot of people are thinking this should be G2 to the finals, but version 1 say, hold on, we are here and we are going to make you earn that spot.
All those yellow eggs were the Dignitas fans hoping that G2 can turn things around here and take version 1 off the board. As Beast Mode will get onto this. Torment's there as well. Full team effort trying to get to just the center line for V1. And now they got to scramble back. Atomic trying to get a double kill. Only got 1, and the second was Beast Mode, who just made the save and denied G2 an early goal coming out of the timeout.
Beast Mode on the ball now. Good demo. Wanted to get around the ball, but got 1 touch too many. So now just takes it around the field. JNAPS with a bump to try to buy some space here for Atomic. It's a scrappy game, and we're just getting it started.
JNAPS with not a lot of support on this play, and V1 recognizes that. They go right after him, and it's Calm now, trying to save it for Beast Mode. Now Torment at least played this further, but Atomic has it all the way. Tough first touch to get back to, but he's got it, and what a read by Calm. It does fall to Chicago, who bullies his way through, and I think he got through Calm there.
Yeah, I mean, well, Calm initially here is on the play, ball in the hood.
Yep.
It's Beast Mode. They got the same decal. It's okay. Chicago, though, low 50s that passed them to set the tone. Now version 1 racing against the clock. Plenty of time for them to get back into this game, but G2 forced their way into the lead.
So Chicago gets his 4th goal, give Atomic his 4th assist. Still yet to score in this series, but again, he hasn't really needed to. Beast Mode with Calm chasing JNAPS into the net. JNAPS avoids him, as he's had to do so often in this series. Now Chicago, a lot of pace behind that to the back wall, but Atomic wasn't there for it. He was demolished. And then Calm made a demo himself. Now JNAPS couldn't get to this. Beast Mode perilously close to the mark, forces Atomic on his way back. Torment, backboard, nobody home, so Chicago can clear it away. Calm gonna loop around on one, but Jnaps avoids him and makes the clear again.
Yeah, Calm has G2.
Oh, Torment!
Whoa.
Just a little wide.
Calm's had G2 jumping though. He's looking for as many demos as he can. As this one has definitely been physical, but that's 2 big misses, and Chicago will clean it up. 2-goal lead for G2.
2 people go, I got it at the same time, and then they both go, okay, you got it right at the same time. End result, nobody's got it. Chicago's got it with his 5th goal and a 2-0 lead. This is the biggest lead anybody's had in this series.
And with so much time left in game as well. Beast Mode.
I have this.
Oh, he's got it! Beast Mode brings it back within 1. Quick response for V1.
It's a cheat code sometimes, you know? It's rubber band AI. You're never out of it when Beast Mode's on the pitch, and he's got him right back in it here inside 3 minutes. And now Calm quickly to the back wall. Jnaps slowed him down. Beast Mode on target, and Jnaps stopped that too.
Can Torment recover this? He does. Plays it high though. Atomic stayed on that sidewall and will carry it back into midfield. Does he have more? He has a little bit of boost. We'll play it all the way into the back wall here for G2 to set things up, but G2 did have the highest lead, but now they have completely given it away, and version 1 tie up the game. What happened here?
What happened here was G2 was getting a little bored. They're like, yeah, no. Let's make this actually a game. I guess version 1 has taken this right back at the halfway mark. What do you got? About 2 goals, a minute and change apart after Chicago looked like he was going to take this series over. Instead, giving it right back to version 1. Jnaps playing this one high across. Atomic try to drop it out to Chicago, maybe a little too strong as he couldn't get his momentum forward. And then Jnaps never had a chance here. Torment with Calm downfield. Chicago's got to have it. He does. He's going to burn all his boost trying to keep this available. And Calm just pumps the brakes. Jnaps having none of it.
Now can version 1 kind of build on this momentum? They've gotten 2 back-to-back here. Success has been on offense. G2 has looked a little shaky, oddly enough. And what was once a very kind of physical game has started to shift directions as both teams just trying to get that semblance of offensive control again. Been a lot of miscommunications here as well, but it feels like everybody's started to reset.
Everybody's got to send the message. Quit being so friendly and polite. Y'all are opponents, enemies, supposed to hate each other, do something. All knotted up at 2. Both teams have been actually very comfortable on the defensive end. There's a demo from Chicago. And Atomic will lob this in Torment's direction. Boy, another dangerous ball thrown across. I'm going to tell you, Daz, I think version 1 has done a better job centering the ball than G2 has.
Yeah, you saw Torment hand on his head with that one because Chicago's right there. Calm is in a position. You see Calm died for it, but I don't think the ball should have ever went towards him in the first place.
Well, Chicago gets some help from his friends across the way. Beast Mode trying to get that goal right back. He can't. And now it is kind of panic stations for version 1. In danger of facing match point now. Chicago has to play this back to his own back line. Beast Mode waiting, and Atomic. Oh, what a quick read. I mean, Beast Mode has that all lined up all day, and Atomic still swoops in to take it away. Now Chicago just trying to waste some time. Has he wasted enough? Torment trying to get the dunk. Not happening. Beast Mode got to be quick, and he is around Chicago. And Chicago still manages to get to this. Again, Calm was way back, and he's got to play this from in front of the box. Torment got a chance. Got to bring this back central. Calm is there, but so too is Jnaps. And the final countdown now in game 5. Almost on the mark. Bank not quite open. Torment down in front, and he scores!
No way! This one looked like a pipe dream. Beast Mode sets it up. Torment had less than 10 boost. Got around the ball, put it in, and we are still playing here on Wasteland.
This game makes absolutely no sense. 1 second, no seconds. Overtime again for the third time in this series. Uh-oh, and it could end quickly again. Chicago has both overtime winners for G2. And he's on the ball again, but only for a moment. Calm now with Torment. Gonna take over. Beast mode in behind him. Torment dropped down for Calm, not there. And Chicago couldn't get the corner boost. It was taken instead by Torment, so he can rush back and help out Beast mode and Calm on this defensive stand. He's gonna need that boost because here comes Reed, and it's Calm in from the back to make the stop.
A lot of questions of how or why in terms of goal scored in this series, but not enough time to be able to answer all of them as the action still continues on. Oh, Calm chased down by JNaps, but was able to put a shot. Also gets a big demo on the play. Looking for a bump on JNaps as well, but Beast Mode has the ball on the completely other end of the field and has to go the distance. Torment, he's pushing up on the side. He's up in the air for this. Atomic, though, able to get the read. Calm in a tough spot between two G2 members, but will make it out of that with at least a 50. It's been shaky, though, on both ends of the field.
I think they were gearing up for a big shot, and the follow-up never came from G2 there, so Beast Mode had jumped early and then realized he had to recover, so they couldn't get a powerful clear. That allows G2 to stay on the attack. Atomic, it's off. Beast Mode kept it out. Daddy still does. It was 99% across, but G2 are denied a game winner on Wasteland.
Oh my God. How has version 1 stayed in this game? I don't understand it.
Houdini.
I really don't understand it. From the 0-second goal, even to now, at this point, I don't.
Maybe it's destiny. There might be something to it here as Beast Mode brings us to the backboard. Oh, imagine if version 1 can eke out a win after all that. After all the momentum and everything statistically and historically seems to be against them in this series. Calm's got to give way to Beast Mode. I thought Calm was going to center that one too. This time he stops Atomic, and Chicago twirling through. He's not going to get back onto this, so Beast Mode can lob it up. Calm can take over, and JNaps is there to say no.
50's coming out. Atomic pops that one in the air. And Beast Mode, though, will try to pick it up. A couple of chain dashes, but couldn't necessarily get the touch. Now JNaps with the carry. He's got Chicago in the wing. JNaps gets it past one. Calm. Oh, close save. He got the follow-up off the post touch. I mean, it may be magic that's keeping version 1 in this one, but the overtime continues on, and we're hitting that 3-minute mark, and we played a lot of Rocket League, and it's starting to show here from what we've been seeing on the field.
Calm has hit so many posts on either end of the field, he's actually going to have a postcard. It is JNaps to try and play this off the feed from Atomic, and he's just going down looking for boost and bumps and demos. He's going to circle back around. Beast Mode had that go over his head. Opportunity again for G2, but is cut out by Calm. Another lengthy overtime here has come to a close with JNaps getting the steal and the game winner and a 3-2 series lead.
Calm tries to go for a flip reset, tries to turn it into a dunk. Beast Mode is right under him, and JNaps takes the ball, pushes it into the net. There's no one home. And G2 put the series on match point. Finally.
Every single game so far, just one goal the difference. A third overtime in a row for G2. After they took the first 2, now they take game 5. Yeah, all of G2's wins have been overtime winners. That's the key, right? As we look back at the Mobile 1 high performance replay, V1 just, it used to be don't take G2 to game 5. Now it's don't take them to overtime. Now they need to take them to Champions Field if they want to have a shot at the San Diego Major.
I threw the notebook out after that game because the way
I just got a bunch of scribbles on it.
The way that version 1 was able to stay alive offensively and defensively was so uncharacteristic from just them, but also on the side of G2, that we're here in game 6. And even though G2 won that, version 1 are playing with their major spot on the line, We talk about the pressure that these teams go through. They've got to break through that if they want to have a chance at San Diego, but G2 is shutting the door. Chicago scores first.
The numbers just keep piling up. And it's almost like Chicago and Atomic are joined at the hip. 7 goals for Chicago, 7 assists now for Atomic. And the hits just keep on coming. How does V1 recover this time? It'll start with Calm. Double tap? No, it's Atomic in the way. And the demolition on Beast Mode will certainly not help version 1. Torment's got to come in and try to create. He's been able to in this series, and he almost did there with Calm waiting on the doorstep. Beast Mode was back in the play, but couldn't quite get up in time. That bump from Calm could help, but a double commit from Beast Mode and Torment. Can Beast Mode still score? No, but Calm can. He's inevitable, and we're tied.
Look at this, Beast Mode. Great replays it off the ceiling. The extra follow-up, Atomic just didn't stand a chance there. And Calm able to clean that play all up. Will we see another potential Beast Mode awakening on Neo Tokyo Stacks? We've seen it before. It was a long time ago. And he may be needed here with version 1's back against the wall.
Well, Calm couldn't get around Atomic, but Torment can. Calm still down there, and JNAP's quickly recognizing the threat. Able to cut it out. Chicago got a piece of that high bouncer. And Atomic is there just ahead of Calm, almost like he baited him in for that challenge. Now Chicago's shot will find the mark again. It does not have to have a lot of pace. It just has to be on the mark. And Chicago's got another from Atomic.
It's a great dunk, but also you see Atomic there as well. After he sets up Chicago initially, he gets that extra bump on Torment, making the save that much harder and making the shot that much easier for Chicago. Big time setup for Atomic in that goal.
Atomic has that out central, but Calm will take it away, and that's a great stop by the G2 defense. They almost had him bracketed. One behind, one in front. And now Torment's got to try and clear this away. Atomic near the mark. Ooh. And with Chicago coming in on the weak side, danger was brewing, but V1 weathers the storm. This goes harmlessly the other way, and a quick pinch back downfield. G2 really trying to put the pressure on.
God.
And after all that, Torment just goes right between the eyes.
He's able to read it. The reaction, the initial pitch, this one goes midfield, and Torment is there to bring V1 back in it. Here we go.
You somehow have to be quicker than that. It looked like G2 was just zipping the ball around the field, and V1 was going to have a tough time catching up. No, Torment with the time stone just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Now Beast Mode gave that away to JNAPS. 2-on-1 the other way. Calm coming in to help out. That certainly assists Torment and takes a big load off his shoulders. Beast Mode, where's he going? Right at Chicago, and it doesn't end well for him. Could end very well for G2 with JNAPS trying to bully his way through traffic. And they add another obstacle for version 1 to overcome. Where's Beast Mode going to finally awaken? He's around 1, couldn't get through JNAPS.
Chicago on the ball now, bringing things upfield for G2, only just to be cut out by Torment. JNAPS with this one on the hood gets it over 1, tries to get it over 2, past Chicago, so now here's Atomic. Danger here, forces 2 up there, as they all know the threat of Atomic. Time ticking down. G2 with just a little bit of finesse trying to make that version 1 defense awkward, but V1 stand tall. Torment tried to put a quick shot on, but JNAPS was there.
Calm indirect for Beast Mode. That's good teamwork, getting back deep into the zone. Beast Mode served it up for Calm through some defensive contact, but nothing brewing for version 1 anymore. Here comes G2 and JNAPS with that corner boost up for grabs, and that could be real scary now for V1. They are playing with fire and almost asking to get burned. Chicago almost got dunked on by Beast Mode. JNAPS has this to the side. They are going to escape relatively unscathed. Torment, with Beast Mode getting that full tank of boost, had to put the brakes on. So it's Calm that has to take over from Torment. And a lot of hesitation here. Beast Mode will take his shot, but JNAPS just got a piece.
Then very hesitant on the side of version 1. A little slow. Obviously, no one wants to make a mistake that could close the door on their major hopes. But they got to score if they want to force that game 7. Someone has to take that extra step. Final minute in game 6, and we're all tied up.
Beast Mode camping the midfield boost. Waiting for his moment. Torment shot denied by JNaps. Follow up now from Beast Mode. Up high. And Torment bouncer saved by Chicago. Little role reversal. Chicago making the save on one of the better goalies in the league.
Beast Mode got a little bump out. Calm. What's he going to do with this one? Good control. Plays it to the low 50. It bounces up high. No one's able to read it. Torment to the top right. Top right. Tommy strikes. V1 in the lead with 30 seconds to go.
Oh my goodness. The chaos in front. In the last 10 matches, V1 has only gone to game 7 one time with G2. They won that series. Could we see a little bit more here? Beast Mode stops JNaps. Torment back the other way. More time burning off the clock. Palm's gonna bring this all the way to the back wall, and they'll time that perfectly to send it right back out, but there's no possession. So they've invited G2 to have one more look at an equalizer.
Oh, dangerous.
What else could happen here in this series? Chicago can't keep it in the air, and we will go to Champions Field on a snowy Saturday.
Version 1, to keep the major hopes alive, are going the distance. Version 1 fans are used to this already.
This is another day in the life.
No timeouts, no room for error. You just have to win in 5 minutes of Rocket League against a G2 monster, because they have looked like that this series. They've been very threatening on offense. Chicago's been hitting the marks. He's not Reece Simmons today, he's Reed Curry. JNaps has also been a threat as well. And of course, Atomic's just Atomic. This is a true test of version 1's mettle. They win this one, they're going to be put in a great spot moving forward in the tournament.
Version 1 going the distance. Look, Lawler and Supersonic probably knew better. They were probably multitasking and not even paying attention for the first 5 games of this series. They knew it would come down to this point here. Champions Field for version 1 to keep their hopes alive and advance to Championship Sunday and apply a little more pressure to Dignitas later today. Here we go.
How do you perform when the lights are on and everyone's watching? Version 1 gets to answer that question. All the pressure on them. Can they continue to make a run here in the Winter Invitational?
Something's got to give here, right? As Torment couldn't quite get to that. It bounced way up. Now Atomic has brought that central, but Chicago is right there for it. Now Chicago trying to bank around. Torment just made the save. Follow-up is saved by Beast Mode. And version 1 hold the line. Again, a 5-match win streak for G2 over version 1 on the line here. And version 1 7-0 with this trio in game 7. Something has to change, surely. Torment for Calm up ahead, intercepted by Chicago. Atomic's there looking for his first goal of the series. Instead, he should have had another assist, but JNaps couldn't line it up.
Expect the unexpected in both good and bad. Torment makes that save, but you saw Beast Mode look like it was going to be a routine effort for him. Missed, and even JNaps was thrown off by that. When the nerves get to you, sometimes you either see mistakes, other times you'll see magic. What will we get here as game 7 continues?
One of the biggest reasons that version 1 has had success in late series like there's long series like this, they've got something G2 doesn't. A world champion and a world championship MVP at that. And he's right behind Beast Mode right now, coming up, creeping up to challenge Chicago. He's played this into the corner. Calm with the demo behind the play, takes out Chicago. Might be the only way he was going to get back on defense, and he's there in case JNaps needed help. He still might. So Chicago up the ladder to clear this out, and back and forth we go.
Version 1 trying to maintain the pace. Good boost steals Torment. Gets demoed though by JNaps, who will turn on this ball after picking up the mid boost. JNaps hasn't had too many shot opportunities. We saw the game one laser from him, but not been too threatening in the shooting department since then. Will this be the game where he decides to awaken and become the true marksman he is? Beast mode there to stop the shot. Chicago's follow-up is blocked out as well.
All right, beast mode read that play beautifully. At the halfway mark, who's gonna give? JNaps got it through! Two-time world finalist comes up big again for his 4th goal.
Takes the ball, plays it low. Torment's expecting a high pop. JNaps sinks it right under him. Cue the countdown. Version 1, 2:22. They got to get back in this game. They don't got a lot of time to do it.
Version 1 has faced every challenge G2 has thrown their way and, for the most part, answered back. Calm trying to do just that, but Chicago in the way, and JNaps deletes beast mode.
Oh,
This is close. Beast mode's got to have it, and he does off the respawn, but Atomic stole his boost away. So now JNaps to center. Not having it is Torment. And Calm, with Torment getting that demolition, makes that clearance a lot easier. Atomic bringing this back. This could be trouble if Chicago doesn't have it, but he does. And Torment can only slow it down in midfield. He needs to buy his teammates time. And he's bought as much as he can. Calm on target and saved away by Naps.
Oh man, this is still so concerning on that Torment touch. The only reason he is up there for so long is because Beast Mode tried to pre-jump out of nowhere, completely removed himself out the play. Beast Mode's here again, but V1 have to remain composed here in this moment. Sure, you're down. Sure, you have to force the effort. But if you take yourself out and put your team in a worse spot, it could only mean danger. Beast Mode, though, putting the danger on the offense. Chance here for Torment, but he's too slow. JNaps gets to the ball first. Back into the midfield as Atomic will clear it away. And V1 need to apply the pressure. Time is not on their side as we approach the final minute. But Calm does it all himself. Insane goal to bring V1 back.
My gosh, indirect for himself, no problem, no pressure. Calm with 1:04 to go, saves version 1 again. His 5th goal, 13th on the weekend, and Beast Mode comes alive with a kickoff goal, and they've turned this series on its head.
What? Kickoff, Beast Mode with the soft cheat, catches Chicago and JNaps out. Now all V1 got to do is hold on. They've completely flipped the script, and they've got the momentum.
All 3 wins for G2 in this series have come in overtime. Version 1 have only won in regulation, and we may be headed to another OT. Atomic picked a fine time to score his first goal of the day.
JNaps is nasty. Off the kickoff, gets it past 2 with the low 50 and into the flick over. That is extra work JNaps has been putting in this game to keep G2 in it.
G2 again trying to extinguish the flame of hope for version 1. Make it 6 in a row against V1 in the RLCS. And no, Beast Mode coming across. Atomic looked like he had it lined up. But I would have loved to see what would happen if Beast Mode didn't jump in front. Now he's got to range back and slow this down. Chicago for JNaps, and Torment got a piece. Follow-up is saved by Beast Mode. Oh, the saves coming in left, right, and center now for version 1. But they do weather the storm. They do get back onto the orange half. But for how much longer? Overtime is looming here on Champions Field. It could not get any more tense for V1. And for Atomic, the bank is open with 5 seconds left.
Are you kidding me? Look at Atomic dance around V1. Magic on the side of G2. They got 5 seconds to hold on.
He didn't score a goal for about 45 minutes. And in the last 2, he scored him in the final minute. Beast Mode, length of the field needed. Version 1, hanging on for dear life to any sliver of hope. Beast Mode, full tank of boost. Got plenty. Oh, it's coming down though. He's gonna get to the ground and he can't in time. G2 takes down V1.
My goodness, G2. Yeah, there's the sigh of relief.
Yeah, there you go. Lean back and smile. Take a big old sigh of relief. G2, yet again, moving on to Championship Sunday. And I'm sure Safety will tell you, I had it all the way.
Okay. The way that G2, I mean, JNAB's Atomic, especially in that game 7, so clutch. JNAB's initially to start things off with the goal scoring. A lot of people were expecting him to really have the shot placement, but instead he did something completely different. Again, playing that low ball game, as well as being able to set up the assist, and then Atomic at the end. That is the Atomic you know and you love. I know Bates is screaming after that one. So well done from G2. Obviously, heartbreaking defeat there for version 1, but they played it down to the final clock. And I mean, when you lose a series like that, Stacks, hopefully we see more of them in the spring. But right now, G2 are just on top.
G2 go on to Championship Sunday. Version 1 ends their campaign on 18 points. And coming up next, we'll see if the Cinderella story continues for either Optic Gaming or Shopify Rebellion. Another quarterfinal with huge major implications on the way after this.
You can save an average of 2 times more with our smart savings tools. For everything we want, we're all better off with an ally.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple. But you said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire right clear this way. Let me go with the man. Picked up the steam. It's still there for 2 minutes. He scored.
Shaping up to be the game Carmi Court needed. Astral also coming off the ceiling. Oh! He's on a different plane! What was that? He's not real!
I really like the adjustment from Nolly.
Oh! Yeah, me too, Johnny.
I really like how Nolly's looking. 1-0 Gen G. He's looking real good after that.
I would love to see the stats from who has been picking up those pads a little bit more. We'll have to wait and find out, because Tad, he's got some ideas of his own. Composure from straight Canadian. And
G2 Esports squeak out a tough 7-game series against Version 1 in their first quarterfinal of the North American Winter Invitational. You know we got to talk to one of the boys from G2, so we've got Coach Sathu to break it all down. Sathu, welcome to the broadcast, my friend. You made it out alive. You came in here, you said you were a little flustered.
Yeah, after any 7-game series like that, especially when it nears OT and it looks like it's going to go into OT, you're always kind of flustered. So
yeah, no, definitely. Before we talk about Version 1, because I definitely want to talk about that, let's talk about your group stage. You guys went through Space Station, Ghost, and Furia. When you guys saw this group, obviously you topped Group C into this quarterfinal, but what were your expectations going into this group? That's a pretty tough group on paper.
Well, we knew it was a tough group, but we also knew we fully had the capability to top it. We knew Furia, hasn't been playing as well recently, and we knew we had the advantage over SSG as of recent in scrims and then in tournament as well. So we were pretty confident going into it. We obviously fell short against Furia, but we bounced back really hard against SSG. And then fortunately Ghost went huge against Furia for us and allowed us to finish top of the group. So we were really happy with that and definitely got a little fortunate, but we're extremely excited that it was another top of the group.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes, and you guys certainly benefit from that, and that led you to what we had just a moment ago, that 7-game series against Version 1. You guys haven't lost to Version 1 since February of 2022. Why do you guys think you have this amount of consistency against Version 1?
Well, we'd gone through actually a pretty long streak of losing to them, and it just probably took, quite a bit of just looking over them individually as a team, a lot of sessions as a team. And we think we have their play style pretty figured out. We know they were trying a new one this split, but I don't think it's still as refined as they want it to be. So it didn't really, kind of impact the series as much as they probably wanted. But I think we've just had them figured out for a while through review and everything.
Well, speaking of, figuring things out, I think a lot of teams that were considered regulars for majors or regulars for being the top of North America and even Europe are struggling this split in this season. What's your take as a coach here for a team that's been, very consistent in North America on the current climate of competition here in RLCS?
Yeah, I think always make sure you have your foundation set and make sure that your team is abiding by it, and really don't let complacency kind of get in and let little issues or little negative tendencies that players may be doing kind of go under the rug and be swept under the rug. Always call stuff out.
Yeah, you got to get it figured out. You got to have that base strong. Sathu, thanks for coming on, G2. Moving on to the semifinals once again, looking good here. We're going to send it back to the desk and they can bring it down.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, that was quite an intense match of specs. You saw Sathu smiling, but I feel like that was just because of the immense amount of relief that came out at the end.
Yeah, this is a G2 team that, they've had a lot of people kind of questioning them. Are they still the kings of NA? Obviously Gen G has a lot to say about that, but can they get back to that point? And I think they're starting to prove that, yes, indeed they can. They've had a lot of things go against them here this weekend, but still, they are the team to beat on this half of the bracket.
But man, oh man, just poor Version 1. This was a close series going back and forth. Some insane saves out of Version 1, which we expect kind of. But then G2 just came alive at the last minute of Game 7. G2, we talk about them a lot. Game 7s haven't been going their way, but that's 2 in a row now that they have won. So G2 is starting to right that ship, but they're looking for their first grand finals as well of the entire year, not just the split. So G2 really wants to prove that they're one of the major players when it comes to the winter major.
And especially on a team that doesn't lose in Game 7. So a good win for them. And that will move them on into the semifinals. V1 out now, Gibbs. Let's get a bit of an update on what these teams are looking at in this bracket.
So if you're a Dignitas fan, you are super excited because Version 1 was that main competitor. Now Dignitas only has to win versus Complexity, or the winner of this next series has to win the entire tournament. So if those two things, either one of those will happen, then we have Dignitas in. So that they want to see who wins here, but they're not too worried about that. They'll worry about their match versus Complexity, but they can clinch today, or if Optic or Rebellion don't win the entire tournament. So Dignitas looking fantastic.
Yeah, this is huge for them. They're definitely sitting a little more comfortable. Still probably stressed, but
Yeah.
They'll have to sit stressed a bit longer because we have a match before them. Of course, it's Optic Gaming facing off against Shopify Rebellion. Both of these teams, as Gibbs just mentioned, Stacks, are looking to make that deep run. This is going to be a very tough day for both teams, and it starts here.
What is this? The top 16 invitational qualifier back from the fall? Like how? Why are we watching these two teams? Because they've had outstanding winter invitationals, especially Optic Gaming. AJ has come alive. Like I know he had scored a few goals. I didn't realize he was actually averaging 1.64, 18 goals in 11 games. Reynolds is just farming assists because literally all he has to do is put the ball anywhere near AJ, and it's just an automatic goal. It's wild what OG's doing right now.
Oh, it's insane what AJ's doing, because that's number 1 goals per game, of course, in the tournament. Number 2, though, is First Killer and Chronic. They're tied at 1 goal per game. That's how far ahead AJ is right now. He could not even play today. He'll still probably be number 1 in goals per game by the end of this tournament. It was absolutely insane. He was shooting 38% as well. Like, Optic has finally found it. But we have 2 teams we haven't seen a lot throughout weekends. In fall, they combined for 3 top 8s between these 2 teams. That was 2 for Optic. But now is the time when you have to make these moments count. You have to make that magical run to have any shot. And Optic, like after their 3-0 group performance, they look like they could possibly do it, especially after watching that V1 G2 series. That wasn't a pretty series at times. So I think there is a chance to make a grand finals push here. But it all starts here in these big time moments for both these teams that haven't been here for a while.
See the focus on both teams. You know, sometimes we'll see teams joking around and having fun, but there's some real focus because they know what's on the line right now. If you guys want to get involved, you're already doing it. Hashtags in the chat, OG for Optic Gaming. And I actually missed I think it was SR, but you guys are all going OG right now anyway, so it's not like you'd listen to what that is. But yeah, Optic Gaming, Rebellion, both focused in on this matchup, Stacks. Do you feel like maybe a bit more of a light atmosphere would help, or do you think the focus is something both teams need? Or what's your thoughts on how they should approach this?
I think both teams need to understand the enormity of the situation. Yes, they're a long shot, but you got to play to your outs. I mean, when you look at Direct's scenarios for Optic to make the major, the list was like this big for them. They needed all those sorts of results to go their way, and so far they have. Same for Shopify Rebellion. Boy, with AJ getting as many goals as he's scored so far, I can't imagine he slows down at all. He is a man on a mission. He seems bound and determined to drag this team across the finish line or as far as he can. That's why I've got Optic, and look at that. A couple nice brainiacs here.
Did we ruin this again for...
Hey,
we didn't ruin it last time.
You're fine.
It was close, though.
We all went G2, and it did actually happen. But AJ, like normally when it comes to the first round of the tournament, like before the tournament starts, we do close qualifier. It's always AJ, number 1 in all stats. Now he's doing it with the best of the best in NA, but will he keep going? And that is the most important part here. I just want to see if Optic can keep this streak going.
Yeah, chat, you with us? Whoa.
It's not going to be that one-sided, I promise you.
That is not common. Wow. If there's a chance to curse it, we all just did it right now. We got the game ready. We're going to head over to the Skybox. Jorby and the Chiefs waiting, cast the match, lose, and you're out. But the focus for both teams is winning, and lots of it. Both teams in contention for the major. You can expect tensions to be very, very high.
You could say that the odds are against both of these teams, but certainly everybody thinks one team's odds is slightly better than the other's teams.
Yeah, just a little bit. And I think, to be honest, after seeing how Optic played yesterday, a clean 3-0 through their group with a win over a team like FaZe Clan, yeah, it's fair enough to pick them, but that 93% is quite the margin, I will say, of victory. And I think there's still good things over on that Shopify Rebellion side. Two-piece Parth and Memory have shown that they're a capable team, capable of playing spoiler for, it doesn't really matter who you are. Can't take them lightly just because they don't make the bracket very often.
7% is certainly crazy. I've never seen that kind of percentage, but we'll see. Shopify Rebellion, I certainly think they're better than 7%. Reynolds will kick things off for Optic. The big thing everyone has on their minds is wondering if they can keep that momentum going from their group stage Optic. And right now, AJ, that's a good pull-off as he tries to get the clear out.
You're going to need a good game from Memory. On defense, of course, he will very likely be more often than not third man back for Shopify Rebellion, so he's probably going to have his work cut out for him. Nice little dish forward. Magic Bear, decent enough save. 2-piece coming in to try and jam it home, and Magic Bear up early to stop him, but the defensive back line going to be important for Shopify Rebellion, as to forget the defensive back line. Memory's out here doing it himself.
It's a nice one for Memory on the air dribble, or on the reset, and then the bump. Nicely done. Usually Memory's not the guy doing that on this team. You're typically thinking it's going to be 2-piece. Memory's been around for a long time. And it's pretty crazy to see him still make it this far into tournaments. Shopify Rebellion, they've had their struggles this season for sure, but Memory showing up big time for that first goal.
Ooh, and they make it another one. They will indeed. Parth is able to collect off the skim off the roof of 2-piece here. It's just a quick clear up the corner. Reynolds is, honestly, that's his best play. Just go try and cut it off. That's just a great aggressive challenge from 2-piece and just enough pace to get around the third man. Optic Gaming caught leaning a little bit, and Reynolds just unable to buy any time.
This is why I was saying that I think Shopify Rebellion a little bit more than 7%. Remember back in fall, they were kind of in a back stretch position to make the major if they had one really solid placement in the third regional in fall. But they ended up falling apart. But there have been some big moments for the Shopify Rebellion team. Not a big surprise that they go up 2-0 early here. But Optic had a little bit of pressure, but struggling to get any consistent offense. That was just their second shot.
They do, however, collect 2 boosts, the midfield one and a Shopify corner one, so maybe that will give them enough of a foothold on the map to at least start to position themselves a bit more aggressively, and you may see your first stint here of Optic offense.
Well, good pass to AJ, but he just ripped it. Magic Bear was there, and Shopify Rebellion made sure he wasn't anymore. But guess what? He spawned, he's deleted again, but AJ in front of the touch. One lets it drop, couldn't stay behind it. Rebellion don't stay, and they're half long. In fact, Parth drops it underneath, but Magic Bear still gets the touch, having to face the demo. Able to avoid it, and Shopify Rebellion back to their own half, but really commanding the pitch right now.
They do have a lot of coverage, but a little bit slow on the follow-up right now, in the midfield at least. Optic slowly but surely reasserting their presence across the pitch. Definitely making it a lot harder for Shopify to stay on extended pushes through the Optic defensive half, as Memory trying to jam one through, but no shot. AJ already in position. That shot also well wide, but Reynolds maybe a little bit of an ill-advised touch. Thankfully, 2-piece not able to capitalize. Optic really just need a little bit of control there and start to see things go their way, I think.
Ooh, 2-piece got a great clear downfield, though. You saw Reynolds, he was kind of sizing it up, sitting in midfield. He got a full tank of boost. He was playing this side, but 2-piece just lands so quickly. That ball comes so far out, and he gets caught.
And that follow-up from Memory as well. He was with 2-piece all the way on that transition, but you're right. That smooth landing on the sidewall from 2-piece allowed him to get right back into the play. And in a situation where most people think you're generally going to be out of it, that control of his car, just great movement, giving Shopify a pretty commanding lead here in game one, and honestly probably more than enough to do it even with 90 seconds. Optic just not quite had the guns out of the gate ready to go this time, it would seem.
I mean, that was just their 5th shot. And when we looked at their first goal, never mind. AJ finds the back of the net, and they restart the clock.
Nice challenge from Reynolds, really just trying to keep it in the mix, and of course there's the pressure on Memory, trying to screen it, make it as awkward as possible to try and make that save. Not sure if it really phased him too much, but no matter that, still had AJ come through, fire a bullet at the net. That'll get the job done. Little fake kickoff as well. Optic trying to pull out all the tricks to get themselves back in this one.
Magic Bear forced to pull off. Memory was so quick to the challenge. Now he's just bullied them all out. Pass to the corner. Memory conducting the pass downfield, but Optic able to hang on. Time not necessarily on their side right now, and it's still Rebellion pushing Magic Bear out of the way, still winning the touch. nothing really developing on the field. Maybe here, Rebels, he got the boost downfield, but the pass was too light. Easily defended. Oh, and another cut goes back for Rebellion.
Nice job from Parth as well, not letting AJ start that one. Great dish to Reddles and actually surprise touch Memory. Trying his best to get this one out. AJ can't keep it in the mix. Shopify Rebellion, I think, really got quite fortunate there. That could have backfired quickly, but they're able to rally in time, and nice, strong challenge from Two Piece gets the ball to safety. And, of course, Optic, you can't be surprised there, leaning pretty hard on the offense, trying to jam one in and give themselves a shot.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to throw bodies at that one, right? It's only game one as well. Might as well. Oh, let's see what works. That one's a decent shot, but a better save. I don't know. Those opening minutes from Optic, I certainly thought that they'd be a little more heavy on the offense, but instead it's been a lot of that on the blue half. They really just weren't able to get a lot going in the orange half. So I don't know, Chiefs. How exactly are you seeing this one?
I mostly just think it's a quality challenge game from Rebellion. They're definitely not allowing a lot of space. They certainly aren't giving Optic a lot of time uncontested with the ball, and I think pretty much that's all you can really ask. I think it's a well-deserved win. The shot differential looks pretty even, obviously +2 for Rebellion, but in general, I mostly think they just did a nice job, especially Two Piece really getting up in people's faces and making it tough for them to control the ball, and Optic just didn't really have an answer at the moment.
You know, it says something that when the game starts with a memory flip reset bump goal, I think that anybody who was like making kind of like predictions on what player is going to score the first goal and how are they going to score it, literally nobody would have done. You could have pulled 1,000 people. Not a single person would have put memory on that list.
Memory flip reset bump, probably not too high up the list of options. That's for sure.
Like, sure, I'll give that one to AJ. AJ might hit that. Two Piece might hit that, but memory? I mean, I love it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to diss him.
He can. It just doesn't happen often.
Right.
Definitely not his modus operandi on the regular, that's for sure. But that just goes to show he's been around a long time. There's a lot of tools in that basket. Pulled out at the time to start that game off. Couldn't ask for a better time, I suppose. And after that, it was really Two Piece, Parth, and Memory. Great spacing, layering on the challenge game. They really just said, Optic, look, you're going to have to execute if you want to beat us. Unfortunately, Optic never really won a big key challenge or got a big key block to really put Shopify in a bad spot.
See if they can figure out a way to get through this Rebellion squad. But Memory, a good catch. He wanted another bump. Reynolds had to give it up. Two Piece in the air. And Optic fine on defense for now. As AJ and Magic Bear. Bit of confusion on who's going for that touch. Magic Bear coming back, gets the bump. Optic trying to recover off of that earlier mistake. And they did freeze Rebellion. Still a battle in midfield. Ball keeps getting just sent back to the back wall.
Real heavy touches, though, from Rebellion. Yeah, they've got possession here, but they certainly aren't able to move the ball the way they'd like, of course. Right as I start talking about some of the issues they have, Memory gets the perfect dish off the corner to himself, and how about a dime to the back post?
What's Memory been eating today?
Yeah, seriously, what do you have?
It's working well. It's not even just like the first goal or anything, but even in the last game, he's winning his 50s. He's moving the ball downfield for Rebellion, and really at the center of this push for Rebellion in the series so far.
It's always the question.
Yeah.
Do you feed the hot hand? It's like normally I wouldn't really think to give the ball to Memory. But right now,
I'm telling you, Memory's sitting here. He's like, I just scored a sick goal. I can do anything.
He goes, yeah, give me another one.
Give it to him. That's a good bump, though. Optic trying to get back in. Magic Bear just lets it drop. And gets the first goal for Optic.
And here you see the classic principle. You see Parth go up the backboard here, and Magic Bear the right idea. Honestly, I think he actually missed the flip reset. I think Magic Bear was actually trying to jam that one in. And I think he's a little bit fortunate that one actually didn't come off his nose any stronger, because since Parth went up that backboard, it's actually quite difficult to get all the way down to the bottom of the net. And Magic Bear with a flip reset finds a small gap.
AJ, his nose got bopped by the crossbar. But I think that ended up working out in his favor because he landed perfectly onto the ball. It's just interesting. Reynolds leaving the side wall. AJ jumps early, but It's a free touch. If Magic Bear could get there, he's got no boost though. Reynolds gets the bump. Magic Bear might split the seam, but he just couldn't go fast enough. Now AJ, no boost as well. Tenuous control of the orange half, but Optic are making it work. Magic Bear, another touch out, another 50 for Reynolds. Reynolds and Magic Bear. A little bit of struggle in getting to the box. Looks a little ugly, but they're trying to hang on to that ball. Rebellion finally grab it.
Yeah, Magic Bear really, he was just getting bumped around by a bunch of different people. He was just doing his best to try and keep the ball in the mix, and this actually may pay off well. Reynolds cannot connect. I don't know why I went with a long O, but either way, Optic Gaming is just trying to poke and prod, see if they can get another one of those weird defensive communication mishaps, because it happened earlier on that Shopify Rebellion side. It just took a little bit of physicality, and you see some cracks start to appear as that one's punched off the wall, and a beautiful clear from Memory straight to Parth as well.
Oh, yeah, good clear though by Reynolds. The transition got out of hand quickly. Magic Bear jumps the route. Reynolds there, quick shot by two-piece. He couldn't make it happen. His car got blown back. 2-1 for Optic.
A lot to consider here for two-piece. This really was like watching the volleyball player try and defend the net or get up tall, and you just hit the ball so hard, it goes right through your fingers. Two-piece just not fast enough to get all the way above it. Just ripped one right over his shoulder. Optic Gaming definitely starting to get a much firmer grasp on the series now, and now you ask a lot of questions. Shopify, yeah, you made some nice plays in game one, but now we hold all the cards. You got to make a play to come beat us now.
They've been shut down in the shot department, only 3 of them. Much different than how game one has gone, but Memory looking for two-piece. Really had to stretch for it. And now it's Optic who are in the comfortable spot, but it might start getting a little shaky here. Two-piece, his ball knocked away. Another quick shot. Memory puts some lead behind it. We got a tie game.
Heavy hit from Memory, and that's all he really needed. Uncontested here in the middle of the box. It's just making sure you get enough on it and keep it in the top of the net, and you can't miss. Boy, did he deliver. Huge shot from Memory again. Yeah, he's not missing right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, you said feed the beast. Parth.
Oh, there you go.
He's going to pop it for two-piece. And Memory's forced to stay back. Magic Bear popping it up. Think back to the earlier Optic opportunity. They got 2 demos, and they still had a last defender to beat in net. Reynolds had tried to fake him out and give the ball off to Magic Bear. And then a lot of those touches, I know you're talking about heavy touches for Rebellion, but some of Optic's touches, the way they're positioned, I think they're hoping for softer bounces when they're on this half, or at least on that last push. We'll see what develops for them here. Shopify Rebellion are at least holding on. Memory gets his boost stolen. AJ, a little soft pinch, back to Magic Bear, cut off by two-piece. That's a big clear. Forcing Reynolds back, two-piece. Just gonna swing off the ball. Memory looking for a pass, but everybody bails out, and Magic Bear has control.
A weird rotation there from Shopify Rebellion. Very spread out, but thankfully Optic not really able to grab control of the ball cleanly and really move it wherever they like, and going for these nice long clears, really trying to space Shopify Rebellion out. Honestly, I don't think that's a bad idea. I do think in general I would take Optic winning a extended fight for the ball up in the air and just win on positioning alone.
Ooh. Memory had the catch in midfield. Two-piece, nothing for him. AJ gets a ramp bounce, and there we go. OT on Forbidden Temple.
Nice job from Parth. Don't overthink it. Got that one coming back to your own half. Just jump up, smack it to the floor, reset everything on the kickoff. Good idea.
Ball killed there for Memory's challenge. Rebellion just constantly forced laterally to move, catch up to these challenges. Two-piece buys them a little space and a demo, but Magic Bear's the one behind the ball. Forced to give it up off of Memory's chip. Parth, again, harassed by Magic Bear, forced to give up the ball. AJ in the corner, 2 touches out. Reynolds waits. No one gets the touch. Magic Bear left all by himself. AJ trying to help out, kicks it away, and bails Magic Bear out on what would have been a dangerous 2v1. Parth trying to keep that ball going. Again, Optic's defense, not letting Rebellion play in front of the box. This one from Parth, maybe he could do it. Going for the corner read, but that's a little tough. Last man getting demoed from Rebellion. And answered by Two-Piece's own demo, and they just can't find a way in.
I feel like Two-Piece probably would have been better served dumping that one back to his own half. Unfortunately, Magic Bear was a huge challenge, and now it's in such a tough spot. Parth does an excellent job not overcommitting too high for that and just able to poke that out to the corner, but Optic definitely reasserting possession of the ball and forcing these long clears from Shopify.
Reynolds, good catch. Not the best 50 though. Everyone on Optic were on the opposite side, but I mean AJ still gets the ball for free. Two-piece, let him walk in. Parth, another catch. Parth swinging around the wall. Feigns the dodge, trying to touch off back to his team, but Shopify Rebellion's rotation very loose right now.
Okay.
Tends to happen in overtime. And there it is! A missed 50 in front of the box. Magic Bear gets the game win for Optic.
It's just AJ testing the defense. Memory, that's actually a great challenge. I mean, he's right up in AJ's face. He's got the hand up. It's just one of those freak incidents where tips right off his car, and of course, Rocket League gods say the ball hits that top corner, goes straight back out, and it's such a tough read to make for the second man trying to rotate through the defensive box, and unfortunately couldn't get a hand on it. Optic Gaming there to clean up the scraps.
It was a very tight defensive game from Optic, and just didn't give Rebellion anything in regulation. A couple of decent shots from Memory. Love the one that he had on the corner read and slotted it left side. That was a great shot. And Memory certainly played well so far, but Two-Piece is typically the pop-off guy on this team. And while he does have 2 assists, he is involved in the offense. His pop-off potential, his mechanical prowess has been shut down by Optic.
Yeah, I mean that, again, that's the product of how Optic's moving that ball around over on the Rebellion half. In general, it's quite difficult for Rebellion to really bring that ball, trapped and start a dribble and really bring possession to themselves on their own terms and move the ball up the field how they would like, or at least take a challenge in a more stable position, if that makes sense. They are really getting pressured pretty quick out of those corners, and it's forcing them into just dumping that ball all the way down to the opposite end, and it's making it tough for them to consistently win the battle of possession.
Let's see if they can start winning that possession.
Seems like right there from Parth.
Just such a hard touch, right?
Exactly. Like straight off kickoff. Like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with trying that. Of course, Two-Piece will recover in the midfield and score. But that being said, the thought process, not necessarily one that you should be looking for consistently. Really trying to wonder why. I guess Reynolds didn't have any boost. He couldn't actually jump and challenge it. But
I mean, the ball wasn't that high, though. You can at least jump there, right? Maybe he just thought Two-Piece wasn't going to get back.
I mean, he had 2 players stuck behind him, right? What are the odds Two-Piece gets through and scores?
I mean, but not jumping and you just give him the touch for free. I mean, at least
true,
right? But hey, if they win this, maybe we can ask Reynolds what he was thinking in that moment.
Yeah.
He's got no boost here to drop it down, but here comes Magic Bear.
Double commit.
Get around,
And
free ball, but taken away. Memory hit the ball back into Two-Piece. A bit of pinball, and there go Rebellion. Back to the blue half. Two-Piece, here he comes. With the dunk. Makes it a little awkward for AJ. Coming across. Memory puts it in. His first goal of the game.
Talk about manipulating a challenge. Look at Two-Piece boost to the outside of the ball. He's sizing up where Magic Bear was on the backboard so he could make sure to jam this one into the box. Oh, that was big brain challenging from Two-Piece.
Two-Piece. A quiet game, but not anymore. Now Memory keeps the touch tight. Parth flips it over one, and always these tight pushes on defense. Now Optic, quick pass. Reynolds cut off immediately, though. And Parth able to just throw that ball into midfield. As everybody on Rebellion, well, 2 have tons in the tank. They're forced to put the ball downfield, and the last man got demoed.
That one's just too heavy again. They had a 2-on-1 transition right there, and Shopify just kind of dumped the ball away. That being said, they have held possession, but just want to see the small refinement. Reynolds, that's an excellent save on a difficult one to make. Right at him over the back shoulder. Not an easy way, and no guarantees that you actually keep it out either.
AJ almost landing for another reset, but the ball skid off his car. Magic Bear caught on the flick. Rebellion happy to play in the corner until they find a 50 they like. That one, Magic Bear hops right on top of it. Rebellion, hard touch from Parth. Reynolds gets to look at this one. He keeps it tight. Now he beats Parth. Got one more to go. And Rebellion actually get control of this. Just a high ball. Nobody's jumping for it. And Optic is getting a lot of time to reset, take a lot of boost. It's been difficult, but Rebellion still get the ball in midfield. Parth has got the carry and just can't get another touch across to make Reddles uncomfortable. AJ pre-jumped the pass, and he got burned for it.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be down towards the floor. Thought maybe it was going to be a little bit higher, and that's kind of the product that definitely feels like this game has gone up at least a gear in terms of pace. Everyone trying to increase their speed just a little, and when you're trying to do that, you go for that free jump like AJ, and if it's not perfectly dished right to you, gonna flub a transition. Reddles just dumps one up the middle part, able to cover up. AJ just has to skip this one. Unfortunately, can't get it mid or off the wall. Again, Parth there for the save. Shopify holding on to a decently safe 2-goal lead, but a lot of time left.
2-piece. Oh, wow, AJ got underneath. It doesn't matter, though. Parth puts that one in the back after a heroic effort here from AJ.
Yeah, that one just doesn't feel fair. I mean, you make a great stop like that, and then Magic Bear just realizes he's the one on the hook for the one that there's no shot to save. Unfortunate if you're Optic Gaming, but Rebellion, huge push, great pressure. They find themselves in an incredibly safe position now. 3 goals generally tends to always be the safety net, but there, of course, is Magic Bear to bring them right back into 2, and you kind of write off one you just gave up, because now you're back in the same spot.
Be careful, Achieves. Don't stay comfortable. A lot of time.
I always feel good at 3-0, but as soon as you score 3 and then you give one back, you immediately go back to saying, yeah, I don't feel good anymore.
All of a sudden, 2 goals with the most dangerous lead, and here we are. Oh, man. Memory. Trying to get that lead, or that 3-goal lead back. And AJ not getting the touch he wants. Get forced to play ball in the blue half. Time increasingly becomes a factor. Magic Bear downfield, no contact. Optic really just trying to outspeed Shopify Rebellion in these corners, and they're diving. Very aggressive
really hard
positioning, and they're just not successful on making contact.
I mean, Rebellion also diving pretty hard for some of those challenges, and here it's actually going to cost them. Optic breaks out, and they get a man in front of the ball. Reddles is taking a page out of the Space Station book, leave the dribble and go for the bumps. Unfortunately, couldn't connect, and that could have been a huge play for Optic.
I feel like that was originally Reddles' book, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the Reddles book. You're right.
if anything, they wrote the copycat, right? Space Station. It's like Reddles wrote the OG book, and then they just wrote a book in the same genre. I don't really know what's going on.
Adapted by.
Trying to get it. You're right. It's like the adaptation of the OG book. Okay. 45 seconds. Optic still unable to find the back of the net for a second time, but they get a little space with Magic Bear. He's got no boost left. Let's drop. Well, he doesn't let it drop. It just does drop. Reddles.
Ooh, okay.
For Magic Bear again. AJ on the wing. He's jumped it, but Memory says you're going to have to work a little harder than that. Reddles again launches it back over to AJ. Optic, they're playing by themselves in the orange half, but they simply can't score.
Optic is going for the world. I mean, and they get punished. Oh, Memory. Again, another beautiful bit of shooting here. I mean, this is just Optic pressing hard and trying to score and having to rotate back. Reddles, honestly, he's not really in that bad of a position. It's most likely that Memory tries to punch that ball off the wall and into middle, so Reddles is trying to close down that angle, but Memory gets all the way around the back of one again and just finds that back post, man.
Unreal with how Optic have played, with how confident the desk was, and with how confident chat was about Optic's chances in this series. It's Rebellion after game 3 going up 2-1 in the series. Parth, 2-piece in Memory, getting it done right now.
And never doubt, you never know what's going to happen. And that's another 7 shots for AJ. Someone on Optic had 7 shots in the previous game, but clearly there's some shooting issues. Not a lot of high-quality chances, it would seem, for Optic. They're really trying to press, and that's why it felt like they tried to shift into that gear where they try and get a little more aggressive, try and predict the play just a little more, be a little bit faster, see if they can get the edge over that Rebellion defense that way. But just for whatever reason, not connecting on demos or just not making the right passes.
That's like the thing, though, right? Is like if you find yourself diving at challenges you've no business diving for, like, isn't that the moment that you should like stop for a second and slow down and try to let Rebellion give that ball up instead of constantly diving trying to be the faster team? Because you end up being slower. that way, don't you?
Yeah. If you're not making contact on those plays and really just pulling yourself out of position, yeah, you're going to slow down your rotation back to.
Even if you are making
allows them-
contact, though, and you're like diving at the ball, like you're not going to get a challenge that your team is going to be able to use most of the time, right? I don't know.
It's the school of thought, right? It all goes back to how much trust you have in the people behind you to be able to at least buy you some time, and it's neither good nor bad, as AJ is just gonna float one over the entire Shopify defense here, kind of out of nowhere. Memory actually really just trying to make it easy for Parth, but unfortunately, I think Parth may have messed up a half flip, and that's why he used a second.
Yeah, he jumped
there,
right before the 50 happened, and then had to recover. I think that little chip right there did slow him down enough. Ooh, makes up for it with a nice 50. And okay, all right. I guess this is Twisted Metal now. Is Memory gonna push this ball back downfield? Hang on a second, Memory. Ooh. No chance for him.
And Shopify Rebellion really kind of, I think this is the first game where they haven't scored first. Well, I guess
I thought they scored
two,
first
right?
in
They lost
the
2
Temple.
game 2. Yeah.
But I mean, you're right. The offense has been spotty at best for Optic. They launched that downfield. Really, when Rebellion haven't given them the error, I don't really think they've given them many holes to punch through. And I don't think Optic have had like the worst tries on offense either. I don't think the last game was their best offensive effort, but I definitely thought even in game 1, they looked a lot better with their creativity on offense, but just not any of it. Like, just all hard touches from Optic.
Oh,
everyone just rotating back, hoping they can get the ball. And AJ, no boost, doesn't get the touch. Parth serves it up, but it's thrown right back into the trash. Optic keeping that 1-goal lead. Parth pops it up. What do Rebellion have on this push?
Got to applaud Magic Bear and the poise on defense right there. That was not a fun spot to try and defend from, and he made a great read on what was actually happening there and a big stop to keep Shopify Rebellion from tying things up in Memory again. I would not have been surprised if that pinned straight into the top corner.
When it rains, it pours. That goes both ways, when you're playing well and when you're playing badly. For Memory, it's been okay. But right now, Optic are in the lead. Reynolds just could not hang on to the ball right up to Memory. Oh,
unlucky.
AJ flips backwards, trying to rotate. Magic Bear coming in for the pop. A real chance for Optic to put pressure on the net. And yeah, it all gets sent back to the blue.
That's the thing. It's like Optic, you're like, okay, there's definitely some good ideas. The structure's decent enough. The idea is correct. It's just, for whatever reason, little tiny things just not going their way, and it's throwing off the entire sequence of what they're trying to do. And it just feels like if things start to turn around just a little bit for Optic, feels like there's a lot of potential there to really put the squeeze on Shopify, but so far, only a 1-goal lead. That one's never safe in Rocket League.
Another hard challenge in the corner. 2-piece. Does not get bumped. In fact, he's got the reset. Optic continue to keep Rebellion out of the net, as tenuous as it may feel. Here comes one more. A demo on the backside. Reynolds, he jumped early, but 2-piece never left. Now he gets his ball back in the corner. A demo forcing Optic into hurry-up mode, but they still get the ball back in a 50. Magic Bear, no touch. And Parth is going to get out for free. He flicks over one. Parth still going, but the touch taken away by Magic.
Yeah, Parth actually going for the optimal play there. Just pinched that one across the middle of the pitch, and that was an excellent read again. That Optic defense figuring it out pretty quick what the plan was. Shopify finding a few really nice counterattacks. It's just a matter of, can they bear fruit? Back on the other side, 2-piece. That's an aggressive dive. Don't hate the idea. Time is starting to really become a factor here, so may be willing to take a few more risks.
Still a good bit of time.
Oops.
1 goal and his 2-piece. Not going to follow if he wants. Memory also stuck with no boost there. Rebellion just kind of forced to retreat, albeit slowly. Now 2-piece, a decent catch, 48 boost, and a hard hit. Where Rebellion can go here. AJ and Magic Bear still keeping the corner closed. Nice little chain dash from Magic Bear to throw it downfield. 2-piece, forced to control.
Oh, really great job, too. Oh, my goodness. That was smooth. I mean, just trapped that ball nicely against himself back in his own half. Converted the air dribble all the way back to the other side, giving Shopify Rebellion a lot of space here to work with on offense for the final 30 seconds. That's that type of control you need on defense, or at least on your own half if you're Rebellion right now.
Oh, with 22 seconds left, Parth hits the deep angle. Memory lobs it up. AJ has to stretch. He's coming down underneath, but Parth was already above him and had a great touch on the wheel, slotted in the top. What a shot from Parth.
So tough to hang with on the backboard too there if you're AJ. Just take that skip off after you miss your initial touch, and Parth trying to surprise the defense. Reddle's all over it on the back line as well. Memory, of course. Who else?
Another clear.
Ooh, pass?
Elliott trying to steal this game away after Optic held a lead for 4.5 minutes. Magic Bear ripped
be
one
careful.
up to commit from Rebellion. And Reddles, he wants to play, but he lost it.
Rebellion almost panicked themselves into to losing game 4 right there.
Ooh, this kickoff could be dangerous because AJ's got the ball, but actually got the touchdown to Magic Bear. It's looking okay for Optic if they can keep that ball. Reddles gets in the way. But Parth gets a big clear, forcing AJ and Magic Bear back. And they actually get back to this. Memory has to stay back. And he cuts the pass off. Parth got a demo on the backside, but just too hard of a touch for him to get to quickly. And AJ follows him nicely.
Ooh, careful, one-on-one. Magic Bear really just taking his best guess there. Didn't really have the time to sit there and let his teammates come forward, so just took a pot shot at the net. Reddles stuck on the sidewall, and he'll actually recover beautifully. Parth was coming to apply that pressure, and gotta love that control from Reddles right there to stop a disaster from happening and putting themselves in the hole.
Magic trying to use the ceiling. He's got another reset. But he got too far away from the net. Reddles popping it across. Two-piece having to reorient his car. Optic stealing the boost out. Two-piece looking for a way in, but Magic Bear cuts him off in midfield. AJ's got 14 boost. He can't even leave the wall, but he's still going to stick around, hoping for a boost steal. Reddles not going to get the 50 for him, and he's forced to retreat.
Yeah, and Shopify currently getting boxed into their own half right now. They're having to play for boost rather than the clear, and AJ cannot quite hit it clean. He had the idea to go just around the backside of the defender, but he overcooked it, and now two-piece Parth and Memory are going to survive off what should be a 2-2 series.
Oh, AJ, smart to delay his dodge as long as possible there. Trying to catch Rebellion out. Maybe you have him positioned a little awkwardly. Maybe you get a good 50. Maybe you even get an own goal out of it, but none of that's happening. Oh, and the ball skips hard over AJ's head. Here's another one for Optic. AJ finally sinks it. He's done with this game. On to the next one.
Yeah, you had to give him a harder shot to score, clearly. The one-on-one with a lot of the net open was too easy. Instead, just make sure you dish him one up on the backboard and he'll drill it. Great shot from AJ. Tying the series up at 2s. But to be honest, that overtime was all optics. I think Shopify really got pushed around a little bit there on the defensive side and just couldn't quite figure out where they needed to be positioned. And the timing and the structure of their defense really got thrown into a blender right there, and they just couldn't get settled.
Rebellion, they had a couple transitions that looked promising, but it felt like a complete flip from the last game where it was Rebellion just hitting the ball away, not able to retain possession, or Optic was doing that in the last game, excuse me, and now Rebellion are doing that in this game, and Optic just had them locked down on defense again. So there have been 2 games in this series where Optic have been able to play with that consistency, but when Rebellion have won, they've scored in bunches. They scored more than 3 in the first game. 3-0 for most of game number 3. So what's game 5 got for us as we head to Wasteland Night?
An important one is definitely what it is, especially when you're right. I'm with you there when you say Rebellion, they've had a lot of success, but they have to score in bunches to do it. It feels like they really kind of go out there, score 1 or 2 pretty quick ones, and then maybe a third shows up. But either way, they've done their best work when they forced Optic to have to execute and press for something. And granted, of course, Shopify has been able to execute on their own terms when they've got some of those stronger counterattacks, but in general, it just feels like Optic, more often than not, the ones controlling pace of play, even if both teams are really struggling to come up with high-quality chances on target.
Right now, Rebellion Had a couple of attempted pushes here. Memory, no boost as he forces Magic Bear to just kind of whip back and forth. Well, pause some time. Back to two-piece. He gets a decent pop, but that's enough for AJ. Memory, though, he's got a full tank. Memory gets underneath and really wanted to get over that reset, but Reynolds takes the ball away. Magic Bear gets kicked, but AJ and Reynolds combine! Oh! And they're ripped apart! What a save!
That was an absolute laser at the net. I don't know how two-piece managed to get up in time to tip that one off the bar. I mean, I'd say 9 times out of 10, that's like you see somebody hit a line drive in baseball towards the outfield, and you're like, yeah, 90% of the time that's a base hit. Not right there.
Oh, man. He like somehow threw it the whole way across. Now Parth. He wins the touch before he gets deleted. Memory, no boost, but he wins the 50. Wants the steal. He's got it. Two-piece, full tank from midfield. Parth is sitting far back for AJ's touch. Trying to cut off Reynolds, but he had to dive pretty deep to do it. Very nice. Not the best landing from two-piece. Kind of got chipped on his way up.
Awkward. I think Memory is very fortunate that Reynolds didn't get command of the ball there in the corner. He realized that he was just going to have to rotate straight through his teammates, so he's just trying to fight for the ball, and Optic just not really able to get control cleanly.
Everyone from Rebellion far back here, but Optic couldn't really get a good touch out of Reynolds there. Now Parth feathers it and just misses it. No contact. Now two-piece has to find a way through. He got the 50 back to Memory, who forces the play in the corner. Demos Reynolds on his way back. And he's just going to turn right on it, but two-piece has also jumped. Memory's going to make it work anyway. AJ gets underneath him, but he's forcing Optic to get up on the goal line, make these saves. Magic Bear able to get a soft touch. AJ follows it up nicely. Optic hunting. Can they find the mark? Magic Bear just ripped it off the post, and now a pop transition for Parth. Taking it slow. Parth, tried to connect with two-piece. Memory got to sit back. Love the idea here from Rebellion, but they just couldn't get a threatening touch. AJ, return fire! And save, but no good! Right off the post, into the net. AJ got the lead.
Optic show you this is how you're supposed to transition up the field when you've got the quick redirect as the only option. You put that shot straight on target, strong. You don't go for the extra pass. Unfortunately, Shopify kind of flubbed their touch. I think it was Parth, just couldn't quite get around it. Ended up having to try and pass the ball. And then Rebellion nearly put a second one in off the kickoff after a beautiful redirect. So 2 minutes left, and now Rebellion find themselves in a situation that they're quite familiar with, unfortunately. Down one, a lot of time left, but you got to make something happen, and now that pressure is getting increased. Look at AJ. He was straight headhunting the last man here. He's just like, nope, I'm going to hit you. There's nothing you can do about it.
He just rolls straight up the wall. Sees he, you're rotating back? That's cute. How about not? And Optic trying to steal this one. Take advantage in the series, put it on match point. Rebellion pull out some magic here as two-piece. Okay, there's the first bit of magic. The first step is done. Now they need one more.
Right back in it. Couldn't ask for a better kickoff. I mean, it stalemates, and two-piece somehow wins the ball clean. Totally uncontested. No touch from Optic, and of course, that's going to put the third man back in quite the bind, to say the least. Two-piece, that's a great bit of shooting to get yourselves right back in this one.
Now, tons of time for them. Could be a confidence builder for Rebellion. Been shut down offensively for most of the game. Had a couple nice transitions. Two-piece, he's starting to come online. Two-piece, fully connected, tie game.
Well, you knew he was capable of it, but look at this timing on the challenge to steal it away. Quick cut to get through the second player, and then Reynolds one-on-one. Try as you might, when it gets ripped that hard at you, good luck trying to save it from that close. That's a straight 1v3 from two-piece.
And two-piece. Where Memory has had some standout moments, two-piece is really starting to feel it. Parth, though, misses the ball.
No.
Optic, they had a gift, and Reynolds returned it to center.
A gift for sure, but not a freebie, to be fair. Not the easiest shot to make when you're not expecting them to just straight misplay a ball. Reynolds gave it his best look. But that's often what we talk about. That's the margin that you operate on, and somehow Reynolds comes through with a much cleaner attempt, and I don't know how the defense got in position to block that.
They sent all three, and they said surely they can't get through all of us. Two-piece up high, and no one from Optic was ready. Everyone was rotating back, so triple didn't even matter. This is a decent drop attempt, but AJ's left by himself. Reynolds picked up the demo on the backside. Now he cuts right back in, but there's two orange cars that are in his way. Two-piece, oh, ill-advised touch. Now downfield, Magic Bear, redirect, but saved! Still a loose ball. Optic gonna get the first look. It'll be Reynolds. Trying to slow it down. He's over Memory. Reynolds, not over two-piece. Stays right with it, gets over AJ, and keeps Rebellion in regulation. Popped up high. Maybe Rebellion gets set up here. Magic Bear's got a ton of boost, but he loses to 50. Maybe Rebellion got something here, but look how far off they pulled when Reynolds was on the back wall. Parth wins it. Memory in the air. Drop down! Oh, off the pony! Another shot. No two-piece. He missed. And a big chance for Rebellion. Optic might just steal it right here. AJ off the ramp. Reynolds trying to size this up, and he just can't get the measure of it. He had to leave.
Oh boy, Rebellion. You gotta be upset not scoring right there. Of course, two-piece did have to come all the way around the opposite side of the ball to try and get there in time. Unfortunate. That's the way she goes sometimes, but that was by far and away the best chance you had. Reynolds, strong defense. And Rebellion, you wonder if they're gonna get another quality chance like that.
Well, they have control at the start of overtime, but oh, you saw two-piece. He cut up expecting a 50 from Parth, but Magic Bear just full supersonic, knock that ball back. Hang on. Magic Bear forced to cut into the rotation. And Memory keeps things tight. Parth leaving with under 50. That's all he's got. AJ looking for Reynolds. There's some space. Hard kick, but how often have they actually caught two-piece out on that hard transition shot? Even right there, Memory. He just hit he's in the perfect spot. Parth delivered an absolute screamer off of his car. It didn't end up mattering.
They did buy him a lot of time. I actually think it mattered quite a bit. They bought him a lot of time to really get reset on defense in a situation where they were about to get pressed quite hard. So sometimes that's just one of those fluky instances on defense where the positioning works out just so. And Parth not able to get all the way around it and dunk it home, but Shopify not done yet. Now they're getting some boost steals. Optic in a tight spot. Reynolds for free. Memory trying to get there in time, but now you got to be careful you don't overcommit if you're Rebellion.
Oh, Rebellion, especially when you can smell it. You were that close. You might just try to push that throttle a little faster just to get the goal, but now the back end's wide open and Memory closes it quickly, but it's another free ball. Pass to Reynolds, shot off the board. Another chance for Optic, wiped off the board.
Oh, that's another quality chance for Reynolds. Unfortunately, off the back wall, honestly, not by much. Frustrating to say the least, but now the demos come through and two-piece. That's great recognition of the situation. Realized he needed to get there and just dump that one down the field. See what happens.
A lot of demos coming out for Optic right now. AJ,
Whoa.
pull the ball, pitches it over Reynolds. Oh my
you're joking.
God, what in the world? You do everything right. You draw up the right pass. You do the right thing.
Oh, no.
You hit the ball with power, and then this happens to you, and it's off the ball. Okay, all right. Fourth man showed up today. Good job, blue post. Good job, orange post. Everyone's doing their work today.
Everyone.
Really appreciate all your service over the years. Thank you.
High quality construction. No, no elasticity. Not out of
They're going to have to
place.
change the lights on that thing eventually. I mean, some of them are looking like they're going out. Let's be honest.
It's getting pepper, that's for sure. Heat up. New paint job at least here at Wasteland.
I don't think they had paint. I think they would have repainted those years ago. But Reynolds, nice two touches. It didn't matter. Memory covered Parth. Magic Bear squaring up on the 50 and a big boomer downfield. Parth dropped down the two-piece, but no. Memory, he was also playing it tight. He got a neutral 50. Allowed Parth to come back, get a boost, and protect the ball. Wasteland overtime continues.
Ooh, but Optic. That's a big couple of challenges from Magic Bear. Two-piece here in a terrible spot. I don't know.
He bumped Memory, bumped him.
Backflip. Just aware of the timing. Literally backflipped as soon as he got bumped, so it would stall the bump momentum. Oh. Keeps the save out. What a play.
I don't even think Memory meant to bump him. I think he was just trying to get in the rotation. He just drove in front of him, and oh my gosh. Optic. Parth. Now going to take it away from Optic. He's got a reset.
Oh,
he was hoping he could get him out, but Reynolds ain't fooled. He finally finds the mark, and Optic, one to go to win the series.
I'll be honest. I think Two Piece saw that flip reset start, and I think he thought his teammate got it. And to be honest, I don't know if he did or not, because it didn't look like Parth tried to actually execute a flip reset there. But I don't understand why he wouldn't have hit it if he had got it. You know what I mean?
It would have went right into Rebels.
Well, but at the same time, him not hitting it just let Reynolds take the ball for free. And
Absolutely. But like,
Two Piece behind him is just thinking, oh, here comes the flip reset. This ball's going forward.
Yeah,
so I think it's very exactly. That's why I think it's very possible Parth actually didn't get that flip reset somehow.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why you wouldn't go for it.
So
either way, that's a tough one to lose on. I mean, really kind of an unforced error. I mean, Two Piece really just thinking one thing is going to happen and the exact opposite happens. Reynolds, to be fair, Reynolds, I think, did deserve to score another goal there. he had quite a
man, if you're banging the bar the whole time, you don't deserve it till you sink it. Come on now. Come on.
One of them off the backboard, one of them ricocheting off the post and going straight back across the box.
With how many demos he's gotten too, like you think eventually that one of those would have enough of an open net, right?
Well, unfortunately for Shopify Rebellion, the luck didn't last forever, and Reynolds got a nice uncontested can't miss this one to put Game 5 away and put them on match point. Shopify Rebellion now in the situation needing to win 2 straight. Granted, this is just the beginning of the journey for either of these teams. They would still have to win the entire event with a little bit of help still to come. But that being said, it's always better to get yourself in a position to where you still have hope rather than just have it come screeching to a halt right here.
Well, and you know, the season is something you have to keep in focus as well if you're both Rebellion and Optic, because these points do accrue over time. So a good placement might not get you into the major, but it will give you a couple more points. And when we get down to the stretch at the end of the season, those points are going to matter. Yeah, it's going to matter a lot. Fun fact, though, Magic Bear, he has not made a single top 4 since he's been playing. He has made top 8.
Oh, really?
He's made top 8 10 times. But
shot.
He's actually the player who's made the most top 8s without making a top 4.
Wow.
10 of them. Magic Bear has a chance here to get his very first top 4. Can he get it done?
That's a fun one. That you said fun fact. That is indeed a fun fact.
I like it. But also a fun fact, Memory scored. 1-0 Rebellion.
Somehow, some way, Memory just keeps being in the perfect spot. That's a second kickoff. It's just drawn straight through on 2
literally
teams.
Here's Johnny just crying right now.
They're playing close follow-up, and it's just like, guys, come on, this can't go in. Oh,
I think there might be 1,000 of those that go in before the team finally changes their ways. But hey, makes it more fun for us, right? We'll never know what's going to happen. Two Piece was hoping for a read, no chance.
Yeah, he's going for the world right there. He wanted an incredibly obtuse angle shot back across his body to the net. Ambitious to say the least, and a pinch straight to Magic Bear, but just out of reach. Optic in the hole early, of course, but that is kind of the silver lining. You've got all game to find one, and I guess to make it better, you were going to have to score at least once to win anyway.
Absolutely, and I mean, with Rebellion's defense, I think they're in a very good spot to hold this 1-goal lead. Optic, for as much control that they had at times, and as much as Rebellion's crossbars helped them out. Besides that game, I mean, Rebellion's defense had really played a mostly solid series and putting on some good pressure against Optic, but Reynolds turns right back onto the ball. AJ also diving for Optic. Parth the other way and can't make contact.
They're going for the big reads off the wall. Oh man.
Both teams are just trying to fly supersonic on these transitions. And Parth is going for the impossible angles right now. Ooh.
It's just, you'll try anything to extend the lead.
It's true, especially when you're on Neo Tokyo and may very well be sent out of the tournament after this.
I Hello, two-piece. That is aggressive there in the midfield. I guess he did have a player behind him in Parth, but at the same time, you got to be at least a little cognizant that that may not be the best challenge to always go for. Some physicality. Look at Reddle's disruption here in the net. Forces them to turn to the left. And the recognition here from Magic Bear says, aha, the right side's open now.
You know, that's one thing about Reddle's game that hasn't really changed over the course of the entire season. While Optic have certainly had their struggles, but Reddle's in every single tournament is always leading the league in demos per game. And that doesn't include all of his bumps that he causes. Oh my gosh, that's a great pass. And then the bar ruins
and that's through all three.
And Reddles is there. He knows he's got it. He's just got to put memory, and he does one better. Deletes him off the pitch.
So Optic, and I suppose more specifically AJ, actually get the bump to score in the previous play. This time Reddle says, nope, this one's definitely going in that demos category. Count one for me. Great play from Reddles to execute the one-on-one. And Shopify Rebellion kind of get put in the fire here a little bit. Half the game, got to find one. Certainly doable, but that's been the question. It's never really felt like they've had a fully cohesive, three-man push over on Optic for quite a while now, really since game one. Oh, that's a beautiful pass.
Oh,
you're
kidding. Terrible shot. Memory, who had been very accurate earlier, has somehow lost his mojo on that shot. Bounced off the inside of the post. And a chance for a tying goal goes to the wayside.
That was absolute money. I mean, pass like that across the box beats all defenders. Reddles could have really put this one on ice. Can't convert, though. May have ran out of boost, and this time, let's talk about flying under the radar here. The 6-inch air dribble into a pass.
It works, though. I mean, Magic Bear's forced up, and AJ, he sees Magic Bear, so he positions himself to the right side of the net, thinking he's going to play a 50 off the back wall or play the ball out to the corner. But no, there's just a little bit more boost, and they fly right by Magic Bear, complete the pass, and Rebellion are still alive here in Game 6. Two-piece trying to keep it close. AJ went for the pinch, but the ill result is ball just gets sent back to the blue corner. Nice quick touch from Reddles. Whoa. AJ just casually flying back, trying to size that ball up, and then an orange car goes way around you. Now Optic go right towards the net, and they're in! Reddles scores again! 2 for him, 3 for Optic.
Too hot to handle for Memory here. This one gets absolutely smashed off his backboard. Not to mention AJ coming in and getting physical with him as well as he tried to rotate back to net. Did not have a clean look to try and go and take that one away. Reynolds converts another one.
Rebellion have to respond again. Another neutral kickoff, but another win for Two-Piece. He goes hard. AJ meets him at the punch, and now he's missed the ball, and everyone's missed. It's contagious. Everywhere, it's contagious. A little whifty to follow that one up.
Shopify running out of options. Caution to the wind. Ooh, could have been something special. Memory, obviously an incredibly difficult shot there, but what can you do?
Oh, AJ, I guess you're going to watch him put it in the back of your net. AJ running downfield here, and he's just back forth.
Jeez.
Trying to get back. Two-Piece trying to size AJ up the whole time, and what are you supposed to do if you're Two-Piece? You're hoping somebody can stop him on that push. AJ, excellent approach and good shot.
Oh, excellent approach to say the least. Chain dashing down the sidewall to keep up his speed as he collected that midfield boost to get himself in position. Great bit of movement.
Here downfield. Rebellion starting to become impossible territory. Rebellion, for Two-Piece and Parth, their best finish has also been top 8. But they've only been able to get top 8 3 times. So, as they tried to force Game 7, there's not a lot of time. They need a goal with some left on the clock. Maybe they can get one here with Two-Piece. Drop pass is looking good. 1 to go.
Something to look forward to at least. You're not totally out of it just yet. Nice dish from Two-Piece into the middle, of course. Take that away. Optic totally frozen on the backboard there with AJ, and obviously capitalize on the open space in the midfield. Great pass, great shot.
How do they draw this one up? Another standard take off 2-piece, losing that 50. And it's a little awkward. Everyone's back. Optic take the ball out and take Rebellion out. No time left. Rebellion get it done. In the corners, it's over. Magic Bear and Optic get to top 4 and continue this little journey. They're the biggest Complexity fans ever waiting in the semifinals.
Yes, the biggest Complexity fans is right. Congratulations, Magic Bear. Welcome to the top 4. We hope you enjoy your stay, but the journey's not over. Still got to find a way to win out in the regional, but it's going to be a lot of fun. And unfortunately, Shopify just never really got their feet set when it came to having consistent and dangerous offense. There were a couple dangerous counterattacks, but not a whole lot of extended stays. Optic just looking too controlled, and they got their own counterattacks more often than not, executed on them and put Shopify Rebellion in the ground.
And apparently for the entire season, Reddles has now officially passed Com to lead in demos per game over the whole season. So congrats, Reddles. You know, and you made a top 4 while doing it. So props to you, and props to Optic for finally putting together a solid performance in a tournament. These guys got together. Everyone was excited to see what they could do, and they flopped out early in winter. But they finally figured it out in the Winter Invitational. They get top 4, and now up next, Dignitas, one match away from making it to their first major. Can Andy and company get it done, or are Complexity going to sniff the flame out? Find out after the break.
Our goal placement is just make the major, so it's a top 8. If we do it better, it's nice because we're gonna have a lot of points for the Worlds, but the main goal is make the major.
Gyro up early, but he doesn't make contact. AJG will make him pay.
Playing LAN has been one of my dreams since I started playing Rocket League competitive, and I think it's gonna be so exciting and something unforgettable. If we make it, it really means that our hard work pays off and we are in the right spot and we are doing it well.
CRR is stretching.
Oh my gosh!
Right, he's done it! All from the great transition here.
We started thinking about Worlds at the start of the season because it's like the main goal. To make Worlds, we have to make a major, so make at least one of the majors is so important for Worlds, and we are in a really good spot right now. And I think the major points are going to help us to probably get like top 5 in the general rankings.
Danger, AJG gets a flip reset over the top, and CRR is going to have the simplest finish of his career.
My teammates are feeling really calm for this Invitational, but for me, I'm still a little bit nervous. I think we're in a good spot, but in Rocket League, you never know what's going to happen. We have to play at our 100% this Invitational.
Graceful flip reset from the heavens. Just drop it on their head top and a 2-1 lead.
Starting things off. Finds the back of the net off of a monumental double.
Away and gets a save. Not going to be in the end of the offense, though. Kingsley sends one to the backboard, tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire! Try to clear this away. Let me call it with the back. Picked up the save. It's still there for Kingsley. He scored!
Shaping up to be the game Carmine Court needed. Joyo off kickoff. Astral also coming off the ceiling. Oh! He's on a different plane! What was that? He's not real!
I really like the adjustment from Nolly.
Oh! Yeah, me too, Jeremy.
I really like how Nolly's looking. 1-0 Gen G. He's looking real good after that.
I would love to see the stats from who has been picking up those pads a little bit more. We'll have to wait and find out because Thad, he's got some ideas of his own. Composure from the great Canadian. And it's
Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa, stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa, stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now.
Welcome back to the RLCS North American Winter Invitational. In case you're just joining us, we got to see Optic Gaming tape down Shopify Rebellion. We only got to 6 games, but man, the tension made it feel like we were in a Game 7. And it felt like it was do or die. I'm joined here by Reddles of Optic Gaming. First off, congrats. But second, I've got to ask, did it feel like Game 7 all the way throughout that entire series?
Of course it did. I mean, with how our first 2 regionals went, obviously not ideal. You know, we kind of came in like, just play. You know, our odds are unbelievably low. Let's just have fun, figure it out in the offseason, and go from there. But we do good. We beat FaZe, like, wait, okay. Sweep MAD, we're like, okay, wait. Everything goes our way in the other brackets. We play Shopify for top 4. We're like, okay, this is becoming a little possible. So definitely a lot more pressure today than yesterday, but I'm just proud the team pulled through.
No, I mean, there's got to be a ton of pressure knowing that there's that 5th and final spot for the winter major on the line. But, you know, you kind of talked about the first 2 regionals, obviously disappointing not only for fans, but you guys as well. Throughout those 2 and then this weekend included, what have you guys kind of learned throughout the entire season?
I won't talk too much on specifics. However, you know, it's a competitive region. You have Fury moving over, you have Genji moving over, you have Complexity moving over. It's not as easy as it once was, and you can't skate by on natural talent anymore. You see that with teams, some of the most talented teams in the region dropping out 9th, 12th, 13th, 16th, Furia going out in groups, us going out in groups twice. It's just not as easy as it was. And that's something that day by day we're trying to figure out in scrims. We have to take everything serious, have to grind as hard as we can, you know, trust each other, and we're working on that. Yeah, and it felt like the trust was there in that game 6, but when the series started off, it felt like the nerves were all over the place. And I'm sure it was the same for you, but especially for Magic Bear, knowing that he could possibly get to his first live event. And, you know, I've always said you're one of the best field generals in all of Rocket League. So what did you kind of tell your team in between games there to kind of uplift their spirits a little bit? I appreciate that. And I won't take all the credit. We have a fantastic coach that, you know, speaks to Magic, gets to him better than I can myself, and that's just something where we just have to trust in each other. If you don't have the trust, you know, you can't do this by yourself, and that's shown by some star players that try to make it work by themselves and can't. And thankfully, I have 2 teammates that, you know, this series put full trust in each other, and we played well as a team.
Yeah, you guys knocked it out of the park. Those infield passes that were going on target, I don't know how they saved a lot of those. It was absolutely incredible. But, you know, you guys have done your part. You know, now it's it's up to Complexity to take down Dignitas. Have you guys shot any messages over there? Have you guys been kind of trying to get in their heads a little bit? Or are you just going to kind of let the cards play how they kind of fall on the table?
I know AJ sent a few messages over to the Complexity boys, but, you know, we control what we control. You had 2 dead last. You can't expect to make a major with that. So even if Dignitas win, Complexity knock us out of the major, we're just going to take it step by step, you know, try and get our first regional win and go from there.
Absolutely. And you got G2 up on the horizon. You know, that's obviously going to be exciting for tomorrow. What do you guys have in mind for that? And then what do you got to say to your Optic gaming fans out there?
It's not going to be easy. G2 is one of the teams, probably the team I respect the most in the scene. They are some of the most professional, mature players. And you have players like Atomic that can do anything they want on the ball. So it's not going to be easy. We're going to have to go in there. We're going to have to prepare well. And to the Optic fans, I know. It's been 6 months. This is our first top 4. Trust me, I know it way more than you guys do. And I understand the frustration, and trust me, we're working on it. But I'm glad to be here with our first top 4. It's a good feeling, and I hope we can stay. Appreciate you guys.
Hey, Rattles, man, it's always an honor. It's always a pleasure to get to sit down and chat with you. It's fun to pick your brain. And best of luck moving forward, my friend.
Thank you, Subi.
Nice.
I was me. Yeah, sorry. That was muted. There was supposed to be some sort of transition there. You guys just heard silence. But I love it. He's like, yeah, guys, fans. I know. It's been a while, but they're here.
Yeah,
they're here.
And it's crazy that it's their first top 4, because it's like, I want more of these interviews with Reynolds. You know, we haven't been able to hear them this entire year because they haven't won on the weekend. So it's good for Optic. They're at least turning a corner. And let's not forget, like, even if they don't make this major, Spring Split is worth a lot more points. And if they can make major there, they can still squeak in to a world championship bid. So they just got to continue to build up what is working on this team. And they're finally figuring it out now. They took down FaZe yesterday for a fantastic performance. Yeah. They got an easy bracket here, I would say, but that's because of that FaZe win. So Optic, huge top 4 for them, and they're still alive for the major, but Dignitas must lose this next match.
Dignitas must lose. Well, Daz, that's a lot of pressure on them, ain't it?
Oh, you're talking about a lot of pressure. Absolutely. I mean, they've been in pressure ever since they started this event. Now you could talk about that round 1. You look at the bracket, round 1 against Space Station, win 5 games. Yeah, they took the W, but it was not the prettiest series from them. They've got to clean it up, and they've got to really lock in for a matchup against a Complexity team that has, at first, they seemed like they were sneaking under the radar, but now when you look at it, they've just been a force, and we're finally starting to pay attention to it.
Yeah, I think this is fun. I mean, there's so many storylines coming into this, and now so many of them revolved around this team. Dignitas, and they got to face off against Complexity. In their heads, they want to just focus on their own game. But Daz, Complexity is one of those teams you really put at the top of the North American region. And I'm wondering, do they have that on their mind? You think they're thinking about the opponent specifically, or is this a moment you just have to focus in on your game?
I think Complexity are just focusing on their game. You look back at the history, they've never lost a group stage. They've went 3-0 every time they've played. And then they go into playoffs, grand finals, top 4 finishes. Like this team is just trying to submit themselves as one of the best in North America. Again, teams that are still in this tournament that don't have to worry about major spots are worried about major seeding. So, of course, Complexity are going to try to do what they can here.
And on the other side, we have Dignitas, and we're going to call this the boot camp match, right? Because Dignitas, they flew everyone out to Philly. That's an hour away from me. And I told the Dig boys that if they win this regional, they can invade my house. So I hope they come. I hope they make major, and then they can come and invade my house, and we'll make some content and have a good time. But these boys, they're boot camping for a reason, because they believe that they can make this major, and now they're in the driving seat. All they need to do is beat Complexity. That is not easy, because Complexity is the #1 defense in this tournament. They've been top 3 in all 3 regionals. No other team has 2 top 3 performances on defense. So the Complexity has shown it on that side of the ball. Dignitas has to get that offense rolling early, but this boot camp buff has worked out incredibly well for them so far. And again, they're in the driver's seat. They know what they need to do. They don't want to get in by watching Optic lose tomorrow. They want to get in right now.
I don't get how you can't be hyped on these guys. I mean, seeing Andy Drees, Evo. I mean, I'm looking at Evo, the fact that he comes in a little bit of rough with XSET, but then he steps on his Dignitas team and starts popping off. Just seeing that is phenomenal. Like, it's such a great story behind them. And you guys are no fun.
What are you talking about? I think we're all fun, actually.
Come on. This is such a fun story for Dignitas.
But it would be even funner. It'd be funner if we have an Optic final that's super more interesting. That's what I'm playing for here. That's what my cards are on the table. Complexity have the cards stacked against them. They're playing against a solid team, and Complexity don't have that much pressure. And if you're not stepping up to them, they play Dignitas too. They have the advantage all the way here, all day long.
Okay, I guess that. I was thinking for instant gratification. I want the story right now. I want them to get in right away. But I guess that'd be fun later. Let's head to the skybox though, because we have the match ready. Jorby and Cheese waiting by. Dignitas is closing in on that major spot, and a win over Complexity would cement them that spot. With fate in their hands, they focus in, grip their controllers tight, and hope to play the best they ever have.
Dignitas surprise everybody this winter split, and now they're 1 series away from punching their ticket to San Diego. And another team that also figured it out this split, Complexity, stands in their way. Achieves. How do you measure this one up?
I think Daz is onto something there. Complexity, I think you definitely have to give him the edge. Gibbs is well set on defense. Complexity has been performing very well for quite a while now, so that's really the big test. Do Drees, Andy, and Evo have the firepower to break down a Complexity that has really found a way to solidify what I think when they initially transferred over to North America was probably the weakest aspect of their game?
I mean, adding CRR to this roster has really helped solidify them as well. It obviously didn't have the fall split that they wanted, but some extraneous circumstances, no doubt, was playing into that. And without all of those things off the field, Complexity, I mean, we see what they've been able to do this winter split. So we'll see if they can knock Dignitas down a peg here. But Dignitas certainly have looked pretty threatening. Complexity looks like a threat right now, though. And CRR puts it in after 2 tries.
What a press here from Complexity. I mean, Drees just trying his best to stick with this one. Andy, heck of a job to even keep that one out of the net. But of course, at that point, it's all about placement. CRR sees the line. Evo's taken up and out of the back of the net. Just go to the far post. No chance to save it. Complexity put the pressure on early. And a second one, a perfect kickoff. Jorby, we are cursed. That's the 3rd kickoff like this we've seen today.
You say we're cursed.
We're bad luck for teams on kickoff, man.
We might be. I thought the curse was that we had to watch the kickoffs and we have to cast. I thought that was the curse.
We get to watch goals go in. Okay. That's a win.
Fair enough. Well, not a win for Dignitas. How you want to start? As try to get things going. But, you know, Andy, someone who I know Corelli has always been really high on over the last few years. Like, he's really taken the next step on this team. They're going to need him. He grabs the save, try to get Dignitas in this.
Good idea there from Andy. Don't really have any reason to rush the offense there. You need to make sure all of your team is on the same page before you push against a team like Complexity. So slowing it down right there, definitely the right idea. And it's paying off, at least in part, where they do control the boost on the pitch. Of course, that physicality going to take away a little bit of that advantage.
Ray's Bowl tried to cut Dig out of the rotation. Ended up being successful. Nowhere for really Ray's Bowl to handle that touch. Ended up giving it up. CRR cuts him off. Overall, Complexity really locking down the midfield. A lot of pressure forcing Drees up and touch that right off the bar. Well, continuing the theme of today, I think, as AJG pushes it back to midfield.
That was actually so well done from AJG. Just a short little jump and turn and really trying to focus on his team's control of the ball right there. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter, but also on the opposite end of the coin, Evo not able to squeeze one underneath that corner of the net.
That is hard for players to hit today. This CRR. Ball's going to bounce away from him. Dignitas starting to gain a little more control on the ball, though the last sequence of touches, not exactly the most threatening. Everyone on Complexity just kind of waiting, and AJG getting another 50 in front. Has 9 boost in the tank, trying for the pass. Ray's Bolt at least kept it close. CRR jumps over AJG and can't get behind the 50.
Yep, tip it back. Right idea. Complexity so focused on ball control, and I think that's absolutely the right play. No reason to just force something that isn't there. AJG, questionable challenge, but it actually ends up paying off. Ends up dishing it cleanly to Ray's Bull, and Complexity, if they've got a touch that will take it away from Dignitas, they will go for it.
Right there, AJG, almost connected with Ray's Bull, but to another example of what you're talking about. Whoa, another save from AJG. Ray's Bull certainly needed the help. That was going to be quite the stretch for him. Now he gets bumped, but CRR in possession. He's kind of die for Complexity on offense at least. But again, Dignitas with only 3 shots on net, Complexity doubling that total. It's been a struggle. That was dirty. That was dirty.
This is how air dribbles can really freeze defenses. Ray's Bull knows he can't get up in time, so he actually ends up rotating through the midfield and says, CRR, AJG, you guys figure it out. I'm going to take a risk. That leaves all that open space, and Andy took full advantage of it. Way to use the timing. Beautiful shot on target.
That's my favorite decision, the one where you throw your hands up and you leave and say, you guys deal with it. Here.
That's all you really can do. I mean, what's he going to do? Just jump and do nothing?
Well, we know that may have worked for Reynolds in the last game, but AJG sinks one underneath. A nice shot from him. Complexity retained that 2-goal lead.
Nice touch from Ray's Bull, not getting too greedy. Again, recognizing where the open space on the pitch is. AJG was literally just camped out over on that side of the net saying, guys, I'm here. Pass me the ball, please. Ask and you shall be rewarded.
I can't imagine the amount of pressure Dignitas must feel right now. This is not a familiar position for them. Drees maybe has a little bit of it when he played for G2. But as far as Andy and Evo go, this is the farthest that they've gotten, the closest that they've gotten to land. And your task is to beat Complexity, a team that has looked great this entire winter split. I mean, what a task in front of you.
That's always why, when it comes down to some of those big games, we do tend to favor the teams with experience. Like yesterday, you saw M80 have to go against a team like version 1, and it's like, sure, maybe on any given day M80 can win, but on the day where it really counts, and that value in the experience, version 1 being in many situations similar to that before, can pay off in spades. And right now, at least here in game 1, Complexity definitely show that, hey man, we've been around the block a few times, but they're not out of the woods yet. Andy makes it again, gives him a shot with 2 seconds left.
Yeah, good job from Dig. Hanging on to this ball. You see Ray's Bull, he jumped a little early from Drees there. avoiding that demo, or trying to avoid the demo. And not a bad attempt at recovering from where he landed. Now 2 seconds. Let's see if they got it. Nope. That one. Oh, okay. Razebull bumped AJG into the ball. He really wanted to give Dig a chance, but they won't get it. Drees is going to go change his car, and we're going to get right into Forbidden Temple.
Strong start from Complexity, really. I mean, I have to say, I really enjoyed the way that they were really focused on moving the ball around, pushing it back, focusing on possession more than just press as hard as we can, which is something that we're not unfamiliar with seeing out of some South American teams.
Now wait, did CRR teach them that, or did Gen G teach them that? You know what I mean?
That's a good question. You'd have
Which
to
one
ask
is
them. The ball control has always been something of relative import when it comes to Rocket League, but it's true. You never know exactly what finally is the driving force behind you to adapt how you play the game, but Complexity moved the ball well that game, and it's not like it was overly complicated. It was really just pick the spot where it's open or pick the spot that's the safest, and we'll go that direction. And Dignitas was kind of just driving back and forth trying to follow that play, and Complexity was in the driver's seat the entire time, really.
As we head to Forbidden Temple, Dignitas trying to get their footing in this series. And I thought they had some good pushes at the end of game one. Let's see how they adapt to Complexity's focus on ball control, as you're saying, achieves, and see what they do to try to deal with it. Couple pushes here as Evo comes across. Complexity able to just rip that ball away on a couple of 50s, force him to play into the corner. And right there, getting a chip. And Andy just can't follow it back up.
A lot of paint being traded between Dig and Complexity at the moment. Jockeying for position. But right now, Dignitas really just poking and prodding. Obviously don't have a clean offensive press. Razebull to CRR, and hello, Drees. Somehow able to figure out where that shot's going to go.
No, I don't think he had to do much work. CRR kind of hit it right into him.
Convenient.
It works out. And Razebull, not a quality touch there. He had CRR close. And AJG will scoop it, but then he gets chipped off the play. Maybe that's what it is going to take. Not just trading paint on the ball, but trading paint on the car for Dignitas.
I do like that adjustment from Dignitas, right? Because if it's like, you know what, look, if they're just going to back pass and let things roll onto their own half or forever, let's just keep pressing and try and take advantage of all that time they're going to give us to push up the field and try and constrict as much space as we can. And like you see Andy right there, just go straight for the player who's coming for the ball next. And who knows, that physicality will open up a gap. Drees denied by the post. Not sure he was actually trying to shoot per se, but
it was definitely closer than he was expecting, if so. Oh, wow. Drees just shot up. Almost found a way to... I mean, he did make it awkward. He forced the poor touch. But even right there, you still got to work through multiple Complexity cars. You're trying to find the read, trying to figure out where to sit. And each car is like kind of layered in front and back. Hard to really size that up. There's been a lot of close chances on Forbidden Temple in this first half.
Yeah, lucky there if you were Dignitas. Definitely got caught over-rotating into the corner there, and just fortunate Complexity didn't put that one between the sticks.
He might put this one in. AJG, a tight angle, tight timing, but he makes it all work.
Trying to call his bluff. I think Drees gives this one up to leave his teammate for it, and Evo, actually, he may have realized that a shot was coming there and tried to correct a little bit later, but credit to AJG, just making that one work in an awkward spot and converts one. That's scoring on the half chance.
Oh, CRR on the flick, but Andy takes it away. Dignitas almost got the 2 spot done to him again. What happened in game 1? Drees forced it. Got no boost at all. Quick save. Evo gets there in time. Complexity off the post because CRR jumped from the opposite side of the field. He saw no one from Dig was up, so he figured, why not?
But the thing about it is he was so beat to the ball. Like, I honestly don't think he actually expected to be the one to make contact with that ball. I think he kind of might have given up on the trajectory to shoot.
He's like, wait, I hit the post. Don't worry, CRR, everyone is today.
That's the truth. It has been a day of some questionable accuracy.
Even in the version
people.
1 series, we had constant hits off the bar in the post. Some days just like that. It's always like the Invitational too, when major hopes are on the line. You're playing for the post, the post, bro.
Unstoppable, unbeatable. That's why it's the
unreal.
all-time save leader.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's beaten that record. Maybe Memory, but that one's going to be taken back. I think probably Torment. Torment and Memory, probably the only 2 players in existence that would contend with the post for the amount of saves. Drees, though, going to drop it down, and CRR easily turns it away. Whereas a few chances Dignitas got. You are thinking about that inaccuracy now. They've had the chances, and he leaves one for Drees. He's got boost, and he hits the bar!
You don't believe it. And Ray's...
Oh,
he did it! What? He straight own goaled it, but he ended up buying enough time for AJG to rotate back into goal and get the save. That's just absolute catastrophe for everyone on the pitch. And somehow Complexity gets away with it and drives down the pitch and scores. Oh my goodness.
That's a 180 tilt right there. That's what that is for Dignitas. So
what a
close. You were almost giving the own goal too, Andy, trying to squeeze it in. And then Complexity just marched down the field and put it in your net.
I mean,
that's gotta hurt.
CRR just jumped at that one too. From the midfield line, he saw it just kind of roll over the last man, was like, I'll give it a go. And if Drees really just had his camera just get popped right over his shoulder, and obviously it's not like he's expecting someone to actually be there, because why would they?
If CRR's saying, I'll give it a go, and it's working, I think it's a pretty good
You're in
day
good
for you.
shape.
Things are working out for you. CRR trying to drop it down. And Complexity win a mostly clean forbidden.
I don't know. Is this questionable?
Mostly.
This one may be Dignitas accuracy comes back to bite them. I think probably should have had at least overtime here.
Complexity also hit the bar though too. They could have taken the lead.
But they were in the lead.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh man, Dree's got his car changed. Now Evo's gonna go change his car. Dignitas trying to find the right set for this match. The first 2 games have not been it. CRR sitting at the top of the scoreboard for Complexity. But someone who's really impressed me this split achieves in particular is AJG. For the longest time on Complexity, as Dignitas call a timeout, much needed. But since he's been on Complexity, I feel like, Raise Bowl and Shad, back when they had Shad, would have those highlight reel moments. But AJG,
They were really the standout, yeah.
Yeah, he kind of played anchor more times than not. But now he's not only more aggressive, but he also seems more thoughtful behind the ball, and it's put him in scoring position a lot of times this split. He has looked excellent this winter, and it's been great to see him kind of come to the forefront a little bit on this team.
And I really think part of that is a big reason, why teams like Complexity or Furia make, or even Gen G, I suppose, to some degree, but they make changes to make a region swap, come over here to live in North America. And I think there's value in that, because you see a player like AJG and you're right, it refines what they were already good at. Because, South American teams, they've always had a very intuitive understanding of how offense is going to be played. And yeah, they find themselves in some very interesting spots, and they could convert a lot of it. But you get over here and you have consistent, always playing against some of the best teams in the world every day, day in, day out. And it really forces you to refine your approach in a lot of ways. And you're seeing that kind of pay off for a player like AJG. And you're right, that's a great thing to see.
Yeah, they've played well so far. Dignitas have been effectively shut down. They just can't find a way to get this ball away consistently from Complexity. But there were definitely some gaps in game 2. And we talked about the pressure that they must be feeling. And this timeout, it's a chance to reset, kind of think, okay, we've been here before. We played 2 other regionals. We beat teams above where we were previously seeded. We've proven that we're a team that is a threat. So time to refine that's a great word, that energy against Complexity here, because going down 3-0, it ain't it.
And obviously, I think that game 2, yeah, it's frustrating that you ended up losing, but at the same time, you definitely walk away from that saying, we had our chances, and we certainly could have found at least an equalizer, maybe an overtime, and this is a great kickoff. Can't ask for much better, but unfortunately the shot just comes from too far away. Raisable has time to adjust. And if you're Dig, I think they were onto something. They definitely tried to increase that level of aggression that they were putting out towards Complexity, trying to get more physical, open up a few more gaps, and I think that was the right game plan. I mostly think that timeout wasn't necessarily for strategy or making adjustments. It was just to cool off a little bit and kind of let that one settle in and refocus the mind more than anything else. I like their approach.
CRR dodging back into it, forces the ball high, back to Raisable. Again, just trying to tee that ball out. AJG, that's a give touch. Dignitas force it back to the corner. Demo on the backside though. CRR pre-flip to stabilize and just can't get enough behind it. Easy clear for Drees.
Just a weird clear from Evo there out of his corner. Not sure he really expected it. At the same time, Dignitas on defense, generally more often than not, in a decent enough spot. I think they may start asking some questions here of that Complexity offense. Does it really have the bite behind it?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't had too much effectiveness getting downhill. That's a great pass. Evo, he was coming real quick.
With the demo.
He still have to side flip to try to stabilize. 2 demos now, one from Drees, one from Evo, but couldn't get AJG off the ball. And CRR's already come back. It's taken away. More pressure for them to deal with. More failed clear attempts.
They're holding a lot of boost, but Complexity doing a great job challenging the ball to just keep this one stalemated on the orange side. Talk about having to work some overtime in terms of fighting for possession. Complexity working hard.
Is it just a factor of how well... Wait. Is it just a factor of Andy setting this one up off the board? Evo going underneath. CRR recovered. Pop up for AJG. Raisable and CRR connect. Big shot, but taken away. Dignitas. Jeez, I don't even remember what I was going to ask you. All of a sudden, the ball's rocketing towards Dignitas' net. Drees,
awkward.
trying to funnel it, and CRR plays it back to the corner.
Very scary situation there for Dignitas. Ball just kind of floating around their backboard. No one really able to get a quality touch on it. Complexity trying to squeeze and squeeze, but enough time has passed. Complexity has not been able to poke through a gap. The Dignitas defense, Drees. That was a risky approach to that challenge, but did buy plenty of time for Evo and Andy to get reset on defense here.
They spent 45 seconds in the orange half. The ball's literally not left it, and now it finally does, but they don't have the ball. There's CRR, puts it high and close to Raisable. Forced one defender up, and now they just can't hold on to the ball. Even Andy there struggling for it. AJG brings it back down, but the 50s are working out. Drees gets enough on the pop. Hang on, maybe on the reset, but taken away by CRR.
That's part of what I'm talking about, though. Like, yeah, Complexity spends a lot of time over on that Dignitas half, but does it really have the bite? Maybe that boost steal, maybe AJG sweeping through the goal line can get them some type of opening, but that Dignitas defense looks a lot more sturdy than you might think, because even in that situation where they were in a, honestly, quite terrible spot, Complexity wasn't really there to jump all over it. So that's why I'm kind of wondering, is that Complexity press really got enough behind it as Evo? I mean, honestly, Raisable, I love just how he stared that one down. He said, yeah, do it. Hit me. And they couldn't figure it out.
Apt for a guy named after a bull. AJG, gonna take it. And you might be right. Complexity, trying to connect on a couple of demos in the orange half, but Dignitas have avoided most of them and gotten in position on the clear. So very well may be onto something that they might be calling Complexity's bluff here on offense. They're not convinced. At least in this game. Andy last back. Where does Dignitas go with this ball? It's been effectively, for as much time as Complexity had, I mean, mostly a dead game. Here comes Evo. That's a tough one. AJG's jump takes away the play.
Now you got to convert here if you're Complexity. Probably the strongest counterattack you've had all day, but of course, Dignitas holding on to so much boost.
This one around the corner. Shot for Drees. About the weakest touch he could have gotten. Evo. Dunked by CRR. AJG up. And 2 commit from Dignitas, but they get back to the corner. Miss from Raisable. AJG makes up for it with a demo. But the ball still pushes to CRR. Complexity. They just don't spend any time in the blue half. Perez, another shot. Taken away. Complexity, hunting for it. Razebull trying to steal it out. Hang on. A 1v1. Drees and CRR, but CRR, he ain't going to be beat by that one. A little too fast. Not over. Dignitas at the end of regulation. Drees on a catch. Razebull's missed it. Drees will let it drop.
And Complexity got 2 boost steals in the Dignitas corner right there, but Drees, just a great job bobbing and weaving through that Complexity midfield, kept him out of a tight 0-second spot. So Complexity, you've had a lot of pressure, but not a lot of quality chances. What do you do with it? I mean, there's 8 saves, 6 of them on Andy over on that Dignitas side. You need to find some way to break through there.
That bump from Andy was great. Complexity had a later approach there on offense. CRR! Oh, what a save! Coming off the post, he couldn't drill it through, and it comes off hard. Razebull
What a
looking for AJ, or AJG looking for it. CRR closes it off. All of a sudden, pace of play picked up a step. Andy and Drees had to combine. And non-threatened, one on target. CRR puts it away. Dignitas trying to get set up. They're finding a little more behind that ball, a little more in the midfield. Can they start to press? Can they start to really challenge Complexity in the blue half? Because they haven't spent a lot of time in the blue half.
It does feel like Complexity, looking at how this game has gone, generally holding possession and pressure, but not a lot of good shots. They may start trying to take a bigger risk, trying to make a big challenge and see if they can get them that way. So that's kind of a double-edged sword, because I would still expect in general Complexity to be in the driver's seat, but they're going to take on a lot more inherent risk if they start feeling a little dive happy and frustrated that they are not really creating any chances.
Evo, nothing. Couldn't fall back down on that ball. It's up to Drees to protect this. And he does. He actually gets a chance to Evo, but now Razebull. Easy shot denied by Andy. AJG gets by the next defender, though. He gets by 2 defenders. He bumps the third, but the first comes back and saves the day. It's still not over. Hanger in front of the box. 2 commit from Dignitas again, but into space. Everybody's recovering. Complexity still have control. AJG a high ball. Drees bringing it back down. He wants a quick read. CRR faking that approach. Complexity still have control. They still got the bigger brain to keep possession, but where are the teeth? AJG, no boost, nothing. Razebull,
Here's
next
the
up,
counterattack.
Drees got him. He's deleted. Wonder touch for Evo. AJG harassing him, bought CRR that time. And just when you thought Dignitas were about to break out, that gets stuffed.
That's really the battle this one's going to come down to. It's going to be some type of Dignitas counterattack, and is it just Complexity? Did you go too far or not?
Ball from their own end again. 50 going out. Couple of boost steals. Drees was trying to play it real tight with Evo. Evo trying to prevent that challenge from coming quickly. Complexity with control of the midfield line. They're forced back after a great touch from Evo. What? CRR just gives it right back. He wins another 50. AJG heading downfield, but there's just so much power. He's got to work it towards the corner. Now in front of the box, leaves it. They combine again. These double commits are just turning into pitch chances for Dignitas, but 2 more demos from CRR. Razebull setting it up, and CRR's got no boost and no chance anyway. Dignitas all spreading out now. Evo up high. They might get it. Razebull,
you can't miss that.
missed the ball. Everybody's missed. A quick shot. AJG denies them. Evo diving over to the side. Drees, another touch out. CRR puts it back down. And Complexity, that's the most uncomfortable they've looked all game.
Yeah, that was just respect from Dignitas. They thought there was no shot. Complexity just misses an easy save like that, and they really got away with one there.
Oh, Razebull taken away. AJG, he's still trying to get those bumps. He does bump first man here, but he missed the goal line hit. Razebull keeping that ball close. A nice little pop back to CRR. Drees all over him. Dignitas, knowing what's at stake, will simply not let Complexity into their net. Drees, look at him float with AJG, and he actually gets the dunk off.
Yeah, it's a great adjustment, but now Evo's starting to dive as well. Now it's really getting aggressive for both teams. Again, Drees just a little chip forward. AJG is going to steal the boost. Complexity, you're in a decent spot here. You need to get this one mid, and unfortunately, CRR just rolls it around the wall. Couldn't catch up to the ball to get behind it.
CRR, though, going to keep the play alive. Andy working on low boost.
There
Evo
we
just
go.
picked up a canister, and Drees is also out. Andy on small pad duty as he's rotating around. He's avoiding bumps while the challenge from Evo comes
There
out.
we
Now
go.
Andy gets deleted.
Oh,
Razebull, he lost it. What? Complexity come around, and CRR delivers. The game Complexity, one away from a sweep.
They just smash into each other, and it puts them in the perfect position to take away Dree's control. Look at that. He just smashed Raiseball into perfect spot to steal the Dree's clear.
Pull shot positioning achieves the new meta.
Now that's fortunate. That's the most questionable victory you will see today.
He's indeed a fortunate pull, to say the least. Dove into him, and you know what they say, panic can create perseverance, I guess.
That was going to be the one time Complexity went too far. And of course, Drees' clear goes right into their nose. That was tough.
I mean, what do you do here if you're Dignitas? Andy, he had 9 saves, which is just ridiculous. But a lot of saves coming out as well from Complexity. Dignitas early in that game, we kind of hammered it home pretty much the whole time about how much time was spent in the orange half. They just didn't do enough to really they didn't have to do a lot to make Complexity feel uncomfortable on defense, but they just couldn't keep them there.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity, that was really the question, because when you're in a series, I should say a game like that one, and Complexity just has the pressure, really the only thing you can do as Dignitas in that situation is find the long clear. You have to dump it up the field. You have to continually force Complexity to reset. And unless you're getting a big outplay somewhere, like here, look at this pass into the middle where Evo puts a perfect shot to the bottom post, you're generally going to get boxed in pretty hard. As what a dish from Andy towards the wall, and really handcuffs Raiseball on the backboard, Evo in the right spot.
Well, I think for Dignitas, certainly a tough hill to climb here, but if you're an Optic fan, and if you're Optic themselves, more important,
all for it.
You are loving what's happening on the pitch right now. As Drees get this catch out. And Optic certainly, their path, even if Dignitas lose here, Optic still have to win the entire event. But they'll be happy that they get another chance at it in the semifinals if Dig end up dropping here, which, knowing how hard it'll be to come back, just may happen. But Dignitas do have an early lead, trying to hang on to this ball.
And honestly, I think that's best case scenario for Dignitas here in Game 4. You get out in front early. Now you know Complexity is going to have to try and force something. You know they're going to be willing to commit a little harder and give up a little bit more somewhere in the midfield line. So as long as they keep control of their own boosts, Dignitas are in a decent spot to give themselves a chance to extend, and Drees will be denied by AJG.
Good soft touch from Andy, and Andy delivered up another one. Complexity a little better, and Raiseball a little faster. Raiseball shot over one. AJG lies in wait. Drees looking for the long clear to Evo. He got him. Where do they go from there? Back to their own half, I guess, with Zandy. Just gonna kick that ball away. Drees helping out. They get step back up here. Complexity locking them down right now. To commit from Complexity, but again, a good landing from CRR.
Nice. Don't really, I said ooh, but I'm not really sure Andy actually had a better choice right there. Some miscommunication going on the Dignitas side, though. Dish to CRR on the wall for Raiseball, drilled into the net. Look at this Dignitas rotation get tangled up here. Evo thinks that's his ball in the midfield, and Drees tips it backwards, so they all get bunched up at just the wrong time, and Complexity finds the right place to push and convert the equalizer.
Not the time for communication issues for Dignitas. Well, that's the one way you beat that kickoff. Just go for it. Just go for the follow-up guy. CRR's going for the net, and he just missed it. AJG denied. Complexity trying to take the lead, trying to take control, and any questions this series may still have. AJG lobs it up himself. I mean, I've never really felt like there was really only, I think, a single minute in Game 3 where I thought that Complexity looked like they were out of control or looked like they were uncomfortable. But even when Dignitas get to this half, I mean, I just don't feel, they don't have the control. They're not going to beat CRR's 50. They're not going to beat Raiseball on the follow-up touch. There's just everything that they need to go right. Like, they get the first touch, the second touch right, but then they are stuffed just by Complexity's defense. I think they played excellently.
Yeah, I mean, across the board, I would say generally it's, oh, wow, Razebull, how do you handle that one? Hello, wow. Perfectly timed support from CRR, Razebull. That's twice now on defense. He's looked down the barrel of a dangerous attack, and he's come out on top, this time with a little help from his friends. But you're right, that challenge game from Complexity across the board has been so solid. It's been tough for Dig to really say that they're even really going even on it, but how about executing on a clear? They really just picked this one off. It's just a slow floater. It went about as neutral as you could ask, and Evo won the race. And how about getting back to it? What a dish.
Yeah. Able to dish it out, the pass, and the no power flip reset touch.
Oh.
Dropping it right onto Drees. I mean, that one was pretty from Evo.
And a second? Nah, CRR's back. I should have known better.
Not so fast. Like Dignitas. It is nice for them. It's about to get real ugly, though. That one popped across, and oh my. CRR having to come in, keep that ball jammed into the corner. As Complexity try to get reset here on offense. Dignitas get the clear.
Best chance here for Dignitas. You only got to survive for about a minute. And proving, or at least showing, that Complexity has kind of struggled to consistently break you down. This is probably your best chance to keep the series alive here. If you concede an equalizer, start to be a little bit worried.
It's a good loose ball. Ooh, Evo's just going a little too fast to recover and grab that ball.
He's going for a very spicy goal.
Would have been spicy for sure. But you know what's better than spice achieves? A sweet, sweet passing play on a transition. A nice one here.
I mean, Drees was really just trying to take away the backboard, punt right there by getting up early. But unfortunately, look what this allows. The dish back across, and Evo a little too aggressive. You really got to let that play develop. Pushing up there is too dangerous. You're just simply too far away from the play to really get up in its face and take it away from Complexity. He got beat. He paid for it.
Dignitas do get the ball. Starting to run low on time. I don't know if an overtime is something that they really want another crack at. High ball, Evo. It's a soft touch. Evo almost found a way to get a 50-50 against CRR. Ooh, another one for AJG. Hits it high. And Dignitas, Drees, a bit awkward, but he wasn't facing a lot of pressure. He didn't have boost. Pass, a shot, and he has the save at the end of regulation. Andy keeping Dignitas' major hopes alive. And now they might have a transition here. Evo puts it right on the back wall, taken away. I'm not gonna lie, Chiefs, I did not think that was coming off the back wall.
Yeah, it was there for Dignitas. I'm surprised that Evo got that one into a shootable spot. That's a big save from Complexity.
Oh,
and Razebull, the correction, it's free. Wow. Wow. Talk about unfair.
Again.
Oh, Andy, that's just not fair. You have to defend him getting the touch there. And then, of course, you get the little bump. That was so difficult to defend. Talk about a disaster of a kickoff to get swept. Oof.
That one definitely hurts if you're Dignitas. So close to a major clinching, but they couldn't get it. Complexity, they were just a little bit better this time. And now Optic, all of a sudden, they control their own destiny. There is nothing left in their path in terms of things they don't control. Optic now, all they gotta do is win the event, and they will get that 5th spot in the North America, yes, and they will head to San Diego.
How hard could it be? Just a simple matter of G2 or Gen.G, FaZe, or Complexity. Honestly, they probably like their chances now that they know they've got some. So, great show here from Complexity. See how that offense shapes up tomorrow against either Gen.G or FaZe, but good show for them.
Absolutely, and as our Mobile One high performance replay concludes, you guys don't want to get up or go too far. We got one more banger match to round out the day. FaZe versus Gen.G. Only one of these teams makes top 4 this time. Let's see what happens, guys. All right, let's just leave. Go. Bye.
You can save an average of 2 times more with our smart savings tools. For everything we want, we're all better off with an Ally.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire! Try to clear this away. Let it go. Put the back. Picked up the save. It's still there for two. He scored! Shaping up to be the game Carmine Court needed.
Astral also coming off the ceiling. Oh! He's on a different plane! What was that? He's not real!
I really like the adjustment from Nolly.
Oh! Yeah, me too, Johnny. I really like how Nolly's looking. 1-0 Gen G.
He's looking real good after that. I would love to see the stats from who has been picking up those pads a little bit more. We'll have to wait and find out, because Thad, he's got some ideas of his own. Composure from straight Canadian. And
To the stars, yeah.
All right, we are back here at the RLCS. We just got finished watching Complexity take on Dignitas and a 4-0 sweep. Complexity still looking on top, and the question is, can they continue that forward? I'm here with CRR. CRR, first of all, I just want to say congratulations on making your first LAN event. This is going to be the first time you're playing at a major. You got to tell me how that feels, first of all.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, it really feels so nice. I have been fighting for qualifying for RLCS LAN like 2 years, so right now I'm so happy.
That's good. That's good. And of course, I hopefully you've been keeping track of how things have been going on with the rest of the world. Last week in Europe, G1 ended up making there your former teammate Dorito. I've heard you guys are good friends, but you guys could be potentially facing off against each other. What are your thoughts on potentially playing Dorito?
It would be nice. I really would like to play against him in the major. I think just being together in the major, even on different teams, is so nice. So I'm gonna try to enjoy it.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, you guys obviously representing North America. Do you feel like you've been kind of settling into NA now versus like the initial move? What are your thoughts on just like that overall, from the move to now playing in NA?
I think I'm more settled right now, but at the start it was pretty difficult because we started the season pretty bad. But right now I feel so good, and I think everything is going nice.
That's good. Glad things are doing well here with the move. Obviously, you've been also being settled in with like teams in NA. Like I saw a little bit of conversation between you and Optic on Twitter, just about like helping them but get this win here against Dignitas. Do you think Optic have a shot to make the major?
They have a chance, of course, but they play against G2 and it's a really hard opponent. And I don't know. We just leave it on them because we always try to win. Doesn't matter who is the opponent. So. I give them luck, and that's it.
Okay, yeah, speaking of competition in the North America, 4 teams left in this tournament: Optic, G2, FaZe, and Gen G. You're going to play the winner of this next matchup with FaZe Clan and Gen G. But who do you feel is, I've asked you this last week, I'm going to ask you it again. Who do you feel is the strongest opponent in the North America region for you?
I think probably Gen G. Gen G is a really hard opponent, but I think in the top 3, doesn't matter who you play against, or top 5, it's gonna be always a hard match.
Oh man, and so you're absolutely right. So I'm just gonna wish you good luck here for the rest of the event. But of course, I'm gonna give you a chance to address your fans who have kind of been supporting you guys. You guys have definitely been doing so well in these North American events. I want to give you a chance to have some words for them.
I just want to thank them all. I'm trying my best. The team is trying the best. So I hope that they are happy for us and they are enjoying our matches.
We certainly are. At least I can speak in tone to that. So obviously, congrats on the win, and we will see you tomorrow in the semifinals.
Okay, thank you.
Complexity making their way into the semifinals, as mentioned there. Jorby, Dignitas put up a bit of a fight here, but it definitely felt like there was some difficulty in solving the problem that was Complexity.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity just played a really consistent game outside of about a minute or 2 of play where Dignitas really made them uncomfortable on defense. I mean, I think we saw Complexity's play continue to evolve here, where Achieves talked early on in the series about the focus they have on controlling the ball and not always trying to just dive or make a challenge happen that maybe you shouldn't. And I think that their risk management has become excellent in addition to that. So very difficult. Unfortunate for Dignitas. I was really excited to see them try to make the push, to see Andy, Evo, and Drees. That maybe Drees makes another major, and Andy gets his or Andy and Evo get their first, but just wasn't in the cards this time.
Hey, but still opportunity. It's just out of their hands now at this point, right?
Yeah,
Gibbs,
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
you're right about that. I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, and because here's the thing. Before I predicted Dig because I wanted to see it too, like I was on that train. But then I got to point it out that, hey, you know what? Maybe this will be more exciting when there's two teams still kind of in contention. If Optic goes to grand finals, which is very unlikely, but it'll be a cool story if it does happen.
I don't think it's that unlikely.
It's possible. Yeah, it's definitely possible.
To at least get to grand finals, I think is very possible.
Past G2?
Optic.
I mean, G2 didn't look great today.
G2 are the favorite, but yeah, I don't think that G2 looked perfect. And I don't know, Optic, when they go up against G2, that's a different matchup. So who knows?
Okay, well, we'll find out tomorrow because we don't play our semis till then. Right now, we have one more quarterfinal to get through, and it's going to be the big boys. It's Gen G versus FaZe Clan. These two teams have started to cement themselves, Gibbs, as the best in North America, and they're already facing off now in the quarterfinals.
Oh, absolutely. We played 5 regionals. FaZe has won 2 of them. And then we got Gen G, who's won the other 2, and of course, the fall major champions as well. These are your best 2 teams in North America. There is no question about that. But unfortunately, when one of them has a little bit of issues on day 1, they normally wind up playing each other in the quarterfinals. And here we go again. FaZe and Gen G. FaZe last time in the grand finals won. They were up 3-0 though, and then Gen G fought back to at least tie that series before FaZe put them down. So it's anyone's game, I think, at this point. We know Gen G, they're probably the best team in the world right now. FaZe, though, wants to be part of that conversation going into the winter major and get all the momentum they possibly can.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to not get the NA1 seed. There's a bit of a difference in the groups between that 1 and 2. So I think this match means a lot to both of these teams. But it's going to be tight because can't forget in that grand final that FaZe won. Gen G almost came back and almost stole that series from them. So if you're sitting here and you're at home and you're thinking, well, FaZe won the last one, so definitely FaZe this time. Gotta be careful. Gen G still are Gen G.
I just want to point out too, everyone's got last on too. If it's a serious match, you might see Gen G be a little more on the light side, and sometimes we'll get that hone in from FaZe. But all teams laughing right now, Gibbs, because they're both locked in anyways for the major, right? That losing, sure, you want to win, you want to make a statement, but I think both are coming into this probably feeling relatively comfortable.
Oh, yeah. Both are feeling relatively comfortable for the World Championship as well. These two have tons of points right now, but why not get a little bit more? You never know what happens in spring. There's a lot more points on the line, and if you miss the major there, that might mean you have to play in the wild card or something like that for the World Championship. So you always want to beat the best teams in your region, especially right before the major. You really want to go into that feeling your absolute best. So this is a great test for both these teams to have a hard playoff run here, because they're going to face each other. Then they face a hard complexity, and then whoever makes it to the finals, who it might be Optic who's playing for everything, which could be very, very difficult. So I think they want that long playoff run and get as much experience as they possibly can right before the major.
Well, you guys are already getting your predictions in the chat. While you're tallying those up, let's throw ours up on the board here. And it's only Gibbs going FaZe Clan. Now, why is this?
Well, I kept picking against FaZe when they played Gen G because the last 3 before this match, it was all Gen G all the time. But FaZe finally pulled out that win. So I can jump back on to the FaZe side. And I want it to be interesting to go into this winter major. I do feel like FaZe are this close to winning an international LAN. They just need a little bit more confidence. Maybe they get it here.
Jarby, what was your percentage? Like, there had to be some deliberation between these two teams. Like, what's your percentage towards
51-49?
Is that close? Yeah.
I literally, I spent the entire time I was given to pick a prediction or to pick a team. I took the entire time to figure it out. So Gen G, I'm banking on that momentum against FaZe. I think Gen G, I don't think they liked losing. I think that they care about being the best team, and I think they care about improving. This team is not going to be lazy. They're not going to quit. FaZe are going to have to play at 200%. I can see it going either way, but if you're going to make me pick a team, I'm picking my boy Applejack, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Hey, usually you see a lot of FaZe Clan fans there, but it's pretty heavily inside of Gen G. We'll find out which one of these teams moves on because we do have it ready. Subin Corelli standing by. North America's current Titans face off as our last quarterfinal of the day. With the major clinch for both teams, it now comes down to a matter of pride and statement to the rest of the region.
Gen G and FaZe Clan, the previous Winter Cup final, relegated to a quarterfinal match here in the Winter Invitational, Subi, and it's the one that everyone's had their eyes on today.
Oh my goodness, I have been looking forward to this for 24 hours now. Ever since the schedule got released, this was the one that was circled, highlighted, exclamation points all around it. This is going to be the match of the day. I know we've had some Game 7s. I know we've had some tight-knit overtimes, but the two top dogs in all of North America going head-to-head yet again.
Yeah, the desk absolutely were right. Top two teams here in North America, and you're really wondering, can FaZe do it again, or is Gen G just going to go back to their old ways? That's really the question here. How big is the divide between Gen G and FaZe? Well, we're about to find out. This one's cleared away by Gen G. First killer having to start from his own line. Now, Chronic does a good job to deny and not let that FaZe Clan build that offense. It's what's been so scary for them, I think, between all the FaZe Clan iterations that we've seen. This offense has been just lethal on FaZe, and it's first killer to lead the charge.
Check out the transition from defense to offense on this play. Immediately, first killer bowing out of that defensive half and putting a shot on target. Great challenge from Mist and FaZe Clan. All cylinders firing properly here in game number one.
Exactly how you want to start if you're FaZe. First killer, of course, putting his second shot away here in this game in the first minute. Gen G yet to show us any offense here as Chronic finds the back wall, and it's only first killer. Gen G looking for that control, what they're known for between the players, using each other, using the space given to them as well, and of course the mechanics. But both teams have that. First killer now, takes it from the ceiling, wants to take it himself. Mist is there on the far side, but the pass is too far ahead, and Gen G will break it up.
Still not out of the woods yet. Shots coming from Typical, and first killer doing such a great job of running the offense for FaZe Clan. Is apparently Jack. Opportunity here, passes down. Chronic has to rotate back, realizes a shot coming from Mist, and gonna put it into his own back corner. And FaZe Clan looking to be the first team to take out Gen G Mobile 1 out of the grand finals. Ever since they have come into North America, they have just been thrust into the spotlight. Every single grand finals they've made an appearance, including the major, which they won. This team has been nothing short of great, as Mist gonna have an opportunity here.
And of course, FaZe trying to go back-to-back as well in regionals. Gen G winning Fall Regional 3, the Fall Invitational, and then the Major, and then the Winter Open, so they went back-to-back. G2 also did it last season in the spring as well. Winning 2 regionals, it's hard, but it does happen back-to-back. And having to go through Gen G is no easy task here, as FaZe fielding another shot from apparently Jack, his second. Nolly plays this one from the box, and Typical's there to clear it away.
Great job by FaZe Clan denying every single Gen G opportunity. And as I say that, again, first killer up in time, but all three bunched up in this corner, but no one from Gen G there. The rotation's a little chaotic as we just get into the second half here in game number one. Chronic keeps things alive. Apparently Jack's already up. 2 went for FaZe. Net wide open, and Nolly gonna tie us up.
You can see apparently Jack coming after this one, and he knew he was gonna beat that first defender. It came onto his POV, and first killer just couldn't get up in time. Sets up Nolly, drills it to the right side. And Gen G able to find the equalizer here. Let's keep track of the stakes. Of course, both teams going to major, but Gen G could clinch the #1 seed here with a win over FaZe. FaZe would have to win the regional. So there is something on the line. You certainly would love a higher seed. And we sit here tied in game one. Nolly looking to find the back wall, does so, almost got the read on Typical's clear, but a double demo will open things up for FaZe as first killer went headhunting, unfortunately. Not coming up with possession, and now a whiff comes out. Apparently Jack trying to set up Gen G. Nolly to the back wall, and this one came off clean. It was first killer. who had to clean up the defense there of FaZe, and Chronic's touch gets away from him, but it goes straight to Nolly. FaZe trying to hold the midfield line, but it's apparently Jack to keep it going for Gen G. Chronic looking for two. If he had it, off the crossbar and in, and Chronic will drop it down for Gen G.
Just kisses the crossbar with the ball on this one, and it rolls right underneath. Nobody there for defense on that backboard, and Chronic makes them pay. Gen G scored 2 goals within 48 seconds to take the lead.
And you just can't give him that type of space. Chronic, he has been putting away double taps here, and now a flip reset. 3-1 Gen G, and Chronic popping off.
Extending the lead ever so more out of the kickoff. And he is just being afforded so much space. Gets the flip reset to the top of the box. And Chronic is popping off.
My, oh my. It felt like FaZe was in control with just a slight lead, and now this game getting away from them. 1 minute left. And it's been all Chronic in the last 30 seconds or so. FaZe trying to flip this one back to their favor, but it's going to be a long road. Typical, the direct shot is an easy save for apparently Jack in time. Not on FaZe's side. This bounce favorable, but Nolly's there. Now apparently Jack back to Nolly. Pass on target. It's denied by Typical.
Wow. Great fortitude from Typical there on that back line. That was a tough save to have, and here comes Typical. Shot a little too wide. They needed that one to go, but more importantly, they need to keep possession right here, right now, as First Killer gonna push that one back to Typical. Typical just launching it up, and rare double commit from Gen G, but not gonna be punished as Mist rallies this one back towards into the blue half. They need a goal now. They need it to happen, and they can't quite find it. 10 seconds to go. They need 2.
Mist, 10 seconds left off the ceiling, and Gen G have it all covered. The final seconds tick away, and FaZe not enough in the tank here in game 1. Gen G, boy. That kid, Chronic, he's something special.
He's pretty good. They found him underneath a rock, and he has been so instrumental to their success. And honestly, all 3 members, you heard apparently Jack talking about it. If you take one member off this team, they're nothing. They understand the importance of what each one of them bring to the table, and each one of them in this game, as we get into the Mobile One high performance replays, you'll see everyone on Gen G gets involved. Everyone credited with either a goal or an assist, and all 3 instrumental to the success here over FaZe Clan in game number 1.
And we say that all the time. I mean, that is what Gen G is, right? It takes all 3 of them to have the success that they have, and you can see that everyone contributing, not only with the passing, but of course just the solo plays from Chronic as well. And all 3 of them can do what Chronic just did. The same could be said for FaZe Clan as well. This isn't just like a Gen G thing, but how often that consistency that you see at a Gen G, that's what makes them special.
Yeah, and you were wanting to kind of keep a track on what was meant after this match. Is Gen G going to get first place? Is FaZe going to make it all the way to the finals, win the regional to get first? But what I want to track is double commits, because that seemed to spell disaster for FaZe Clan in that one. I don't know if it's a comms issue, overconfidence issue, but whatever it is, I'm sure Coach Roldiz is going to have a finger on the pulse of that in game number 2 and try and figure it out.
Certainly a lot to talk about there, but it was clear Chronic took over in goals 2 and 3. Oh, and now FaZe down by 1. Again, best of 7 here in this quarterfinal. Both teams qualified for major, but playing for seeding. Chronic trying to find a crazy angle there on the sidewall. Apparently Jack just trying to keep possession away from FaZe. He will eventually cough it up. Now no one's going here. First Killer quickly getting to that one, but Chronic faster. A demo comes out from Typical. The physical game certainly in favor of FaZe at the moment. First Killer getting one there, as he got a double demo last game as well. But look at the space. Give it over to Nolly. Now to apparently Jack. They want to attack that net together. And unfortunately, that one didn't pan out.
Great speed there from Chronic to beat out First Killer, and First Killer's already downfield. Mist sees him. Great heads-up play from apparently Jack to break up that passing play. They know how dangerous FaZe Clan is in the transition. That's how they got their lone goal in game number 1. Not allowing that to happen again as Typical goes up, denied by Chronic, and here comes Nolly. Mist forced to defend, gets the ever-needed clear into the corner.
FaZe got here by getting second in their group, expected first, but came out in second. Optic Gaming beat them in 4 games, which was very unexpected, but then cleaned things up with sweeps over PK and M80. So they weren't perfect here in this regional, but they've had to kick it up a notch here against Gen G, the toughest competition yet. And first killer, well, he had an option in the midfield until Nolly took him away. Typical blown up. Now apparently Jack wants to take it himself. And Typical off the spawn will deny, and first killer will take it away. In the Fennec, down the sideline. Looking for the pass across. Here comes Mist. Can he drop it towards net? He does, and Chronic makes an easy save backwards.
And that's tough for Chronic because you're expecting to push forward towards that close post. He just kind of plants himself and grounds himself on the goal line, making sure he can cover up back post. He does so brilliantly as that 50 pinches off to the side, and Chronic forced to get boost as Typical goes up. And FaZe Clan doing a great job of maintaining possession here, but haven't done much. And as I see that shot comes out, denied by apparently Jack.
Couple of good looks from FaZe, but you gotta give credit over the defense of Gen G. Now the attack from Chronic. That's apparently Jack. He dishes it up and he puts it away.
Baits him out on a string. Great ball control here from Chronic. Leaves Typical on an island, and apparently Jack. Wide open net. The bang bang play from Gen G Mobile 1 to take the lead at halftime.
And again, they attack in 2s for Gen G. There's always an option, the extra pass. And FaZe just don't read it. Here's Mist now. Oh, it's the flip reset. This is a great clear from Chronic. Typical's going to get back in time. Gen G looking to build on their lead. They're only up by 1. The first goal scored here in game 2. Nolly, look at the space. Give it to Nolly here. It wins a huge tackle. First killer comes through and prevents any further damage to the FaZe defense. Mist to take over. Has some space. First killer on the far side and looking for the shot. Does find the backboard. Mist is there and he'll put it away to tie it up.
Awkward positioning here from Gen G. FaZe Clan just ties them all up in knots as first killer. Puts that one a little too wide, but Mist there for the cleanup. And FaZe Clan refused to be turned away. Missed tons of shots in this game so far. 4 on target, and he finally buries one.
Yeah, we just mentioned it. FaZe certainly have had opportunity. It hasn't been all Gen G. You do have to give credit to the Gen G defense. They have turned away some tough shots that time, not able to. And now we're all tied up. A minute and a half left. Gen G, perfect so far in this regional. Have not dropped the series. 3-0 in their group. Missed. Well, he doesn't have any options there. All of Gen G was staring in front of him. Now Nolly over to apparently Jack. A little pass to play through the midfield. Gets broken up. Chronic will take another challenge, and across the field we go. Nolly whiffs. It's over to apparently Jack. Maybe just a fake instead, but the counter's on for FaZe. Typical slow to pick this one up as he just has to take the challenge, and it fizzles out for FaZe.
What an unfortunate spot to find yourself without boost in is Typical. They had numbers, they had the option to push out, just couldn't quite find any pads to do so with, as apparently Jack has to maintain pressure and maintain control here as Mist just waiting at midfield, and here comes Gen G barreling down the field as FaZe Clan done a great job at denying many opportunities here. 30 seconds remain. Ball neutral in midfield.
This game certainly turned into a stalemate. FaZe not generating the same shot chances that they had before. Gen G, their passes being broken up. Overtime looming here in game 2. Missed. Can he get a second touch? He can, but the shot's going to go wide. Less than 10 seconds to go. Gen G, maybe one last chance as no one's up for this one. As first killer, all the way on his goal line, had to turn that one away. Typical through Nolly, and it doesn't look like he's going to keep that one up. It's the overtime in game 2.
Knew it was going to happen. It was just a matter of when. Our first overtime in this series. Both teams, especially after that last grand finals, seem to have figured each other out here. Is the passing play developing? First killer can't quite find it. Typical does.
Wow.
Great team play for Mist to just pull off that ball, leave it for Typical so he can just launch a rocket on target.
And you can see all of Gen G, they're going towards the ball there. They're trying to track the play, and when the shot doesn't come through, Typical puts it away, and FaZe Clan find the equalizer in this series. They tie it up and they finally put away some of their chances here. It felt like FaZe certainly had the shot advantage. It was 8-5 here in game 2. You felt like they could have put away a few more goals had Gen G's Chronic not stopped them.
Yeah, Chronic has been playing out of his mind right now as we once again look at our Mobile 1 high performance replays. That play was brilliant by Chronic to turn it off, but we're going to see the OT goal here. Keep your eye on Mist. Pulls out Nolly from the net thinking the shot was going to come, and Sifkle just buries it. You love to see the high IQ plays on both sides of the field. I mean, we're just watching Rocket League at its finest right now.
Yeah, that was really smart from Mist there in FaZe. I think, finally converting on the chances that they were creating here in game 2. But still not a bad effort here from Gen G. Obviously a very close series so far at overtime here. What has been the difference in game 1 was the way that Chronic played. But I think for Gen G, there's no panic here. This was a very close series. He didn't come out with it. FaZe made a great play. You go into game 3 and say, hey, keep it up. We're playing fine.
Yeah, I think, oh boy, nice stop there from Chronic. And again, the brilliance on the defensive end continues for him. As FaZe Clan hot out of the gates already. Shots on target, but denied yet again by Chronic. And this one going to be a pivotal one. But as we know, both teams, especially during this split, have done a great job of just keeping their wits about them, keeping their head on their shoulders, not getting too far in front of themselves, realizing it's a best-of-7 series. You're going to drop a couple games here and there. Most importantly, you just can't find yourselves in a hole.
You're playing a good team. Both teams could say that. As, again, it was our Winter Cup final that we saw these teams last face off. It's Chronic advances this one for Gen G. Great touch here from Mist to get through one, and the challenge. Typical's going to pick it up for FaZe. He's got first killer, and FaZe didn't want to push too far into that one. They knew the chances were low as this touch gets away from Typical. Nolly hops all over it. First killer, full boost. Demo comes out from Typical. Space here for first killer, but he's not heading towards the net. And a good touch here from Typical. Fakes it, plays it slow in front of apparently Jack, and it almost panned out. This one comes across the box, but you can see the game sense there from Chronic. Knew no one was coming. And now Chronic, can he do it again by himself?
Bump.
Looking for the bump, and Typical there to save the day. Mist was in trouble, and Gen G still attacking. This one is just lobbed in front of the box on the FaZe side. Apparently Jack now wants to attack again. He runs out of boost. This one floating as first killer, given a lot of respect here. And still Gen G pressing. This one goes high. Nolly's not letting FaZe out for free. As you can see, the full court press come out from Gen G. Everyone attacking and closing up every outlet for FaZe. First killer's got to make a crazy move to get through one, and Chronic to deny.
And you're seeing a ton of space afforded on both sides of the field as apparently Jack by one. Nolly was playing fullback, couldn't quite find the demo on that play, but again, the space being given because of the respect shown from both sides. They realize they can score from anywhere, and they kind of just rather give them a chance at those air carries and just say, okay, beat us with the 1v1 skills. We know our teammates are covering up that back line. They just don't want to give away those freebies.
I've been flicking around the FaZe players, looking at their boost totals, and it seems like every time a player gets on the ball with space, well, they didn't have boost, but enough boost here for Mist, as this one just pops right through the gut of Gen G.
Yeah, awkward as you see apparently Jack top of the box, and Nolly there thought he was going to at least get a touch to have a neutral 50-50. Started to push forward. Hindsight's 2020. Maybe you should have covered up that goal line. And FaZe Clan up one here in a pivotal game number 3.
Yeah, I think the assumption there is apparently Jack at least gets a touch on that challenge. You're kind of shocked to see that one get through without any contact from Gen G.
And it's not one of those things that you want to change up, because that's what makes Gen G so great. They have that speed, that trust in one another. And, you know, from time to time, a player is going to miss a ball. You don't want to completely change what you've been doing ever since you came into the scene.
You don't plan for that.
Yeah.
The assumption is you're going to make contact. Just a 1 goal difference again. FaZe looking to hold on to it. That's a great cut from apparently Jack. And another touch. Here comes Nolly. He'll put a shot on target, and it was near post. A couple of quality challenges will get FaZe out for the moment. Mist with no boost, waiting for his corner to pop up. It does. And just in time. He plays this one out to Sipical. He's quick to get a touch. And now first killer.
Nice
directly into that tackle. Nolly trying to push through, and a demo comes out from Mist. Chronic's down. Now Nolly over to apparently Jack. The shot's off, looking for two, and again it goes wide. And FaZe able to recover. Less than a minute to go now. Sipical pops it up once more. Chronic, he's been a sturdy last man for Gen G multiple times, just defensively too. I mean, he has just come up big. You talk about the offense in the game one, but it's been the defense from him in the following games that kept Gen G in these.
Yeah, and it's all in how he's approaching the ball. You know, he knows when to. Oh, great demo from Jack to take out Sipical. But going back to Chronic and why he's so successful on defense is a lot of times he finds himself on an island and he knows exactly when he needs a soft touch, keep it close to his chest. He knows exactly when he needs to just bomb it downfield. His field awareness right now is something of beauty.
Time ticking down for Gen G, and they are facing a lot of pressure here against FaZe. First killer, space here for Sipical, and first killer I think accidentally lands on that one. And now Gen G, they've got to keep this one up. Nolly backwards half flip, keeps control. His teammates need to get up and after it, but it's shut down, and FaZe Clan take the lead in the series.
That one was a lot tighter than I was expecting. I didn't expect such a defensive battle, especially when you have the mechanics on both sides of the pitch. You look at the names, and all 6 of these players have the ability to score from anywhere. And the fact that it was 1-0, just kind of shocking as we get into the Mobile 1 high-performance replays here. Lots of shots coming out from Gen G, 7, but all of them denied by FaZe Clan. They just did a great job of locking down their back half and boxing in Gen G when they needed to.
Yeah, you said exactly what I was thinking in my head. Is it just felt like FaZe was starting to close in on Gen G, and the scoreline doesn't really show that. It was a 1-0 game, and Gen G certainly had opportunities to tie this one up. FaZe's defense wasn't perfect, but near the end of this game, it really felt like FaZe found a groove, and Gen G could not break it. And that's been kind of what happened in the previous regional in the Winter Cup. FaZe did the same exact thing. It felt like Gen G's game plan wasn't working. And what do you do when the game plan that's been so successful for a split and a half now doesn't work anymore, or doesn't work against FaZe in particular? How do you change things up?
It's tough to do when FaZe Clan can change on the fly, and they have those 1v1 skills as well. They don't have to solely rely on team mechanics. They can rely on individual mechanics. So for Gen G, I mean, it would be great to get a goal here right out of the kickoff, and first killer saves that ball through the smoke screen and everything. But one thing that seemed to be successful for FaZe Clan in Game 3 was the aggression. We saw a few bumps, we saw some demos, and if they can continue that, seems like it's going to continue to fluster Gen G.
We'll see if they can make any changes here in game number 4. FaZe sitting up at the series 2-1. Flip reset from Chronic. It's a demo on Sipical, but FaZe back into possession as first killer landed on a Gen G player. Now a pass over to Chronic, and Sipical cleared to his own corner, and a quality challenge, but it's Nolly sitting deep for Gen G. Wants to find apparently Jack, drops it back down for Nolly, but it goes bounced over his head. Tough one to manage. And first killer tried to clear this one away, but again, Chronic, he's been so smart. You talked about his decision-making on the final as the last man, Subi, and you're so right. He has been crucial to deny the counterattack in particular.
Wow.
From FaZe, as it gets a little dicey there for Gen G.
It definitely did, but yeah, Chronic knows exactly when he needs to push up. He's just so good at surveying the field and recognizing how physics work and how quickly he can accelerate. Apparently Jack gets a demo, but no harm, no foul for FaZe Clan as they're all back on their back line, pretty much all boosted up as well. And apparently Jack, that awkward touch actually worked well in their favor as they're going to be able to push onto the offensive half and try and get something going here.
They're spending a lot of time here on the FaZe Clan side. Maybe not generating as many chances as they would like. They got 3 shots so far. They've held FaZe to 0. Maybe one coming here for FaZe as Nolly looks to find Chronic. Denied by Mist. Apparently Jack, space to work with, but can't hang on to it. Didn't have a lot of options. And now he's in a scrum trying to get this one out. The pass from Mist was there. First clear was already going out. Rotating back. Now they get a demo. FaZe trying to make the power play work as apparently Jack comes from the heavens to try and deny Typical. Now Nolly and Chronic combined, they'll get out.
Great read there from Mist. He pre-jumped a week ago from that one as apparently Jack, neutral 50 at the top of the box, but doesn't amount to much. And you can already see, Corelli, what I was talking about. The demo's coming out in favor of FaZe Clan a lot in this matchup. And so far, we haven't seen too many from Gen G. They're playing a gentleman's game right now, and I'd love to see him take the white gloves off and get down and dirty in the trenches.
Yeah, you can see FaZe certainly is pushing the demo game here against Gen G, and for the most part, I'm not sure how effective it's been. It's certainly opened up space, but again, it's something I mentioned in the previous game, Subi, where it felt like every time FaZe got into a dangerous position, they didn't have boost to make it really that much more dangerous. It was, we have possession, but we can't really go anywhere with it.
It's so tough. I mean, especially with how fast all these players are ripping around the field. Infield pass.
Wow.
What a save from Chronic, holding down the back line of Gen G, gets the clear, and allows them to boost up and reset from square one.
FaZe got the setup they wanted. Little pass inside the box. It's still Chronic denies. We sung his praises in game one offensively, but now defensively he has been a rock, and now he's taken out of the play, but Nolly there from the backboard is able to clear it away, and Gen G back on offense. Can they generate anything? They get a double commit. Shot from Chronic. Top shelf. Apparently Jack trying to run interference, but it's not enough to stop Mist. Backflip from Chronic, and here comes the danger from FaZe. First killer trying to transition quickly, and Chronic and everyone from Gen G are able to get back.
Oh man, you gotta do something to get Mist off that back line. If you're Gen G and you see him anywhere back there, don't even shoot. It's not gonna come close to net as the net's wide open. First killer gonna hammer it home, and the rotation's lackluster from Gen G.
Chronic was sitting on his pad, and he just couldn't get there in time. Left the net wide open with the misread. And it's an easy goal for FaZe in the end. They really had to work this game to break down Gen G. And a bit of a lackluster goal there in the end, as Gen G, who've been rock solid defensively, give up an awkward one. Now another one looming. Mist plays it slow. And less than a minute now, 40 seconds on the clock. Gen G needs something to go their way. It just feels like their offense has just not been dangerous enough.
Yeah, and look at Nolly. He's basically up there all by himself. Apparently Jack too slow to rotate on that. And this is going to be dangerous. Typical just has to hit it on target or double tap it. Why not? Chronic gets the save, and what a way to get your savior medal. There's still hope for Gen G.
Man, what a save from Chronic. He keeps it within one, but still danger here. First killer popping this one up, time wasting away. Less than 10 to go. The pass over to Chronic. Wants to take it himself. Gets first killer to bite, but it's enough to slow him down. Nolly over to apparently Jack. Can't get the touch, and they're not going to get the roll. FaZe Clan put Gen G on match point.
Holy smokes. I thought surely the momentum just swung with the big save from Chronic. They had the option available. Unfortunately, the passing play just didn't work out. And FaZe Clan able to hold on and, like you said, put them on match point. And First Killer and Mist have been playing out of their minds this series. It has been not a series that is typical from FaZe Clan. Very defensive-minded. But look at that save from Mist on the goal line to deny Gen G time and time again. 5 saves in this one from FaZe Clan, and every single one of those was due to a shot from Gen G. Beautiful display from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I think FaZe a little bit more meticulous here than they normally are on their approach, especially against Gen G. It feels like they got them downloaded at this point. It's been a close series, though. It hasn't been FaZe Clan running over Gen G, but we're going straight into this game. No timeout, no nothing for Gen G. They want to get right back into it, and I don't necessarily disagree. I think it's been close here for Gen G. I don't think you have to change much. It's like I said, it's not like they're getting blown out by FaZe in these games.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, if the players are feeling confident enough to not call a timeout, I respect that. But they need to figure out the offense, because so far, I mean, it's been well over 12 and a half minutes since their last goal. They need to figure something out to get that ball in the orange net.
It's just been the production of goals that has plagued Gen G. The chances are there, but the conversion rate is just so low for them. Chronic trying to make some magic happen there. And now FaZe forcing the issue early here. Missed. Looking for the back wall, does find it. He's just forcing it through Gen G, and he's running into players as well. Typical in an awkward spot, has to go back, and First Killer will cut it away. FaZe looking for the early goal. First minute come and gone. This one dropped in front of the net, and a good touch from Gen G to break this one out, and a dunk from Chronic will reset their defense. As Gen G trying to find their first, Nolly's denied.
There we go. The demo came out from First Killer, and Nolly does the exact same. Can apparently Jack get another? He does, but First Killer respawns at the perfect time, and Gen G looking at their first offensive push here, trying to get something going, and they run into each other in the corner. Not the greatest way to set things up.
Chronic wants a shot on target, and it was placed perfectly, but First Killer still able to get there. Gen G knocking on the door. They need to break through. They need to end this drought. Offensively, they've been holding FaZe into their side and generating those shots once again. It's 6 of them so far here. Jeez. And now apparently Jack denied once more. A clear comes out for FaZe, and Gen G back to the drawing board. Never went towards the ball. There's no one home. And First Killer scores the first for FaZe Clan.
We've been talking about field awareness. How about some for First Killer? Recognizes Chronic and Nolly all tied up. All he has to do is push that one between the sticks. He does just that and puts FaZe Clan in the driver's seat here in game number 5.
Kind of scratching my head here, Subi. That's an uncharacteristic goal given up by Gen G. A team that's so cohesive, that sits so close to each other. They don't allow mistakes like that to happen just from their positioning alone. They seem off here in this series, and it's starting to show.
They were sitting close to each other on that one. I mean, they were basically holding hands, so maybe a little too close.
But not behind the ball there, as no one was able to make a play. And now apparently Jack gonna take it himself. First Killer very slow. I've seen this a few times from FaZe. They're wanting Gen G to come after them. They're happy to take the challenge, especially in a winning position here. Typical first up is Gen G all planted on the ground. Apparently Jack will push this one up. Nolly to Chronic. Denied by First Killer. Apparently Jack goes for it again, and FaZe have done a great job of just stalling everything from Gen G.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job of also providing Gen G with a false sense of security, thinking that they have space, they have time, and then they come out of nowhere, and they're able to run not just a point man downfield, but a fast break where they have numbers. And a big double there from apparently Jack. It's 3v1. Can they do anything with it? No, not with Mist on the goal line. He has been so crucial to that back line. He's just built up a wall, and Gen G can't break through.
Oh, Chronic off the crossbar. First Killer will get a demo on him, but still, Gen G can't break through. Less than a minute and a half to go. And here they come again. Gen G going out here would mean the first time this roster, the inception of this roster, hasn't made a final. They have finished either first or second in every single tournament they have entered in RLCS, including the major. And now they're facing elimination in the quarterfinals.
And they're down 3-1, mind you. I mean, this isn't like it's game 7 or anything. FaZe Clan has just been doing such a great job of controlling everywhere on the pitch, whether it's the blue half, orange half, midfield, it doesn't matter. It has been FaZe Clan all series long, and as we near 30 seconds, Gen G just trying to do anything that they can to even find a shot.
30 seconds to go. Gen G pressing. Apparently Jack.
Oh, he missed
it. Goes just wide. Nolly got the bump as well. And Gen G again. It is 12 shots and nothing to show for it here. 10 seconds left. Chronic with full boost. Can he be a hero once more? A flip reset. Brings it down just in front of him, and he's denied again. 3 seconds left. Apparently Jack, he can't keep it up. And FaZe Clan shut down Gen G.
Oh my goodness. All 3 members fully in sync with one another in this one, and FaZe Clan looking unstoppable. They knew after they got that first goal, all they had to do was put that orange line on lock, and they did exactly that. Even with all of those Gen G shots, FaZe Clan, cool, calm, collected, and pushed themselves into the semifinals.
An unprecedented result here from Gen G. The first time they haven't made it to a final with this roster in FaZe Clan. Boy, there's been some doubts about this roster. You talk about earlier on, the first regional of winter when they finished 9th, 12th. They then backed it up with a regional win in the Winter Cup, and now they've taken down Gen G in the quarterfinals. This FaZe Clan roster marching to the semis here over a high-quality team in Gen G.
Yeah, and big shout out there as well to Roldiz as he took his team to success. And my goodness, I cannot believe this, Corelli. 3 games in a row where Gen G got completely shut out. All FaZe Clan had to do was get a goal, and that's all they needed.
It was the longest Gen G had been held without a goal all season. It was 17 minutes and 26 seconds of no score from Gen G, and you could feel the frustration here in this Mobile 1 high performance replay. You're going to see FaZe score, and we might miss out on a lot of the shot the chances from Gen G, but we've said our piece here, Subi. I'd love to go over the desk and see what they have to say about this Gen G FaZe Clan matchup.
Wow, it's 17 minutes and whatever seconds there, and now it's going to be like weeks before they get to score again. It's going to be the longest time they haven't scored.
Oh, what are they going to do with their free time? They actually have a day off for once. Gen G's not going to play every single match in a tournament. Maybe they'll be a little relieved. They're like, hey, I can go golfing.
Vacation?
I get a weekend back. Yeah, but Gen G, like,
No
they want to go into major.
No, they keep grinding.
With a lot of confidence, obviously. Yeah. But FaZe came out, like, FaZe had a game plan. Huge performance for them. And I feel like they played a Gen G that wasn't really on their mark today as well, which is fine because every team is going to go through that. We just haven't seen that from them because they always win. They always make it to a final. But FaZe, they absolutely capitalized on it. They played their match. And Jorby, FaZe now has a chance to be the number 1 overall seed. They have to win this entire regional. They'll take it over from a Gen G, but they have to win the regional.
Yeah, I mean, they look great. If it isn't Gen G, FaZe of the other team I'm looking at, they're absolutely the favorite to close out this tournament. I just want to shout out Chronic, though. This man played out of his mind. there are a few players that lose in 5 games and still look like the best player in the lobby. I mean, Chronic, his come up has been absolutely ridiculous. I can't wait to watch him again at the major. But FaZe, they're great. Y'all know how I feel about First Killer. Love him. He's awesome. Mist, he's cool. Typical, great. They're playing awesome and favorite of the tournament for sure.
Yeah. Now, do we question anything, Gibbs, about Gen G, or is it just a small road bump? Obviously, it's a little reactive of me to ask that question, but
the only thing I'm going to say is the 2 times all year long they went undefeated on day 1. They didn't win the tournament in either one of those, and that includes now. Just don't go 3-0 in groups, and you'll be fine, Gen G. You'll be fine. Get your quality loss out of the way early. But no, Gen G, perfectly fine. They will be pretty big favorites at the Winter Major, like alongside a K Corp and the FaZe.
FaZe Clan.
Wait, I just realized something.
Would you realize? Make it quick. Okay, tell us later. How about that? Because we actually, this is about to be good. We got that. Dazzer and a roll this? This is about to be good.
What's up, man?
What's good, my boy?
How you doing, man? What's up?
Hey, it's a lovely day. What can I say?
Yeah? How's that series for you?
I mean, 4-1, yeah. Can't complain. I can't complain at all. How is it for you?
I just want to know who made the schedule. That's all I'm trying to figure out is just who made the schedule. But yeah, sure. for me, it was, I don't want to talk about what it's not about me right now. It's about you. Let's make this about you. So to kind of talk to me, you guys obviously very dominantly won that series against Gen G. Definitely a lot of defense there from you guys. I mean,
oh my gosh, here we go again.
I didn't even say anything. I just said it was just a lot of defense. But how did you guys feel like you finally have Gen G downloaded?
Yeah, we like FK has said in his previous interviews, we've gone through a lot of replay reviews. We thought that Gen G, alongside G2, Bates is gonna love to hear this, but alongside G2 are our biggest competition in North America so far. And reviewing the replays, we really needed to do that because Gen G had our number for the last couple months. So, yeah.
I mean, yeah, especially coming off of the regional win. Obviously, we talked yesterday, and you said you guys kind of started slow going into the group stage, but now you guys clearly, look in form. Talk to me kind of like about the team overall, the team vibes. It seemed like everybody's just been so much more uplifted recently from you guys, but I want your perspective.
Yeah, 100%. That 9th through 12th place that we had, it was probably one of the lowest points that you've seen us. Everybody was doubting us and, where's the phase? Where's the camaraderie? Where are these guys? These guys look so negative. We took that and it put a fire under our butts. It lit us up and we ran with it. We talked amongst the team. And now we're just building that chemistry and we understand what it takes to be the team. We have the best individual talent. In my opinion, I always thought FaZe had the best individual talent. It's about bringing the team closer together and then dominating. And we're showing that we're the best team in North America.
Yeah, you again talking about best teams in North America. Now that you've had this big back-to-back victories against Gen G, would you say they are no longer your toughest competition? I think you mentioned G2 earlier. Is that the case?
Nah, I still think Gen G is our toughest competition. I think G2's up there definitely, but obviously we're gonna take it game by game and series by series. So G2 is going to be our toughest next up, but it's still Gen G. It's still Gen G.
Okay. All right, I respect that. Obviously, very dominant win again. Congratulations, you guys ended up holding off Gen G. I think they didn't score a goal in like 17 minutes. Very clutch. And now you guys are moving on to play Complexity. But I do want to get a chance here. I can talk to you all day. They're telling me to wrap it up though. So anything, I want to give you a chance, of course, to talk to the FaZe fans and everyone who has been supporting you despite all of the up and down results.
Hey, shout out to all the FaZe fans, the FaZe management and my boys, specifically my boys, man. They've been working so hard behind the scenes to make sure that we come out and we give you guys what you guys deserve, and that's W's at the end of the day. So we're trying to erase this only top four FaZe fourth clan thing. We're first clan. That's what we want. Ooh. We want first clan only. So yeah, shout out to them. Thank you for supporting us.
Big facts. I like the confidence. And again, congrats on the win. Hope to kind of see that more success. Probably just not at my expense. That being said, we're going to send it back to the desk to close out the day.
It was, it's always good to go
fourth
away.
clan sounds better though. It sounds like it's more fun to say, isn't it? Like,
I don't know,
first clan.
I don't know. First clan sounds pretty good too.
I don't know. Fourth killer's great, man. I'm still in the fourth killer.
Yeah, that's fair.
But congrats on the win, first killer, and another top 4.
Yeah, well, the question now, looking at this bracket, is you feel like this is a cruise for them from what we've seen from the other teams, Jorby?
Look, what I think is that Optic beat FaZe in groups, and Optic fans are holding on to that. They're holding on to that for dear life. But I want to destroy all of Optic fans' hopes here, because every time a team has lost to another team in groups and they met in grand finals, the other team has beat them. So it's not looking good for Optic. FaZe are going to win this whole tournament.
Yeah, early on. I'm very curious, Gibbs, if you think that's a lock-in now. Looking at it, it's still kind of there. We're down just to 2 teams for that 5th spot.
Respect to Complexity though as well. I just want to point them out real quick. Point leaderboard, they still have a shot as well for the number 1 overall seed. So Complexity's looking fantastic too. So we'll see how this all plays out. But Optic, it's a long road. That's because they got 2 13s. Now they got to beat a G2 and then a FaZe or Complexity that is going to be looking great on the day. So it's if they make it, they will have earned it. Absolutely, that is for sure. But Dignitas will be cheering for the other teams really, really hard tomorrow. And I hope we get some cameras on them, if they do clinch, because that'd be fun.
Optic Gaming and Dignitas, your last two teams fighting for that 5th spot, while the other 4 are locked in. Let's take a look at that schedule so you know what games are going to have coming your way tomorrow. Of course, we have just the 3. Very simple, easy to remember. Screenshot if you have bad memory like me, but should be good. First match, Optic Gaming G2. We'll see if Optic can carry that run forward. That'll be a very important match because, again, they lose, then Dignitas fans rejoice. Otherwise, we will see Optic Gaming move on forward to the Grands and see if they can continue that journey to lock in the 5th spot. And then afterwards, of course, Complexity, FaZe Clan, as Gibbs, I believe, people still trying to lock in those seeds going into the major.
Oh, absolutely. And that could be for the number 1 seed. And we're looking at the groups. I don't know if they're technically official, but like if you're NA number 2 seed, it's a brutal group right now. So you want to be that NA number 1. So it looks like it's going to be a fight to the very end, but no Gen G, which is so surprising. They've played in every single match, like leading up throughout these brackets, and they get a day off. Did they get the rest? But they'll be hungry when it comes to Winter Major time.
Well, speaking of, if this weekend's any indication of how intense it's going to be at the major, you're going to want to be there. So hop on to exclamation point tickets or over to rl.gg/Winter Major Tickets live and get your tickets. Show up to San Diego, join the fun, the warmth. Please, Jorby wants to see all of you. He personally right now is promising.
I do. I want to see all of you. Wait, what am I promising? Hang on.
You're promising ice cream for everyone.
Okay.
Well,
it's on Jorby's tab.
No, I can promise you that if you have ice cream in your hand, it's not safe. I can promise you.
Smacking food out of people's hands. That's fair. Well, let's get some final thoughts as we end our day 2 and head into Nomura, where 2 teams remain for that major. Jorby, if you want to start us off, Gibbs, finish it up there.
I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow in Optic versus G2. I don't think G2 have looked at their peak in this tournament. It may give Optic a chance to sneak in, but now that it's real for Optic, now that the pressure's there, I'm kind of worried for them too. I'm excited to see who makes it out of that match into the grand final. But for me right now, it's FaZe or go home. And I'd love to be proven wrong though. I'd love to see Optic pull off the run.
And that's what I was going to say. I just want to see Optic in the grand final. So the very last match means everything for the major. That's all I care about. I don't care if they win or lose at that point. I just want it to come down to a grand finals match, and that'll be a lot of fun. So for G2 fans, I'm sorry, but lose tomorrow, please. So we get that exciting grand final match.
Tomorrow, join us at 12:30 Eastern time for the pre-show if you want to get all prepped up and ready to go for the day, or 1 o'clock, of course, for that kickoff. You want to get right into the games. 2 teams, Dignitas and Optic, that 1 final spot for San Diego, that 5th major spot. It's going to be exciting, so please join us. We'll have fun, I promise.
Before school's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know
offense though as Kingsley sends one to the backboard, tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! Through this time, fire, try to clear this away. Let me call it with the back. Picks up the steam. It's still there for Jim. He scored.
Shaping up to be the game Carmine Court needed. Joyo off kickoff. Astral also coming off the ceiling. Oh! He's on a different plane! What was that? He's not real!
I really like the adjustment from Nolly. Oh! Yeah, me too, Jeremy. I really like how Nolly's looking. 1-0 Gen G. He's looking real good after that.
I would love to see the staff see who has been picking up those pads a little bit more. We'll have to wait and find out because Thad, he's got some ideas of his own. Composure from Great Canadian. And it's